From hundreds of random facts to ranking every skin to brawler theories, this is over 6 hours of Brawl Stars facts, information, and opinions. This is a compilation of nearly every single Brawl Stars video I've made over the past year and a half. Throughout the video, look out for bonus content that was either scrapped for one reason or another, or entirely new stuff. Grab some popcorn, put on some Subway Surfers, and let's enjoy the next 6 hours of Brawl Stars content. From garbage rewards to stupid brawlers, these are over 140 things players hate about Brawl Stars. I recently put out a poll asking for the community's input, so this is actually what players think. Whether you agree or disagree, let me know down below. Mega Pig. Not necessarily the modifiers in the maps themselves, but the rewards are absolutely terrible. At Max Pig, you can get up to 23 random star drops and a handful of other rewards, which sounds pretty good on paper, but you can only get this once per month and it feels super underwhelming because of that. The minecart in Minecart Madness. This is one of the most unique features in Brawl Stars that goes overlooked, though possibly for a good reason. It's insanely strong and can shred anyone in seconds, especially if pinched in a bad spot. It's really fun to play around, but it's super punishing. And worst of all, it's in gem grab. Who even likes gem grab? In the wise words of Spen LC, if you like Rico, you like balls. A good Rico player is the worst, especially if they're running the extra bouncy star power. A lot of people seem to dislike how strong he was when he really shouldn't be this good. Over-leveled players in low ladder. A handful of responses said they hated how power 11 brawlers with gadgets, gears, investments in the stock market, and star powers should be matched up against a low-level player. Honestly, scale issue, F tier. Early access brawlers. Spending money for a broken brawler a week before everyone else feels really scummy as well as just unfair. For the week that a brawler is in early access, Brawl Stars can feel unplayable when matches are shaped around one singular OP brawler. The only way around this is to succumb to the pressure and buy it. Out of all of the maps in Brawl Stars, Safe Zone was commented on the most, specifically regarding these small patches of bushes on the side, the narrow center, and these 4 stupid barrels. Fresh kicks. If someone on your team is low, Fang can easily spam his super onto you and your teammates over and over until you're dead. There were a few brawlers which kept showing up over and over again. Edgar, since he's no skill, Miko because he can dodge nearly any attack, Piper because she's annoying, Dynamite because he's annoying, Larry and Lloyd because they're annoying, and Mortis because he's Mortis. Rank star drops. I, as well as most of you, feel the pain of not getting anything from these things. In most cases, you grind your ass off, tilt a bunch, only to get 100 bling. It feels terrible, especially with no pity system in place to guarantee at least one rank skin. Bad randoms. I'd say at least half of the over 1,000 responses had something about randoms, but have you ever thought that you might be the bad random? Tokens were renamed to XP. This change really sucked. Tokens were a perfectly fine name, but they had to change it to XP. It feels so much more lifeless this way. It doesn't really matter because, well, who gives a shit? Someone said the hypercharge button is too hard to press. Well, just make it bigger. F tier. As well as this, someone said that they hate the anime Colette skin because they hate anime, which is a sin above all sins. Baby Shark pin. Now this I kind of understand. This pin is so annoying. It sings the Baby Shark song and dances around like it didn't just commit a vile act amongst mankind. This skin deserves the hate, but that doesn't mean I won't still run it. I kind of like this thing. Hank being F tier. Hank is low-key insane on some maps like Excel, or if everyone is playing with a blindfold on. Too many power points, not enough gold. The gold economy in Brawl Stars is absolutely horrendous. If you're not spending money on the Brawl Pass or any special offers, you're shit out of luck. Missing the goal in Brawl Ball. Sometimes you just have a bad day. You're just a pixel off from scoring and your team hates you. It happens, so cheer up. You got it next time. Oh, who am I kidding? Die! How could you miss that? You had it right there! Die! How hard it is to find specific brawlers on the list. Now, I don't struggle with this one too much. After making 10 facts for every brawler in Brawl Stars, I know my way around the brawler list. But I can see how someone might find searching for brawlers to be a bit of a challenge, even with all of the different search tools available. Lag. Rank up shorts. Not necessarily a Brawl Stars feature, but these things are just terrible. They plague everyone's shorts feed with the oh shut up. Dyna Jump. This star power is a mixed bag. Some people absolutely love it, as it gives Dynamite some needed mobility, but that's only if you're good at him. If you suck, this star power hinders your performance more than it helps you. Weekend events. Out of all of the responses, not a single person pointed these out, but I hate them. Go watch this video to see why. GG Mortuary is the most poorly designed. Well, it's one of the most poorly designed maps in Brawl Stars. It's slow, frustrating, annoying, lame, dumb, and more negative adjectives like fussy. Someone said, my friends. I'm sorry. I hope you find some more because they suck. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, fair enough. Tomar753. There's just way too many of them. Mapmaker being rotted away to die is one of the saddest things ever. It's such a fun mode with so much potential, but is not given the light it deserves by Supercell. And even more so, creating the maps themselves are a total blast. I would die to have more customization in them, but alas, it's not even in their radar. Someone said that Gus's face should be changed to Baby Shark. The have fun button is so incredibly useless, and I really hope Supercell doesn't use these statistics for actual map or player enjoyment data. A few people said that it's hard to say you had fun after you just lost a match, and I couldn't agree more. Kit. Sometimes he can be absolutely insane when on a teammate's back, but other times he can be an absolute dog water when trying to do anything assassin related. He becomes literally unplayable in solo showdown, which just sucks since one of his star powers are literally made for that mode. Unable to change club name. Are you serious? How is that even allowed to be? I'm so sorry to all you club havers out there. That sucks. Spike not being a pickup. Matchmaking when there's a new brawler can be brutal. Brutal? Sorry. Whoopsies. Don't even get me started if it's a free brawler like Miko or Edgar or even Larry and Ori. Ugh. Rare star drops. These things just kinda suck, but progression is progression. I'd much rather get one of these than another random pin I'll never use from Epic Star Drop. Long range brawlers dominate the landscape, and it's no contest why. There's so many that can do massive damage with tons of counters at close range. It's just so unfair in some cases and can make some brawlers completely unviable. Vibrations when you enter a match. Well, if you're the one that submitted this, just turn haptic feedback off. I'm not sure if this has been fixed yet, but in ranked, you could switch with someone else if they had a power 1 brawler, which breaks so many laws. It's just stupid. New brawlers being broken. This was actually confirmed by Supercell somewhere at some point that they actively seek this out since it drives sales. But sometimes they just go a little bit too overboard, and I'm not talking about boards over your head. In the Season 22 Brawl Talk, they announced the release of 2 exclusive skins that are going to be added to the Supercell store, Blue King Frank and Red King Frank. 2 seasons later, they're still not there. Where are they? I don't know what else to say. Shelly jump scare! Ah! Someone said, someone took my girlfriend's Melody, BB, and Janet. That's so sad. Go get them back, champ. Go, you got it. Go, I believe in you. Wow, they grow up so fast. Mr. P because he sucks, which yeah, he really does. Once someone gets at least like 4 tiles away from you, you're just screwed. There's not a thing you can do about it. Win traders. If you're not cultured in the Brawl Stars lingo, win traders, or the act of win trading, is when people purposely hop into games with people they know to trade wins so both parties can gain trophies. It's scummy, it's lame, it's not too bad because it only happens at high trophies, but it's really not as terrible as teamers. We've all experienced them at least once and maybe even partook in the act once as well. It created an unfair environment that's no fun for anyone involved. Hypercharges. People hate these things for a multitude of reasons. Some hate them because they're not complex enough, some because they're boring, some because they're unfair, unskilled, cost too much. Hell, someone even said the icons are ugly. You either love hypercharges or hate them, and I'm on the side of hatred. Mainly because this guy just won't shut the f up, will he? Let's talk about some interesting shit. Yeah, some manly stuff. Did you know that you can buy this shirt on Amazon? Work is life, but brawl is lifer. Now this is incredible. Okay. Back to your regularly scheduled program. And that's why Pam needs a mommy hypercharge. Next, the cost of fully upgraded brawler is absurd. If you want a power 11 brawler with a hypercharge, at least 1 gadget, star power, and 2 gears, it'll cost you 17,765 gold. That's right. And worst of all, only 3,740 power points are required. That is nothing. The imbalance between gold and power points are one thing, but the price alone for a max brawler is insane. A lot of people had an issue where the loading screen just stopped. Gotcha. It wasn't frozen. Well, Brawl Stars did just that, but before entering a match or when launching the game, it will be stuck at 100%, forcing you to leave the game and come back to your dead corpse. I'm not sure what caused this, but people hated it. Auto collection at the end of the season was added recently as of the introduction of the new Brawl Pass, and it has ruined lives. We no longer have the ability to save our credits in the bank anymore for new brawlers. Instead, we get to see it all go to fame! The mother thumbs down pin. Usually paired with toxic players, it's super disrespectful and unsportsmanlike. I don't like you. Removing brawl boxes, then replacing them with star drops. The entire idea with removing boxes was to remove gambling and chance from the game, but star drops didn't really solve this at all. It was good at first because it wasn't shoved into your face, but especially since you have the option to buy them now and things like special offers, it makes you wonder, What was even the point of removing the brawl boxes if these are literally just them? But what's even worse than this is how they added star drops to Clash Royale and Squad Busters. The Clash Royale Lucky drops are so lame. Sure, they have cool rewards, but come on, this is just really stupid. People who try hard on Map Maker. Just have fun, man. Someone made the comment that there's no optimization for worse phones. I haven't personally seen this, but I do sympathize with you. But you wouldn't be seeing that quality on the Galaxy Z Fold S24 Ultra Samsung 5. It's so strong with, yeah, I don't know, Samsung stuff. Just get a better phone. I don't know. A lot of people, especially on Twitter, complain about an unfair suspension from ranked due to things they cannot control, whether it be glitches or their internet. I can definitely see the frustration in this. That does suck, like really suck. It sucks balls. I just wonder though, how would Supercell know if you left on purpose or by accident? That's my question, and would love to see a solution to this someday. Level 9s and ranked. Okay, y'all are just complaining about anything now. I much prefer this over the Power 4 brawlers people were picking in Power League. Ultimately, it comes down to the skill of the player, but I can see how annoying that can be. Bling. This is a testament that only one person in the world has, and that man is Blizz Brawl Stars. He has a hatred for Bling that I cannot understand. Blizz is the type of guy to have every cosmetic in the game. Literally! And Bling is the best for exactly that. I don't get you, Blizz, but I love you. Why Hank is so damn good! Ranked modifiers. Some of them are decent, but most of them are kinda garbage. Most people are under the general consensus that these modifiers make ranked feel not competitive at all, which is completely justifiable. You'll see someone has masters and they play like the most dog player imaginable. Solo Showdown is near unplayable due to all the teamers and Edgars. It's one of, if not the most fun modes at lower trophies, but once you get past like the 700 mark, it sucks. It's actually horrible. Unfair matchmaking. Is this a skill issue? Brawl Stars sometimes likes to match you up against people with way higher levels than you. You could be minding your own business as a Power 5, going against Power 11s with the 10% difference every level. It adds up really quick and it sucks. You can't mix and match skins. I've seen 2 people suggest this feature and it actually sounds really cool, but also a nightmare to code. For example, take the attack effect from the Frost Queen Amber skin and put it on Amber de la Vega. It would be neat, but unnecessary. Championship Challenge randoms are a whole different breed of randoms. They're like the worst version of randoms out there. Mastery botting. Now this is something I've only experienced twice, luckily. Mastery botting is where someone has a bot running to farm mastery by shooting every second in duos to trick the game into thinking they're playing with the hope that your teammate wins the match for some easy points. This person was even kind enough to link a post. Wait, wrong video. Someone said, I hate how none of the brawlers are risen. I feel like one of them needs Riz. I hate how no brawlers have a yacht. I hate how there are no case O brawlers. Getting spammed with invites is probably something only creators face, but even then, it's the absolute worst. Just quit it, bro. Quit it! Not being able to report in ladder. If you didn't know, you can report players in ranked for being a bad random, grief play, or cheating. This feature is, for the most part, really good, but the report button would shine so bright in normal play. Mastery botters will be no more. Bad teammates will be eliminated. World hunger will be solved. Crime rates will go down by 100%. And Brawl Stars in Minecraft 2 would exist. The fact that the line skins can only be bought with gems is one of the worst things in the world. I just want BBRJ, bro. Don't do this to me. You can't buy mythics or legendaries with bling. This is even worse. I just want everyone to experience Radio Hank in his full glory, but he's gotta be locked behind a gem wall. I get Supercell has to make money or whatever, but I gotta get milky. Mastery limit. I actually kinda like the mastery limit because it adds good stakes and incentives to a mastery video, but other than that, I just want to be able to grind the entire thing out in a day, man. There's a little bit of a play going on. Almost every new brawler designed for women specifically have essentially the same body proportions. We used to have Pams and Bs, but now we only have Charlies and Melodies. These quote-unquote hot brawlers might generate more money, but it's really upsetting to see. I want more diversity in my brawlers. Muyo, he killed my family. Okay, listen. It was 1988. I didn't have a choice. I couldn't. Not finishing the Brawl Pass. I think now more than ever it's easier to finish the Brawl Pass. There are only 50 tiers and quests give so much XP. There's no reason not to finish it. Get good, F tier. Token doublers. Token doublers do absolutely nothing nowadays. As I just said, it's super easy to progress, so the only thing these do is get you a couple more star drops at the end of the season. And even then, you're probably just going to get a rare, so quit trying and don't buy them. Getting pins from star drops. Out of every reward you can get in a star drop, this is by far the worst one. It doesn't even matter if it's a brawler you actively use, you're not going to use this thing. The only exception though, and I mean the only exception, is when you get one of these pins, because these are super rare, and even then, it's not that cool. Dynamite stun gadget. Stunning for any amount of time sucks. Pair a stun with an annoying ass brawler and you're actually f***ed. End of season rewards. These things give you absolutely nothing of value. I remember before the new Brawl Pass was implemented, you could stack up on a ton of gold using these, but now, well, now it's a rare star drop simulator. The servers. It seems to be a trend now from these past few updates that these servers will die. Whether it be due to a bunch of players or something else, it's unknown. But what we do know is that it sucks. Even if they had to delay the update like a day or so, I'd be happy with that, not to be delayed with my brawling just for a maintenance that lasts 8 hours. I just want a brawl bro. Trophy Road. Unfortunately, gaining trophies doesn't give you many rewards to boast about. You get a few credits, some power points, some gold here and there, but it's really just nothing you're trying to seek out unless it's that legendary star drop every 10,000 trophies. You ever log into Brawl Stars ready to grind some quests but you run into this? Press play again 10 times, win 5 games in gem grab, listen to Melody's voice lines 50 times. God, I love quests, but these just ain't it. Losing a win streak hurts like hell. Sometimes it's justified since it's completely your fault, but others it could be your teammate or just an unfair circumstance. I can't be the only one with a negative win streak. Right? When someone stands by the goal in Brawl Ball and they die and they drop the ball into the goal without them actually walking it in. I honestly never knew this was possible, but someone said that, so it probably is. Dodging and ranked. Ranked dodgers are the worst. There are some maps and modifiers that I absolutely love, but then little Jimbo over here decides to leave the match. Some skins in Brawl Stars are so objectively bad, it's laughable. Take for example, Caveman Frank. Bro needs a remodel. They did it for College M's, they gotta do it for more. Like Skibbity Jesse. Bad bans and picks in ranked. No, I'm not saying I do this. I'm just gonna put it out there. I don't know who's good on certain maps, okay? It's not my fault. I just think Hank is fun to play on Goalkeeper's Dreams. Fame. Some people are either Fame lovers or Fame haters. Fame gives some really neat cosmetics, but still does absolutely nothing. I would much rather make Supercell lose tons of money while I stock up on my credits. Locked jackpots. The fact that Melody doesn't keep her extra 1 to 2 supers after death. This might be a feature, it could be a bug, it could be a domestic terrorist attack. Who knows, but we all hate it. Meg voice lines. Daily XP limit. If you could just get infinite XP from playing the game, that would be absolutely broken. Even then, it stinks. How new skins cannot be bought with bling right away. Instead, you have to wait for like 2 weeks. This is in place because, well, no one would buy the skin. Bling doesn't make Supercell money unless you're thinking of that one offer, which is a really good deal. They gotta sell skins or else they're gonna start selling. Figuratively, literally, but mostly figuratively. Bot matches. After you lose a certain amount of matches or first unlock a brawler, you'll be paired up against bots. You know them when you see them. I don't think they're an overly bad addition to have every now and then, but there comes a time when I see this motherfucker one too many times. Bush campers. This can be a viable strategy, but I don't like you. Hank is way too milky. Someone said, why people hate volleyball. I think it's pretty clear why. I don't really know why. I just don't like it. Someone tell me in the comments why this random guy in line is wrong. Or right. I don't really care. Another guy said unlimited chances in events, and they actually had a good reason that makes sense. Having unlimited lives in events takes away all of the thrill in there. There's no stakes. Due to this, the rewards feel so much more lacking and feel so unfulfilling afterwards, which I do feel. In Gem Grab and Trophy Escape, if Charlie supers you, she makes you drop all of the gems and trophies. I get why they did this, but it feels terrible, especially when you're in Trophy Escape standing on the teleporter just about to escape and she comes out of nowhere just to do this. Surprisingly, not as many people as I thought submitted this one. The removal of Brawl Boxy Brawlers. God, we need more Ashes and Surges. Please, more quadrilateral shaped brawlers now! Bounty rework. If you somehow didn't know and were stupid, Bounty used to last for like 3 minutes. The team with the most stars at the end won. Now it caps at 20. Both have their ups and downs, but this sucks for 1v1s. God, this Bro, recycled mechanics. It seems every brawler released nowadays has some mechanic that was just straight up yanked from another. Let me just list a few. Melody, Dancing Flames. Charlie, Carl. Spiders, Support from Beyond. Angelo, Eve. Stinging Flight, Gotta Go. Master Fletcher, Cookie Crumbs. Cardboard Box, Leon. Poison Mushroom, Otis. Some of these are excusable, but others are just straight up impersonation. Brawl talks every 2 months. Some think that it's too fast, some think that it's too slow. Both ways are justified. A lot of people suggested upgrading brawlers with gold is stupid and should just be PowerPoints, which I can see the idea, but it would realistically just cause a PowerPoint shortage instead, since they'd have to raise the prices of upgrading. Someone said, too many offers. I think this one is unjustified, but also very popular in the community. Unlike other mobile games, Brawl Stars does monetization really nicely. Brawl Pass becoming strictly paid. Now this really messed with you free-to-play players out there, didn't it? Keep crying, LOL. Saving up for 2 seasons for 169 gems was a reasonable way to spend them and offered incredible value. After it was gone, honestly, I didn't see much complaining. You can now freely spend your gems on whatever you want, and that's pretty awesome if you ask me. You. That's right, you, watching this video right now. Or in other words, the community. Yeah, sometimes this community can be incredible, like all of my fans. But then other times, they can be absolutely horrendous. It's like that for all communities though, so who really cares? The friend list is limited to 200 people. Pfft, you don't have that many friends. Goofy. Some fool really said, no gears and star drops. I think this would be absolutely dog. Imagine you get a mythic star drop and all you get is a fucking vision gear. Cordelius's poison mushroom gadget. This thing is essentially a mini Otis super that you can use whenever you want 3 times a match. Name something worse. I dare you. Actually, don't. Chester, because... Oh my god.
I like playing Chester. I main him, and I like his attack is very unique, and his gadget and star powers too. I was happy when he got buffs, but then he kept falling down, which depending on the situation, might not be what you need. Sneak peek, but still, he's RNG. Random super. You have a small chance of getting the super.
Chester, yeah, RNG, he's RNG. That's his whole thing. Just don't play him. Someone said the fact Janet is 16. How duels is impermanent. This was actually semi-confirmed by Frank that it was highly requested but not nearly enough players to be permanent. Even then, I want my baby back. Gem grab. No one said this. I just hate gem grab. Exclusivity. I think only one person said they hated exclusivity, and it was purely because the people that have these exclusive skins won't shut up about having them, which... yeah, pop off random submitter. I agree, you're area 1. Melody in Brawl Ball. She is like the combination of the most annoying brawlers in the game. She can score so freaking easily. She has the supers of a Stu, the speed of a Mortis, the gadget of an Amber, but the voice of an angel. Someone said, when you swipe down on your phone to check a notification, but it kicks you from the game. Low-key, just don't check notifications in a match. How Ems's sad pin says, I will destroy you, while her angry pin says, take a chill pill. They would be perfect switched. Low-key, that makes a lot of sense. Now I'm pissed off. People who give up easily in ranked. Low-key, just find their IP and launch an airstrike onto their exact location. Easy peasy. Trick shotters. No, not the good ones like Mortipins. He's cool. But the frickin' fricks who suck. Pro tip, if you want to practice your trick shots, do them in a team with 2 other people who are okay with you throwing. Not in a random match with someone who just wants to get their Brawl Ball quest done, please. No tier 1 skin. The Brawl Pass Plus used to always come with a free skin at tier 1. Usually they were pretty decent, about 79 gem value ones, but they were so hype, you don't even know. Now instead they just give you the bling to buy your own, which I kind of appreciate. Mecha skins. After seeing Mecha Leon and Mecha Colt, I just lost all my faith. These are really cool looking skins, don't get me wrong, but we just don't need more mecha skins, not especially for Colt. He has so many skins already. If you put your age too low, you cannot join most clubs, claim giveaway codes, or chat. If you're under 16, which I think is the limit, I think this is pretty fair. But then there's some of us who just like to troll around a little bit and put a stupid age for funsies. Bad gadgets. I feel so bad for you RT mains out there. Inline is so garbage, and there's nothing Supercell can do about it apart from completely reworking it to make it any good. Heist. Formerly one of the best game modes turned to one of the worst. As more stupidly broken abilities are added, Heist becomes more and more toxic. I think it really started to fall off around the Chuck era. The poor safe wussy just couldn't handle it anymore. Tilting. Do I really need to say why? You can't buy hypercharge collector packs with gold anymore. This was actually a fire feature before it was removed. For like 9,000 gold, you could purchase a new hypercharge and some cosmetics. This was really cool, but ain't no one buying this. We need that gold, bro. All right, I'm gonna speedrun some of the funniest responses I've gotten. Brawl Stars, Korean gamers, Thomas Down, Spiky Eve. I really hate Spiky Eve. It's one of the most horrible, terrible, horrendous, trash, poop skins to Jimbo, Larry and Larry. Am I really gonna read this? Hank is daddy. He is hot. He has nice milk. Melody, she's too bad. Melody, she's a I hate Cantaloupe because it smells funny. Oh my god, what is it? There is no Freddy Fazbear and Chica the Chicken in Brawl Stars. I'm glad there is no Foxy the Pirate. God, what are my subscribers? The American school system. And finally, myself. Oh. These are 18 of the craziest glitches in Brawl Stars history, starting with switching star powers. This glitch allowed you to, well, switch star powers. The possibilities were endless and it was so cool and so much fun to play with. It created interactions and scenarios you would never see normally. Like, check this out, like, what is going on? That's weird. Best of all, somehow you're able to kill your own teammates. Like, come on, we need a brawler to do that in duos. These were the peak glitches. Or were they? Because you could stack an infinite number of bow mines at one point. That's right, infinite. Nowhere was safe with bow around, and when they were all activated at once, it was nothing less than beautiful, dealing hundreds of thousands if not millions of damage in 1 second. But millions of damage means nothing when the enemy is stuck in a wall. Look at him, poor little guy. This is the ultimate cheese and you just got parmesan. Okay, but really this glitch was game breaking. If you stayed away from the enemy and they didn't have a wall breaker, well then you were set. Best of all, you could theoretically do this to every single person, so you just have boxes of brawlers. I love this. Almost as much as I love the wall phasing glitch. It's very different. It's kind of boring in itself, but what's cool is that this glitch never seems to go away. There's always some variation of it out there, whether it be Daryl rolling in a weird way, Carl doing this, or straight up cheating in Brawl Ball. These are so cool. Almost as cool. Bro, these transitions suck. Okay, look at this. Why isn't that crazy? There have been so many visual bugs in Brawl Stars. Every single update, there's just something that goes wrong, but I'm not complaining. They look cool as heck. This is just one of the more extreme cases, and it's even funnier when it's on a brawler like Buzz. This is the best thing ever. Ever wanted a 5v5 mode in Brawl Stars? Well, you're not getting one, because Trios and Showdown was once possible. And I don't even know what it is about this, but it looks so fun. Imagine like 5 teams of 3 all running around, Poco double tank against the Jackie trio. This glitch just opened doors and possibilities for the game that we need.
He gave me the $2 bill, and that's enough for me.
$2 for 140 megabucks. This was the biggest bug in Brawl Stars history. If you got this, then well, you were set for life. The amount of progression gained from 2 to blooms was unmatched. Fortunately, only a small number of people actually purchased this deal, but on the contrary, a few more people got this one. 49 gems for 49 megaboxes. At 1 gem per box, everyone and their mama got this. Now, this didn't give as much stuff as the $2 deal, but that's still quite the haul. Okay, so I've always wanted to go back to beta, when times were simple and the game was vertical, but now I still can't. By going split screen or doing some black magic, the entire UI would change. Brawlers were big, buttons were small, and honestly, it looked really cool. When entering a match, you could see everything for a couple of seconds, and then it went back to landscape. Despite how difficult it was to see a thing, I need this in my life now. Yeah, I never understood why brawlers couldn't go in the water. This is the most innocent looking water I've ever seen. I would die to see El Primo take a dip in here. And like, why can't Otis go in? He's literally a squid, but now I kinda understand why, because with this glitch, brawlers could go in it, and well, they just kind of got stuck. They just look stupid in there, and same thing happened with the Brawl Ball. Nothing is sacred. Whenever a new brawler is released, they always seem to, without fail, have some bug that makes them incredibly OP, like when Willow was introduced. Having such a weird super let everything that could go wrong, go wrong. Games were crashing, weird things were happening. This happened. I don't even know what's going on. On a similar note, Maisie and Hank could deal absurd amounts of damage with a single attack. Maisie's gadget was bugged, which allowed it to obliterate in big game, and I don't even know what's up with Hank. Fame in Brawl Stars is known to be pretty useless, right? But what if I told you that you could get the maximum amount of fame in mere seconds? Yeah, isn't that great and useful? I don't even know how this one worked, but you know, infinite credits is neat, I guess. Did you know that 81.9% of people use dark mode in their day-to-day lives, and we almost had that in Brawl Stars? Sorta. There was a glitch going around which somehow made Brawlers fully pitch black. Now this does look kinda sick, I'll be honest, but at the same time, it's better it's a glitch. It wouldn't be the smartest decision Brawl Stars could add. It gives me Jinx vibes. Even though these would be horrible skins, well, this looks sick. Check this out. This Mortis had like a bedazzled hat. This will be an incredible 29 gem skin, and I think this will be a great replacement to these silver and gold skins. Maybe make them like these star skins in Clash Royale. Just don't take anything else from that game though. Despite how hot and attractive and muscular El Primo is, he isn't that strong. But in this one instance, bro, he goes plus ultra. This video speaks for itself in the sheer power and destruction he's capable of. I love him so much. And finally, the worst glitch in Brawl Stars history occurred in the most recent update, where after opening star drops, it takes like 5 seconds to load. This is game break. For as long as Brawl Stars has been out, I guarantee there are little things you've never noticed, like how Edgar doesn't wear gloves in his pins, or Buzzette doesn't have cheeks while every other Buzz skin does. Today we'll look at 42 of them, starting with some players who have an extra button in their profile. It was first made for content creators, but you can make your profile picture into a customized pin. This button was here for those people who made pretty questionable pins. Clicking on PowerPoints in the top of the screen doesn't show every way to obtain them, only 2, whereas the coins show all of them. Okay, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen. Neither PowerPoints nor coins reference star drops, but chroma credits do, the one thing you don't get from star drops? What? Despite not being needed anymore, you can still see the seasonal rarity of chromatics. You can only join up to 5 clubs a day. This is in place most likely due to club hoppers. If you sit on the fame screen for way too long, the background will just jump scare reset you. If you rotate a brawler, then click on the mastery icon, it'll play their animation in that position. I'm telling you, you'll never notice these features. In the what is mastery screen, mastery points have both words capitalized in the first section, but not in the third. Grrr. The name color selection screen is not organized in a color order that makes any sense. It's so close, but it's so far. As far as I know, this is the only pin where the brawler's head isn't initially present. It's like a succulent. When viewing other players' profiles, if they had XP, you can see theirs and more, but it'll say that it's your level and not theirs. You can see the levels of your Supercell ID's friends' other accounts, like their Clash Royale accounts or Heyday accounts. Blizz really needs to get his Town Hall up. The start of the Brawl Pass is not level 0, rather it's just a teeny tiny little token. Oh, so cute. When looking at your friends list, the trophy and game mode icons are not in line with each other. The trophy is just a little bit lower. Team codes are only 8 characters long, but you can input up to 15. On the trophy road, you can click the little I to show a description of each currency. Each and every one. Even if you're at 50k trophies, you might need to know what credits are. In the team up screen, friends and team are not capitalized where they are elsewhere. Inconsistencies. In the Brawl Ball event banner, there's a banner inside the banner which shows a ball with stars on it, where the ball and icon do not have stars. The Power League banner actually has a fun little animation. It switches from blue to red. It's kind of cool. When exiting the skin selection screen on the Brawler screen, the hanger icon squashes and bounces. The little green smiley guy in the top right corner can be accessed through a ton of different selections in the game, letting you join any team wherever you are. Nowhere does it say that you can get bling, gold, power points, or cosmetics from Mega Pig. It's just the basic boring things. In BB's animation, Mr. Bat is angry when she's swinging him around, but when he's idle, he's happy. 1000 gold and 2000 gold are slightly misaligned from each other. In the Brawler upgrade screen, stats that change flash and have arrows on them. They also glow colors respective to the stat category. Brock and Buzz, 2 brawlers with sunglasses, have different brands of glasses. In the looking for a team feature, the background shows a smiley dude. This dude is not seen anywhere else in the game. No pin smash, no sprays, nothing. When publishing a map, you can see the approvals as well as the positivity rating of the map. When claiming your free 5 tokens from a new map rotation, you can see that faint Brawl Pass text show up. You cannot see purchasable player icons in the area where you equip player icons. There are 5 faces on the RJBB skin. On a lot of brawlers, there's a small pixel-wide gap of color between the brawler's portrait border and their icon. But once you see it, you cannot unsee it. Willow actually sticks her tongue out in the portrait. I can't be the only one who's never seen this. The max power letters and the hypercharge letters are not equal in height. Max power is noticeably higher. In the players not in a team text, there is a little number next to it that states how many people are not in a team in case you couldn't see for yourself. You can see BB Chew. Ems's tongue color is significantly significantly different in her animation than in her portrait. If Chuck were to stand up, he would be the tallest brawler in the game. Okay, I have no idea why they did this, but when looking at the PowerPoint cards, it's clearly trying to show super rare, legendary, and epic, but they use Primo and Barley for the super rare and epic. Spike is a legendary, but really? What? Bo is the only brawler with his bare toes out. Whenever a new character is released in Brawl Stars, they're usually overpowered. Pro player Corey from Tribe had to say this about a certain brawler.
Yo, it's Corey, and I think the most broken brawler on release has to be Rosa. Rosa was just absolutely unkillable and took over the entire meta in Brawl Stars.
Our favorite plant-loving botanist. Now a pretty underwhelming brawler since this meta doesn't necessarily favor tanks. But back then, she was killing it, quite literally. Rosa had a shield for 80% damage reduction, which completely overran games. Never in Brawl Stars' history have we seen a tank so tanky. It was honestly so overwhelming, but at the same time, really dull. You can probably guess why too. An 80% shield for 6 seconds is insane, and if there's a match full of Rosas, you can see the problem. Her base attack is a series of 3 punches in a small radius. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and then you had her super, which caused her to stack her supers. So while Rosa is only taking 20% damage, you had another super up and ready. All you heard was the faint shh 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 and whooms in the distance. If you were lucky enough or rich enough at the time to get her maxed out, her plant life star power healed her for 300 health a second in bushes. Combining this with her overpowered shield, this made her unstoppable. The whole Rose Apocalypse event caused 2 emergency nerfs to her. One to her shield, which went down to 70% from 80%, and her super duration to 4 seconds from 6. A well-needed nerf and justly made her less of a beast than she originally was. Since then, she got a couple of nerfs, such as a 3-second super duration, which is half of what it originally was, less attack damage, and a decrease in healing for her plant life star power. After that though, it's just been some health buffs. Nowadays, you can easily take down a Rosa given the right scenario considering all the tank killers in this meta, like Colette, Chester, or Otis. But at the same time, you can argue that she's a quote-unquote starter brawler like Shelly, who helps teach the player in the early game. Hey wait, Blizz, who do you think was more broken on release?
The most broken brawler has to be Leon. Back in 2018 when Brawl Stars was going global, a Leon could have been in front of you invisible and you wouldn't be able to tell unless you randomly shot him. That's not even mentioning his main attack. Basically 1 or 2 shot nearly every brawler in the game. It's crazy to think this actually happened.
That's right, he was a powerhouse. Leon was the first legendary brawler to be released into the game, excluding the original few all the way back before global launch. The community was absolutely hyped because this was the first new brawler to be added, and especially because it was coming a week before global release. Until it happened. Leon was added into the game. But hey, before that, let's give Supercell some credit here. They didn't have the most experience with balancing brawlers at the time, so a little bit of brokenness is fine, right? No, I don't think so. As Blizz said, when Leon was invisible, no enemy could see him until he got hit or attacked, meaning he was the assassin in Brawl Stars, which let him shine in pretty much every game mode, but especially gem grab since he could take the enemy down with the gems as well as make a stealthy escape afterwards. And obviously he shines in Showdown and Bounty with his strong single target damage. No one could stand against him. Note at the time he dealt 500 damage per blade at close range and only required 8 hits to get his super. So once he was next to you, you knew you were dead and there was nothing you could do about it. This overwhelming power caused Super a balanced pick. More recently, Chester overtook the Brawl Stars meta, and hey, why don't you explain why, Jam?
The most broken brawler in Brawl Stars right now, in my opinion, is got to be Chester. Honestly, there's 3 big reasons for that. His super just has a lot of utility in it. It allows him to do a lot of different things throughout a match. He's got a stun, he's got a slow, he's got a heal. All that stuff really lets him control the field really well. The second big reason is got to be just the stupid amount of damage he can output. He can output 9,000 damage in a 3-shot burst, which is obviously just a stupid amount of damage. Nobody can really do that other than him. And then on top of that, which is going to be the third reason, is just how easy easy it is to land his shots. He just does a lot of damage, and you don't really have to aim too much with him other than like the one-shot projectile. All those three things combined make it super easy to just play Chester and dominate almost every time you play him.
Chester is an absolute monster. He's one of the three, arguably all broken brawlers in the Candyland season. And as Jam said, Chester's DPS potential is incredibly high, upwards of 9,000 damage in 3 shots. Despite this, he didn't get any nerfs until a month later, where he got an attack decrease from each battle to 640 from 720, and his stunning super got a couple of changes to how it works. These changes are happening right now as I write the script, so I'm not too sure how they'll affect him. And hey, speaking of supers, Llama, why do you think supers make Chester so good?
Chester is by far the most broken brawler in the meta right now. He can be about 5 different brawlers in one. Need a shotgunner? Just call Chester. Need Lou with more damage? Just call Chester. Need Frank stun without annoying delay? You know it, Chester. Need Ems with Crow's annoying damage? There's Chester. He is good at both long range and close range. And the best thing about him is he is extremely fun, like honestly.
As Llama said, the utility Chester has is incredible. He can be whoever he wants to be. He's like, I don't know, Batman. Weekend events. Special game modes you can play in Brawl Stars every weekend for an easy 500 tokens. Some say they're the best thing ever to something not even worth playing. Why? Well, first, let's take a look at the boss battle. The classic mode where you're put up against a big robot who can shoot missiles, shoot bigger missiles, run fast, and punch. Throughout the battle, support bots come after you as well. And after a few rounds of this, the boss can get enraged up to God mode. But that's about it. I feel the strong point of Brawl Stars game modes are in their simplicity. Each permanent game mode is as bare bones as it can get. The objective is set in stone. And it's the same for boss battle, the only difference being it's PvE, player versus entity. You're quite literally facing against bots. They're predictable and boring. But maybe that's just this one. How about Robo Rumble? In this mode, robots come after your safe and try to destroy it. I think this mode's a lot worse than boss battle, really just because there's a time limit. I don't like not having control in the match. Otherwise, it's still really boring. It's even more predictable than the last mode, where the only change after every new stage is the difficulty of the bots. Like at least in boss battle, the robot gets new abilities, but here they just get stronger. It is so lame. I feel the only redeeming factor in these two modes is how you can form fun team comps to beat the harder stages. And even then, you're doing it for nothing. There's no point in going past the 5 wins. Whatever, I think the third weekend event is far better. Big game. Here, there's a big person and you kill the big person. That's it. So why do I like this one more? Well, it's not PvE, that's a good start. You never know which brawler is the big guy, so whoever you choose, you have to work around it. And it's the same the other way around. But it does have a few major issues. Like the others, there's no point in playing it a bunch. You don't even get a cool number in your profile for beating it a bunch. I also feel like it's a bit too basic. Sure, it's fun to be super overpowered, but it's just the same brawlers we know, but bigger. Alongside these 3 modes were 2 removed weekend events, which are somehow worse than the ones we have today, like Super, City, Rampage. If you watched any of my other videos before, you most likely know how much I despise this mode. Big robot dinosaur jumps around, he swishes his tail, eats some buildings, and then he's dead. That's it. You have no control over how fast he eats them since he just goes right to chomping. So if you choose like Poco, you're not winning. As well as this, throwing is a big issue. I always got that one teammate who chose Cold and used his super to destroy the buildings we were trying to protect. As well as this, cheesing was way too easy to do. This is just ridiculous. I'm glad it's gone and it better not come back anytime soon. The latest weekend event to be removed was Last Stand. Here you protected a moving safe, 8-Bit. He's sometimes powered down, so you had to collect coins around the map to power him back up. The biggest problem with this was 8-Bit himself. He would just walk into danger, and teammates just did not know what they were doing. This mode was just a train wreck in every way possible. Though it did have a fun animation with it. That's good. Okay, we know how bad they are, but what could we do to improve them? Well, with boss battle, the implementation of new interesting abilities every stage, at least the first 5, would make the mode so much more interesting. For example, stage 1 could be normal, the one we have now. Stage 2 could bring us to like an ice environment, and he shoots loose super and freezing attacks instead of missiles. So on and so forth, maybe even recapping all the previous seasons while we're at it. I think this would be so fun, and it would give an actual reason to keep playing this mode, not just for a silly number. With Robo Rumble, I think the biggest flaw is the scaling system. There's nothing exciting each time you play. They just get purple or yellow. I think having something like bot brawlers trying to destroy the safe would be neat alongside robots. Or maybe even having separate safe safes you have to protect to actually get you moving. I don't know, but this one in particular just needs a makeover somehow. Big game doesn't need too much in my opinion, but I think it would be super cool if you could get like a bunch of new abilities when you're the big brawler. As well as this, to balance it out, give the normal brawlers the ability to trap the big brawler, like the ability to put down bell traps or bow mines. I don't know, something to make it more interesting but not too complex. And for the remove game modes, Super City Rampage can stay dead. But if they were to change it, a bigger map would be nice, take away the capability to break buildings yourself, and maybe even have the minecarts from Minecart Madness to come back as cars. That would be so sick. And finally, I never played Lone Star, so I can't really say too much, but the idea of a moving safe that can attack is just really cool. But for the love of all that's good, please do not put AI on our team. But wait, there was actually one more game mode that I did not tell you about, and that's the subscribe button. The Brawl Pass is the most valuable thing you can get in Brawl Stars, and with them comes a brand new season. Each one can be valued differently based on the chromatic brawler, the tier 1 and 70 skins, the theme, and the environment. Starting with season 1, which was very hype, but unfortunately the Brawl Pass didn't give us too much at all. We got no tier 1 skin, instead we got a mega box. And at tier 30 we got Gale. Now we're going to judge these based on their release, so it's safe to say he was pretty bad. On the contrary, his tier 60 skin was pretty awesome. And hey, wait a second, tier 60? Yeah, along with no tier 1 skin, there were 15% less rewards to get, not including all of this blank space up here. This season's theme was Tara's Bazaar, which was awesome. I love the Sandy theme, so this is a top tier theme. Overall, this season was a 4 out of 10. We gotta give it some credit, it was the first one. Season 2 was the Summer of Monsters, somehow even more hype than the first one. At tier 1 we got Power Ranger Brock. I don't like it. At tier 30 we got Surge. He himself wasn't the strongest, but his splitting star power gave him insane control, making him overpowered. His tier 70 skin is kinda cool, but I would never really go out of my way to get this, you know? And the Summer of Monsters theme was really kinda neat. The only problem though, we got Super City Rampage with this update. Oh! 8 out of 10. Season 3, Star Park baby. Tier 1 was Poco with a new hat. It's fine, that's all. Tier 30 we had Colette. She was incredibly weak. She couldn't even kill a porter. That's how bad it was. And little me did not care in the slightest. I thought her mechanics were so cool along with her tier 70 skin, which is in my opinion one of the best skins in the game. It gives me Helltaker vibes. The Star Park environment itself is fine and it looks really nice overall. 7 out of 10. Season 4. This season, bro. Oh my god. Tier 1 skin Bellhop Mike was trash. Lou, he was alright. But his skin, heck no. And the theme, man, Holiday Getaway, it was so boring. This season, one of the worst. 3 out of 10. Season 5 made a complete 180 and gave us an incredible Daryl skin at tier 1. I love the effects on this guy. We got Colonel Ruffs at tier 30, who all around proves to be a really good support brawler, and Ronan Ruffs is a chef's kiss. The theme of this season was Star Force. It was all spacey and stuff. And the environment itself was super purpley and white, and it all worked super well together. 8.5 out of 10. Season 6 gave us yet another Colt skin at tier 1, but arguably one of the better ones. Tier 30 gave us Belle, and all around a good brawler with a decent skin at tier 70. It's whatever. The theme was Gold Arm Gang, which is one of my favorite soon-to-be trios, and the environment, oh, that is good. 7 out of 10. Season 7 had one of the best value skins in the game, Surfer Carl, along with Buzz, who was and will always be really freaking strong. Buzz's tier 70 skin was in line with the Born Bad theme at the time, and wasn't too bad. The Jurassic Marsh theme was really well made, and the environment is just so unique. I love it. 8 out of 10. Once upon a time during season 8, little Muyo really wanted this Brawl Pass, but spent all of his gems on the last one, meaning he'll miss out on Princess Shelly and a pretty decent brawler, Ash. Poor little Muyo didn't get Ninja Ash, the mid-tier skin at tier 70. Worst of all, the environment was lame. Little Muyo lived on his life, sad and lonely. But the Once Upon a Brawl theme was cool. 7 out of 10. Lights Camera Season 9. Tier 1 featured a god-awful skin. It's just bull, but with robot limbs. How tragic. Lola was tier 30, and she was OP. The first of many broken on release. Once you painstakingly reach the top, tier 70, you unlock Rebel Lola. It's whatever. The theme of the season was Brawlerwood, and the environment reminds me a lot of Season 2 for some reason. 6 out of 10. Season 10. We got another amazing Rosa skin for tier 1 and Fang at tier 30. Who would have guessed he was really strong? At the end of the pass, we got Fang with cooler looking clothes on, nice. Along with all of this then was the Year of the Tiger theme, and bro, this theme was incredible. All of the nerds went crazy, me included. The environment then was so cool. It's all voxely and cool. I love it. 9 out of 10. That's pretty good. We're now in season 11, baby, and the biodome is cool, I guess. We got an incredible Rico skin at tier 1, another broken brawler, Eve, and the worst, and I say the worst tier 70 skin ever. It looks just like our base model, just slightly different. The biosphere naturey theme is cool, and the environment was neat. 6.5 out of 10. Blasting into season 12, Biker Carl was a neat tier 1 skin, though we really didn't need another Carl skin. Janet was not only an okay brawler at release, but some people really liked her. And then the Valkyrie Janet skin is really cool. The stunt show theme was cool enough, I like the idea, but with most themes, nothing is really built off of it, you know? The environment fits though, it's kinda underwhelming. 7 out of 10. Season 13. Did that sound like I was underwater? I'm gonna say this is the most forgettable season we've ever had. Sharktooth Colt was a fine tier 1 skin, and Otis was pretty underwhelming when released. Pretty boring. The skin though was really cool. The theme being deep sea brawl and having everything underwater was neat, but I think the environment was kinda boring, and Colt and Otis didn't have a rap battle. I was very disappointed. 5 out of 10. Season 14 had a bomb tier 1 skin for Poco, and Sam was pretty strong. Not insanely OP, but really strong. Caesar Sam was a nice skin too, and the Robot Factory theme just did not make sense when looking at the skin and the brawler released. But hey, the environment was decent. 7 out of 10. All Aboard Season 15, Trash Panda Penny is one of my favorite skins out there, and for a tier 1, she's good. Buster was added and he was busted. See what I did there? At tier 70, he got a really lame skin. Bro turned into Chainsaw Man. And the theme and environment were pretty boring. 6.9 out of 10. Season 16, we got a really fun and unique Nita skin since she changes colors every time she dies. That's so cool. And Mandy was added, being another boring sniper brawler like Belle, Bee, Piper, you know. And I love the Candy Lamb theme. It's cute and the environment is fun, and especially do I like the music. Oh, 10 out of 10 for the music. Finally, Season 17, Mysteries at the Hub. The tier 1 skin is Butler Robot Primo or whatever. Pretty cool model. RT is the tier 30 brawler, and he's not released yet at the time of this recording, but oh man, I think he will be really strong. This tier 70 skin reminds me of those Summoner's Greed dude, and the theme and environment are pretty lackluster, and I'd say 6.5 out of 10. From game-breaking glitches to unreleased star powers, these are 100 Brawl Stars facts I bet you never knew. Poco can heal Janet mid-flight. This also works on jump pads. Each power cube is worth 2 power levels. 10 of these star tokens get you a big box back in the olden days. There's only one Shadow Realm, so you could theoretically play a match entirely in the Shadow Realm. That's so cool. Jean's first star power heals allies inside the Cordelia super. Practical? No. Sick as heck? Yeah. Way back in beta, you could trick the robots in PvE to chase you around in circles with Mortis. The circus update came early. That sucked. It was impossible to kill any brawler as Colette when she was first released. She couldn't even kill a porter. It was that bad. Apparently, Edgar was meant to be a long-range brawler, but the idea got scrapped later on. Thank God. Ruffs was the first brawler ever designed, back when Brawl Stars was known as Project Laser. Yeah, that long ago. Rank 20 was the highest rank until rank 25, 30, and 35 were released. After 15 seasons of free-to-play, you will have enough gems to buy the Brawl Pass back-to-back. Before the changes. Bo's rarity has been changed the most out of every brawler. He started as an epic, then a super rare, then trophy road, and then back to epic. Buzz is the brawler with the least amount of balance changes, not a single nerf and only one buff. You can join a random person's lobby by doing this. Isn't that cool? Look, these are random people. That's so weird. Jean's mythic gear has the same name as his player title. Rosa's bush gadget can break spikes. This could maybe be used in like a mini game or something. I don't know. If you jump with Cordelius on a jump pad, it'll show tiny mushrooms. This doesn't do anything, but it's neat. Jean, Bonnie, and Willow all used to crash games with their supers on release. Mapmaker had a bug where you could have infinite boxes, though in a match, only like 20 would show up. But it looks cool. Jean used to have a star power called Pat on the Back, which healed allies for 2,000 health when they got hit by a super. It sucked. Gale had a star power, Second Wind, which gave a speed boost to allies hit by his super. It wasn't much, but it was honest work. Captain Carl is the only holiday skin with a recolor. So far. There were a couple of instances of hackers in Brawl Stars. The most notable was shown by Equok, where they used some sort of aimbot and movement hacks. This is just me on a Tuesday afternoon, what can I say? Nita's stun gadget used to be able to instantly stun, so pair this with a Hyper Bear star power and you were in for a terrible time. Tick's mines used to be random. To celebrate the Moon Festival, Brawl Stars added lunar crates and Showdown. These work the same as normal crates, except a lot fancier. I wish they could still do stuff like this more often. Brawloween Rosa was the first skin to be offered in a challenge. That's pretty cool. Siege games used to be super long. They could last up to 8 minutes, but you did get more trophies from them. Brawl Stars once added a minigame called Project Laser in homage to the original name of the game. If I'm not mistaken, you can still play it to this day online. Nani used to have a fake attack outline, making her way harder to play than she already is. You literally couldn't tell where she was going to hit, and neither was your enemy. Jessie can kill her own turret if it was controlled by Willow. Bad Randoms was one of the top trending videos at one point on YouTube, and Brawl Stars had the biggest premiere on YouTube as well. It's canon that Shelly can speak multiple languages. That's so cool. Ruffs and Pearl are the only chromatic brawlers that are able to break walls. Gus is dead, for real. Brock references Doom with a poster that has the word boom in it. Bellstar is a real person and the inspiration for Bell. Bot Nani can walk while using her super. Bot Hanks charges Bubble before the game starts. This doesn't do anything. Using Hank's gadget and walking near a wall with the star power cancels the gadget. The first ever 50,000 trophy player was Equa. Sam has the most voice lines in the entire game. Gray could heal turrets and pets with his star power. It's theorized that Charlie was inspired by Spider-Man in her design. They're both spiders. The skin kind of looks like Gwen. That's about it. French fries are not from French, they're from Belgium. Brawl Stars used to be in Clash Royale, and Clash Royale is in Clash of Clans, and Clash of Clans is in Brawl Stars, and Brawl Stars is not in Clash of Clans. Penny's entire kit was changed at one point, including her star powers, her gadgets, and her model itself. The investor video from the Season 3 Brawl Talk was removed from the main YouTube channel due to the cost of keeping it up on the channel. Poco's super used to be able to break walls. There were 9 star powers which were supposed to be in the game, but all either removed or changed into gadgets. One for Shelly, Colt, Jessie, Dynamite, Primo, Carl, Piper, BB, Mortis, Spike, and Leon. I can't say for certain if these are all official, but let's pretend they are. The Chinese version of Brawl Stars has real gambling! Yeah! Brawlers have traits which give them passive special abilities like Buzz's Supercharge or Primo's other type of Supercharge. You can apply to become an official Supercell creator at only 100 subscribers. Well, sorta. You can sign up on the creator website and get access to limited features. 40 brawlers can stun or knock back in some way. 20 brawlers throw something in the air in their selection animation. That's 20 more than there should be. Canonically, Shelly murdered Dynamite in cold blood. Oh, never mind, he's fine. Tick has eyelids and he blinks. This is weird and I hate it. Pam uses screws as her earrings. Buzz has cute little pink cheeks under his glasses. There are real fireflies in Brawl Stars. In the Firefly Rico skin, we can see little bugs flying around inside of his stomach. These are really scary. If you click on coins up on the top of the screen, you can see where you can get them, but clicking on power points shows only 2 ways. If an enemy has 3 HP, Charlie's digestive star power cannot do more damage. There is nothing holding Dynamite's barrel in place. It's held on there by a thread. In the classic Dynamite skin, there's literally nothing there. 2 brawlers are not really brawlers. Mr. P, since he has a zipper, and Doug has his inflatable costume. Meg's mastery icon is not seen anywhere on her model, but it's assumed that it's the button that puts her into her mecha suit. The B2B on Hank's helmet means born to brawl. Probably, I don't know. Barley's mustache shine doesn't move when rotating him, but the lighting on him does. TNT used to be a destroyable object in beta, only found in Heist, but now it's only seen in the tutorial. You can only find this map in the tutorial. It's weird. There are paper DIY models of Surge. I don't know where they originated from, but they look so awesome. I have 2. Changing your language gives you new button settings. For example, in Korea, you can get this one. I didn't feel like looking at any other languages. Bo's model has 4 arrows in his quiver, but his mastery icon has 3 and he only shoots 3 with his attack. What's the 4th one for? You can see BB chewing. It's really quite unsettling. Part of Daryl's gun clips into his hat. The only brawlers with dashes in their names are robots, 8-bits and RT. Back in beta, gems used to have different names. Subscribing guarantees a legendary star drop. Try it out. Throughout the entire trophy road, you can get 8,835 power points, 32,985 coins, and 10,970 credits. The old man from the WKBRL thing stated that spinning actually negates the effects of the Start Park crowns. These things. The angry pins of brawlers with animals have smoke coming from their nose. This might mean that Nita and Bo's hats are sentient. The halo you get from gadgets lasts for 83.33 minutes. If you never made a purchase before, you can get an offer in the shop for 150 gems for $2. Now that's a positive positive money trade. Pearl was originally supposed to be either an epic or a mythic brawler, and Chuck was possibly supposed to be a chromatic based on where their player icons are located. Energy drinks multiply damage by 3, which is approximately as much as 20 power cubes. You get 0 trophies when you get 3rd place in Showdown if you're rank 35. You can see your XP level if you go here in your profile page. If you made your account after XP was a thing, then you won't see this button. Colt's hair color has the color hex code of EE094E. Buzz and Cordelia's charge their super in the same amount of time. Thanks, Wasim. There's an official Ryan brawler. Official in quotations. Eve and Hank are the tiniest brawlers in the game. Well, actually, they're pretty big. The biggest brawlers in the game, might I say. They may be a bit too big if I say so myself. You can cancel Buzz's super with brawlers like Jackie or Surge. Brawl Stars was seconds away from being killed in beta. It was stated in the podcast that they talked about it a few times every week, but Frank said that the game was too good to kill. The Chinese version of Brawl Stars has exclusive cosmetics like halos and wings. Along with these, the Chinese version has a 3D mode where you can walk around and interact with other people. There is nowhere for Stu shots to come out of. Where do those sparks come from? There are drawings and stickers inside of Colette's diaries in each skin. I can't really tell what they are though. I hid links for 5 Nita skins and 6 Cole pins randomly in this video. I'll give you a hint, just look carefully at the colors. Thank you for watching and being incredible, each and every one of you. Now, for number 100, Kairos Frog. With Brawl Stars' new update, they added yet another new currency to the game. With this, we have 8 currencies to keep track of, and today we'll delve into each and every one from the newest one to the oldest. We'll get the lame ones out of the way. Gold is one of the greatest evils in our lifetime. This is what you use to upgrade your brawlers, buy ugly ass skins, and purchase gears. Despite its clear and needed uses, it remains one of the most annoying resources to obtain. You see, in the past, you could get a substantial amount of gold from boxes, considering they were pretty easy to come by. After the box removal update, we were then subjected to get our gold only from the Brawl Pass and club points. Like little stupid baby idiots. This caused a great economic disparity in Brawl Stars, where there are so many ways to spend gold but no way to get it. Though masteries were later implemented to subsidize this, the Brawl Pass was slightly buffed to help as well. Gems are the premium currency in Brawl Stars, scarcely available throughout the Brawl Pass and available with real world money. No, capitalism! With these, you can get pretty much anything in the game. You want a skin? Gem up, bruh. Low on gold? Spend your life savings. The best thing about gems is really its versatility, especially in the Brawl Pass. You can buy one as a free-to-play every other season, which is really generous for a mobile game. Power points. These little guys have a really whack history. They didn't even exist in beta, but later on were made so you can unlock them from boxes for specific brawlers, making it so you can't choose who to invest to. This was really annoying when a new brawler was released, since it was a pain to find all the right power points for them. I mean, there's not much else to say. You use them to upgrade your brawlers, and that's about it. Credits are crucial to your Brawl Stars progression if you aren't maxed out already. Use them to unlock new brawlers, ranging from incredibly cheap to I will never unlock this brawler. Unfortunately, you only get them from the Brawl Pass and challenges occasionally, making them a bit of a roadblock if you're very casual. Along with credits, chroma credits are used to unlock chromatic brawlers. With only the price of an arm and a leg, the new chromatic brawler can be yours. This game is slowly becoming more and more capitalistic. Tokens, not really a currency, but these are the little guys you get from quests and battles. If you don't have these, you don't progress, since they go straight to the Brawl Pass. Before the Brawl Pass, they went straight down to hell with the rest of the scrap currencies. Well, I'm kidding, they went to Brawl Boxes. Something like every 500 gives you 1 Brawl Box. Alongside these though, there were Star Tokens. These were interesting because you obtained them through winning on a map after every rotation. This was really interesting because it forced the player to play more and more on different modes if they wanted rewards. The reward being a big box for every 10 Star Tokens. The more I think about it, early tokens kinda sucked. Bling is the newest and definitely not the last currency introduced into the game. With Bling, you can unlock rare through epic skins, icons, pins, or sprays. The benefit of Bling is how it let free-to-play players get cosmetics that they've always wanted, just at a price. Well, not every skin. The actually good skins are locked behind a $20 paywall, but I think this was a step in the right direction and really set the game apart from everyone else. Gosh, mini. Club coins! I hate Club League, but I love Club coins. And at the end of every Club League season, depending on your club or rank, you get a set number of these coins. You can spend these on other things like gold, power points, or skins. This is definitely the most overpowered currency in the game, and it allows for insane progression and, more importantly, insane gains. The skins, on the other hand, are pretty lame. Star points were the predecessors to bling, and I love them like my own. You see, for the longest time, you had the option of either buying boxes with them or skins, and I always chose progress, since it was literally a free mega box and big box after every trophy reset. Later on, when boxes were removed, I was absolutely devastated, so I hoped and hoped that the replacement of star points would give us progression, but alas, my wishes were for naught, and I cry myself to sleep every single night. Tickets were like gambling, but for big men. When they were first introduced, they were used in weekend events. The more tickets you put in, the greater your reward would be. I think this should 100% come back. There's no purpose in playing weekend events now, but back then, oh man, it was a blast. I always put every last ticket I had into this event in hopes I got some good randoms. Gambling is my favorite thing ever. Later down the road, tickets were repurposed to be used in Club League. As alongside this, Supercell decided to add golden tickets too. These were so scuffed, man. They made Club League pay to win and were just super unnecessary to the game apart from getting money, bro. Gear scraps and gear tokens are probably something you didn't want to remember. These were how you made gears back in the day when they were introduced. When you got them from boxes, you unlocked the option to either make a new gear for one brawler or upgrade pre-existing gears. The biggest problem with these wasn't how ugly they were, but how expensive they were. Not only did you have to upgrade a brawler to power 10 and 11, but now you had to manage and save these tokens for gears. It was just so lame, man. The system they have now is so much better. Elixir was unlocked through boxes or purchasable in the shop. Elixir was used to upgrade brawlers' health, attack, and super. So it's pretty much just a more complicated leveling up system where you could choose what stat you wanted up. This was way back in beta, so of course it was a bit scuffed, but it was quite cool. I'm really glad that this was removed though, because this game thrives in its simplicity. And having another thing to think about would be too much to handle. Similar to Elixir were chips, which were also unlocked from boxes in beta. These were pretty damn stupid, because back in the day you could get duplicate brawlers from boxes, and this is what you got. How underwhelming, because with these chips you could buy brawlers that you didn't already own with them. Like, if you're maxed out, there's literally no reason to open boxes anymore. Here are 100 Brawl Stars facts you probably didn't know and never needed to know. In an animation posted by the official Brawl Stars channel titled "Pick on Someone Your Own Size," the B2B on Hank's helmet is positioned on the wrong side of his helmet. It should be on the right. See, mortis dashes are some of the fastest ways to move in the game, but pair that with the speed tile and you actually get slower. This is because a mortis dash, well, dashes. He isn't really walking on the tiles anymore, so all of that speed is just gone in the air. If you jiggle Mega Cold around, he looks really stupid. Just look at that. You can get a 100% reload buff on Amber if you use her reload star power, her reload gear, and help from Meg's reload gadget. Look at all that reload speed. If you look closely, Griff shoots a different type of coin than the coins we have, so that means he's using counterfeit coins. If you press ready and team chat at the same time, you can chat while you're ready, which is super useful. Ash has 27 dark bricks on him. Sam's mustache is a different color than his hair. Upon Fenrir Buzz and Megatic's release, they had no tack sound effects, which was later added in. Some brawlers aren't affected by the reload modifier like Tick or Amber, and that's quite alright. Just imagine infinite ammo Tick. Pearl is the only brawler who had her mastery title changed. It went from Just Do It to Let Me Cook, which is way better. Way back in beta when Brawl Stars was in Portrait, Piper used to drop 3 grenades when using her super, when now it's 4. Ice Queen Amber used to be an epic skin but was later changed to legendary. For the longest time it had way better effects and provided way better value than all the other epic skins, so this was a necessary change. Showdown Plus used to let you go below 0 trophies. If you didn't know, Showdown Plus is a remove game mode which gave you more trophies the more kills you got. If you got 0 kills and got 10th place, you would lose just 1 trophy, and for some reason the game glitched out in a way that made you go down to -1 trophy. If you click the area to the left of your power level in the lobby, it will show your end of season bling rewards. So if you need a few more bling for a skin, you can easily calculate what's needed. Charlie was the first ever brawler to have silver and gold textured pets, being her spiders through her silver and gold skins. Usually pets just spawn as normal, like this. Lame! There used to be a feature where you could sign in through Google Play. In Brawler's Pins, Angry and Fuel use the same sound effect.
What was that?
You can actually kill Miko before he comes down from his super when timed right, and surprisingly enough, you'll take 0 damage because the damage arrives after he landed. If you reach the 200 friend limit, you can override that by adding friends through Supercell ID. Despite being in her 20s, B is shown to be the youngest in the age selection screen and Dynamite being the oldest. Kit actually has 2 supers, one to get on an enemy and one to get on an ally. Regardless, that second super on an ally has no name. Semi-recently, there was a glitch going around which made it so that joining a wipeout game with no bots or enemies using the rank modifier would softlock you into an infinite loop, forever, endlessly playing the same match, over and over again, never ending, a direct parallel to life after death. Brawl Ball used to have water, making it so that the ball would sometimes get stuck in it. That's so silly. The gems and gem grabs spawn every 7 seconds, so if your enemies get 10 gems and your team has like 7 or 8, you can still win. It's possible to draw and heist, though it's really hard to coordinate. Super Bushy can spawn bushes on the gem mine, which is impossible to do in Mapmaker, but possible with Rosa's gadget. If you fart, Hot Zone used to be based on points instead of percentage base. They also had these cool little posts on them. Spikes in a custom map used to be able to pop the Brawl Ball and reset the position of the ball and everyone on the map, but this was just a bug and was eventually fixed. When mutations were in the game, Stu could survive infinitely by constantly supering into a wall with his healing star power. The Colt and Frank mutations technically made them the first brawlers to break walls with their base main attack. Mutations were the most overpowered thing ever added to Brawl Stars, but there were 2 which were even more overpowered than that, being Rico and Ruffs, who had to be nerfed due to how bouncy their shots were. Take that in. The overpowered thing had to be nerfed because they were too overpowered than the other overpowered things. What? On the topic of mutations, Hank has the fastest heist safe kill ever with his mutation. If I'm not mistaken, Lily's left fist is the wrong way around. I could be wrong here. Knockout used to have a time breaker like in Brawl Ball. When XP was in the game, you got 20 tokens per level up. The max amount you could earn in a day was 1,000. If you have over 1,150 trophies on a brawler, you can gain up to 100 base mastery. On the flip side, you gain only 5 on a 0 to 49 trophy brawler. The 10,000 trophy icon has the same design as the championship challenge icon. The power up icon for reaching 7,500 trophies has the elixir icon despite it being gone from the game. The power league icon can be obtained through ranked star drops despite it being, well, gone. Godzilla 1 and Godzilla 2 are the only icons made to be a continuation of each other. You are able to make cool combos like this, but they're not made for each other, you know? There used to be packs unlocked per level, and they were insane value. The chance to get a legendary star drop with a legendary brawler is higher than getting a legendary brawler from a brawl box. The meteors in the meteor modifier was whatever. The meteor in the meteor modifier targets groups of players to discourage teaming. The least damage possible is by using a loose super on an enemy in the Barb Damage modifier, dealing a whopping 1 damage. When disabling bots, the spawn points closest to the bottom are disabled. If more than one spawn point is on the same horizontal line, the rightmost spawn point will be disabled. I have no idea what I just said, but it's a fact. Use skulls to fill illegal gaps in Mapmaker. Because of this, you can make hilarious maps like this. Mapmaker used to award trophies, which was honestly the golden age of Brawl Stars. You cannot get epic pins, epic skins, or epic brawlers from epic star drops. In the Chinese version of Brawl Stars, there was a 3-time star drop event. As well, there was a collab over there with Ultraman, which brought 2 new skins, one for Primo and one for Fang. We never saw this in Global. There are 503 maps in the game, not including Mapmaker, of course. The pet power gear affects Tara's, so in theory you could run this and get 0 value if you have no star powers or gadgets. The Squad Buster Shelly skin is her super form in Squad Busters. Despite being a brawler, new brawlers show up in the cosmetics tab. Draco's super deals less damage at max range, kinda like Leon. But you'll barely notice this though, because since each projectile deals so little as is. I never knew this until now, but the heist safe is scaled to a team's average level, like Showdown boxes. I always thought it was the same health all around, but it makes sense. I'm just a little bit silly. The mini robot is one of the only survivors from early designs of Brawl Stars. In fact, it could have been a playable character as well. I don't know what it could have done, but that's pretty cool to think about. The bots in Robo Rumble used to spawn dependent on the brawler's position, which made cheeses like this one super easy to pull off. Fortunately, they changed it to how it is today, though the game mode still sucks. The first ever 100,000 trophy player was this Chinese guy. In the global version, it was Hyra. I won't ever make that mistake again. The first ever person to have a 325 trophy Gus, who's power 9 with both gadgets and no gears or star powers, with 402 mastery points and bought Boy Scout Gus with gems, is me. On Spotify, there are only 12 songs published by the official Brawl Stars channel. There's this supply crate in the files, which is likely an early rendition for the Rough Super. There's also some unused sprays which look like directional arrows, which I wish we had. This would be so useful. The safe used to be black. In this X post by Trash Knight, they documented every single instance where Ash showed up in official material. I'm not gonna read it all, you can go get it. Shelly has 2 pets, a chicken which can be traced back to old concept art for her, and a cat which you can see when with Shelly and Hoodoo Shelly. Teacher Muyo here. She has an owl in Hoodoo Shelly, so she has 3 pets. Colt is strongly hinted at being Belle and Sam's child. Squeak has some pins on his model with Kit, Ruffs, and Squeak. However, Kit isn't part of Ruff's trio. Usually the Brawl Stars jiggle physics aren't the most accurate thing ever, but I found it interesting that the IOU note on the back of Griff flaps around pretty realistically. Barley's super used to stack on top of each other, which is way better than the garbage ass super we have now. The bullet shot at Mandy in her animation is most likely Piper's bullets. Bonnie and Clyde were real people. Bonnie and Clyde. Real bandits and serial killers. Most of Sun Wukong Miko's voice lines are actual references to the original story of Wukong and its sequel. Colonel Ruffs and Rico are the only brawlers with a name change. Ruffs went from Colonel Ruffs to Ruffs, and Ricochet to Rico. Wow! Shelly's iconic band-aid on her cheek was removed with a remodel, but added back shortly later, probably after some intense backlash from the community. Piper and the Little Prince from Clash Royale have the same voice actor. There used to be a gear called the Resistance gear. This thing was insane. It basically made you more resistant to effects like a shorter poison duration or less stun in a Frank Super. Actually, it kinda sucked. I don't know what I'm talking about. Clubs were called bands. Masteries were leaked way before they were released, and bots were using their mastery profile pictures for themselves. Ultra Driller Jackie and Retro Nani weren't shown in the Summer of Monsters Brawl Talk despite being in the Summer of Monsters lineup of skins released during the Summer of Monsters. 8-Bit's plug can be put into Surge's body, making them compatible. Frank's noise cancellation gadget can cancel a Kit's stun, being one of the only ways to counter it. Gold Medalist Ricochet was the original name for Loaded Rico. It also cost way less gems. Gems used to be called crystals. Daryl used to have no pupil. There used to be rank up bonuses, which was gold. Power cubes used to look like this. Skins used to be sold in increments of 20 gems or 100. I'm not sure if there were others. Friendly rooms used to only have 5-letter codes. Now it's 8, presumably due to the player size expanding. If you use Miko's super and you die before it activates, you can hear his landing sound a few seconds later. Miko is the only brawler with brown hair, and no, I'm not counting Griff or Sam. The old health gear healed you when you stood still, and it really kinda sucks. Tapping on a brawler will make them recite a voice line. Factually, not objectively, the classic skin for Brawl Pass skin recolors are always the worst option of the bunch. If you zoom in really close on brawler portraits, you can see the rarity color peek through behind them. Colette is the only brawler with sharp teeth. These are 70 things I love about every brawler in Brawl Stars, starting with Shelly. I like her hair. We're in for a fun video. Bull has always been a terrible brawler, but with the introduction of his Stomper gadget, he is so fun to play. You can do cool tricks and shoot people in the face even more than you could before. Colt has his own cereal, and that is the most honorable and patriotic thing ever. Even though Brock has one of the worst lineups of skins in the game, he has so much swagger, you can't even lie. I love El Primo with all of my being. Barley has so much spread with his attacks and super. He can completely shut off like half of the map alone, and also he has great star powers. These are like the most balanced things in the game. The only problem is that, well, it's Barley.
Hey everyone, Solar again, and my favorite brawler is Nita. I love her because she's basically like 2 brawlers in one. You get Nita, and then you get Bruce. She's just awesome. Also, Hyper Bear and Heist is like one of my favorite things ever. So yeah, I love Nita.
Poco is the best healer in the game, no question about it. Pretty much his entire kit revolves around healing on the move, and everyone else just can't keep up with Poco's immense power. Rosa can make bushes. I don't know. Scrappy can be insane like 5% of the time. Usually you throw it and it gets destroyed immediately, but the one time it does get value, oh, it gets value. Dynamite had probably the biggest glow up in Brawl Stars history. Bro really went from deranged Santa Claus to handsome young lad. Tick is stupid, I hate Tick. 8-Bit's damage potential is insane. With some of the highest DPS in the game paired with more precise aiming due to his slower movement, he is a force to be reckoned with and has immeasurable power. Once you get good at Rico, he becomes insanely busted. His bounce shots are super strong with that star power, and don't get me started on the healing gadget. You cannot stop this man, and he hooked up with a vending machine. Contrary to popular belief,
I don't like Daryl because he's dumb.
Daryl is really versatile. Yep, he's a close range brawler, but he has decent range, fast burst damage, he's very mobile, and he can close distances super easily. Penny is really fun to play, and Map Maker. Boo, boo, Map Maker sucks. Oh, I hate Map Maker. Shut up! The little gremlin children that make these please like maps make some of the best things out there. And Penny, she thrives. She really thrives. Usually there's brawlers bunched up or boxes bunched up, and so she's just really good. Carl is so dang versatile. He can go up close to brawlers, he can go long, he can do everything and anything. I would go out of my way to say Jackie is one of the strongest brawlers in the game solely because of her damage output. Okay, yeah, she can't really get up to people to deal that damage, but the possibility is there. And when it happens, well, they're dead. Gus can do everything really well, especially his survivability. You can put up a shield, get a bunch of health, and win you the gem grab game easy as pie. I love Bo, and he is the best. Thank you, Supercell, for making Bo. I love Bo. Ems can do insane damage. I think we all know that. She is the pinnacle of mid-range brawlers and just shreds everyone in her path. Well, as long as they're a few tiles away. Stu's ability to immediately charge a super is so useful. It makes trick shots in Brawl Ball that much easier, and especially insane combos like this possible. Piper is so good at being a sniper brawler. She has crazy damage at max range, and she actually has answers to close range brawlers with her gadget and super. If I were to create another sniper brawler, she is the template I want to follow. Pam is such a good tank. Just because of her insane survivability on the field, she can take a bunch of hits and then just go right to killing everybody while at the same time she's healing. She really reminds me of medic and tank just merged into one. Frank feels like the type of guy at a party who gets along with everyone. He's so chill. I love Frank. Not as much as I love BB. BB is perfect in every single way. Every skin is good. Her attack is super strong, and she's just a good damage dealing tank overall. I'm telling ya, BB will be meta soon. B's charge attack is so strong for no reason. She can like one-shot a tick no problem, and it's pretty much as strong as a Shelly super. But what's even stronger than that is Nani. She can demolish anyone. Only thing is that her attack, whoa, her attack sucks. But like, come on, she's one of the best and most reliable damage dealers in the game. I'll pass. Griff has such a long range and such a wide spread with his attack. He can control an area pretty well, and he can deal an absurd amount of damage. He's the perfect man. Grom is easily one of the better throwers in Brawl Stars. He's really fun to play because of his unpredictable attack pattern. I don't even know what I'm aiming at, but I always hit something. Bonnie. Not that one, I scared you. Sorry. Bonnie is everything you want in a brawler. Close, long, she can do it all. Hank's a shrimp. Mortis is unironically super fun. He's the most unique brawler, though unreliable. He can do some crazy things, especially in the trick shot departments. If only they could make brawlers like this again. Tara can destroy worlds in Heist. She can do a bit of damage with her main attack, but then she throws a super, and then she pops a gadget. Oh, and she has the gears on too. She's just such a strong DPS unit. Otherwise, I hate her. Jean is a really solid 3v3 brawler. You know, most brawlers can sort of stand their ground most game modes, but Jean, he knows what's up in gem grab. Max be like, this is not meth. But we know the truth, Max. Mr. P is the spawner in Brawl Stars. He is the monster spawner, the goblin nuts, the glowing womb, and we love him for it. Sprout is what Jackie's rebuild gadget wishes it could be. Walls wherever you want, that's just an insane ability that goes overlooked so much. Byron's an all-in-one package. Damage is there, healing is there, just not good looks. Squeak is like dog drool or something. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Ray is such a good escapist. Once he gets a super, he can do wonders. Maybe a surprise attack or chip damage, or I don't know. Engage in the profound manipulation of the fabric of reality, thus artificially distorting the space-time continuum to transcend the conventional boundaries of our perceived existence. Willow is neat. Spike has never been bad, but he's never been too good. What can I say? He's just a great damage dealer overall. We love Spike here.
You want to know what my favorite thing about Leon is? Sneaky time.
There aren't many brawlers who deal poison damage, but it's probably better that way because Crow is the only one we need. We do not need another. Sandy's really interesting because he pretty much has a Leon super for your whole team in a big radius. He's just really good at what he does. For the longest time, Amber was the only brawler who I never unlocked, and I always wanted her so bad. When I finally got her, I hated her, but despite that, she holds a special place in my heart. I really liked Meg before her rework. I don't know, I thought it was fun running around like a little twerp who can't fend for themselves. Now I hate her. Randomization in games is one of my favorite things, and Chester's super is just the right of randomization for me. It's not a lot, but it's enough to be fun. In my eyes, Gale is pretty average, but he is so good at blowing people. Like, literally, his job is to blow them from one side of the map to another, and finishing first with Gale is just the best because you know you deserved it. This might just be me, but getting stage 4 Surge and using his wall-splitting star power is really satisfying. It lets him hit around corners and get a ton of value. Colette's skins never miss. Come on. Blue's freezing ability may not be the most reliable thing, but when you pair that with the hot zone, you're in for a good time. Ruff's second star power is so fun. It's god-awful, but you can't tell me you've never camped in a bush with Frank and got insanely tanky with this star power. Second place, the Piper, is Belle in my books. She's a solid long ranger and has really strong abilities to match. I love Belle. She's great. Buzz is the most fun brawler to play. That's just my opinion. He's like Edgar mixed with Mortis with a few thumbs down pins mixed in. Ash is like the first close range brawler who requires more than 5 brain cells to use. His complexity lies in his abilities, which I'll be honest, I have no idea how to use. Back in my day, Lola never had this little circle when her ego was near her. Even after they added the damage reduction, she is still ridiculous. Lots of area control and tons of damage to boot. I just recently watched Karate Kid and Fang gives me the same vibes as this kid. I just have a newfound respect for him.
Why I love Eve from Brawl Stars. She's so cute! She has a unibrow. Minecraft villagers have unibrows, and they are so hot. Eve is in the Bible. Got the little picture of the Holy Bible. Eve means something good is coming. Christmas Eve, Halloween Eve, New Year's Eve, Birthday Eve, Brawl Stars Eve. Can't forget Barbenheimer Eve. Her spaceship looks like a grape. She is also stronger than Thanos.
Otis. What can I say about Otis? Maybe it's his fun gadgets? No. Maybe star powers? No, or maybe his super. Oh yeah, his super. Sam's ability to be a close range brawler but have the ability to attack long range is really cool to me. It's like Fang in a way, but actually good. Buster is 100%, no doubt in my mind, a nod to Chainsaw Man, right? You cannot tell me that this is not Denji. Mandy is another sniper, but a pretty good one at that. She can deal big damage and she has a pretty basic kit. You know, nothing special, but nothing too bad. Archie's abilities are so lame. Just another Jackie thing, another sniper thing. Ugh, it sucks. You can't tell me he isn't cute. Macy doesn't have an arm. That's all I like. Cordelius is so strong, which means he's super fun. He can do everything in the book and so much better. He literally makes everyone else look insignificant. And finally, Doug. Subscribe. What's up, fellow brawlers? It's me, Kairos time, and I spent the last 6 days non-stop neglecting my family to make this video for you guys. According to my calculations, Hank is actually the hottest brawler in the entire game. If you don't believe me, check out version 97 of the tier list me and the pros made. If you still aren't convinced, check out the Hot Hank Olympics up in the card right above, and be sure to use code Kairos in the Brawl Stars shop. What's up, guys? Welcome back to Reddit Sundays. Let's look at the post of the week. Oh wow, the free-to-play economy. People are complaining. Meow meow. Meow meow. Hey cat, what's up? I'm recording. You gotta go! 7th gadget ideas for every brawler? Let's read each one and call them broken. I'll see you guys next time on Reddit Sundays. Today we are busting 100 myths inside of Brawl Stars, but we gotta use the sponsor of this video, the Galaxy Z Fold 5. It's a very intuitive folding screen display. You can get so much done at once. Check this out. I'm playing Brawl Stars as we speak, but I'm also reading the second sponsor of this video, AT&T! Let's go! Today is day 300,000 of free-to-play Brawl Stars, and I'm just as cute as I was on day 300. Those were the good old days. So there's an offer in the shop. 75 Canadian dollars for a free random star drop. You know I gotta buy it.
On my massive smart fridge.
That's right! The massive smart fridge is back! Be sure to use code OJ so I get a small kickback. Did I mention they also call me Whale J? Yeah! Money! Testosterone! Ugh! Hey guys, I'm Benson1. We're doing the insane wheel challenge today. This is gonna be great because I'm Benson1 and I have a mustache and stuff. What's good, little bros? What's good, slimes? It's your girl Nat. Today, we're playing some Brawl Stars with my little baby girl Tick. I love Tick so much with my rarest account in Brawl Stars. I'm Nat. Who is the hottest brawler in Brawl Stars? Some might say it's El Primo because he has large, oily muscles. Or maybe Belle with her mature stature. But no, the hottest, most attractive brawler in Brawl Stars is Amber. Get it? Because she's hot!
What's up, fellas? It's me, Carnage Game. We are playing Bot Runner for the 1700th time. Remember the bans, guys. What? Who the frick played Kid is banned, guys. How many times do I have to say this? Die.
Monkeys are known for pooping all over the place. Miko is a monkey in Brawl Stars, and I want to master him. So for the next 7 days, I'm going to master Miko while on the toilet. This is the Brawl Stars toilet lock. Day 1, my bowels were moving into high gear. Miko may stink, but I stank way worse right now. Pam is my favorite woman ever, so I'm going to master her in the next 7.53 seconds. How am I going to do this? Well, I'm a pro player, so it's going to be easy. All we have to do is install a few hack clients, make a few deals with those down under, and twiddle my luxurious beard. And there we go. I have your mom. Hey everyone, what's good? It's me, Cry Man. So apparently, Kit is really broken and can't be killed in Brawl Stars. We'll play in... solo... Solo showdown. Solo showdown and test them out. Every brawler in Brawl Stars is unique, but each one has their own special flaw. Today we'll take a look at each and every one and hate them for it. And not a single one of you better say skill issue in the comments. Shelly mains are the worst type of people. They're either a nasty little bush camper or insanely cracked for no reason whatsoever. Nita, when she gets the bear on the high safe, is the worst feeling in the world, especially if you're playing someone like Tick and you can't do a thing about it. Trying to hit Colt shots are near impossible. Like, I can hit a Piper shot most of the time, but when it comes to Colt, I'm just terrible. I can't do it. I can't. Sorry, Pika, but Bull sucks. If I really want to play a close range brawler, then I'm going with Shelly or Primo. Bull is useless 99% of the time. Brock's damage is just stupid. Getting hit by a Brock feels like getting hit by a truck. Especially with that splash damage, I don't know what it is about him, but I hate facing one. El Primo's one gadget that throws you in the air pisses me off. Like, they always know exactly how to throw me into the smoke somehow. Otherwise, I can easily take him. He may be hot, but he's not sexy. I don't like Barley. Trying to heal teammates with Poco is a challenge in itself. I want to heal my teammates, but they always get away. Like, bro, I'm trying to help you. Get back here. Rosa's shield feels like nothing. Ever since her insane nerf since her release, she just feels insanely weak. Like, I'll pull up her shield, and then 3 seconds later, she's dead. I feel Jessie's main shot never gets enough value. She is solely reliant on her turret, and even then, it doesn't do much. It's easily counterable, and in any case, you can just get up to Jessie with absolute ease. Dyna jump is so difficult to get right. Half the time I jump into the complete wrong direction and fumble the bag. I throw and it's so sad. Tick is stupid. I hate Tick.
I love Tick so much.
I mean, what can't I say about 8-Bit? He's too slow and it makes his gameplay so incredibly boring. Sure, he can deal massive damage, but is that really worth it in the face of death? Rico is literally just Colt, but worse. He can't break walls. He isn't hot, but he did hook up with a vending machine, so take that as you will.
I don't like Daryl because he's dumb.
Penny's salty barrel gadget is the bane of my existence. Sure, they gave it a 500 health nerf, but that doesn't mean anything. It can still melt me, and I'm not happy about that in the slightest. Whenever I face off against the Carl, he somehow always manages to shred me with his super. He doesn't even need the star power, just enemy Carls are cracked out the wazoo, and don't get me started on bot Carls. Jackie in the bushes. Need I say more? Gus can be on 2 HP and still manage to get a super off a gadget, do 15,000 damage, and collect 9 ghosts on his way out. He is unkillable, especially in duels. Bro, which one of you is a bow main? Because I need you to teach me your ways. Like, how do you do it? How do you hit his shots? He's so weird to play and it's so frustrating. He feels so strong. He looks strong, but the second I use him, he's dog. College M's. Stu players are somehow always able to dash across the entire map with no problem whatsoever. Not only that, but they deal a crazy amount of damage, and I don't get it. I do not get it. Piper's auto-aimer gadget has both killed me and failed me way too many times to count. Half the time I'll hit the shot, and the other half, it'll do nothing. With Pam, I never remember that this star power exists for her, the one that deals damage, so I always manage to walk right into her damage zone and die. You suck. When Frank hits his super, it is devastating. He is just like Gus in the fact that he can get every single ability off 5 times over in the span of 2 seconds. Have you seen BB's mastery icon? What did they do to my girl? Why did they do this? B somehow always has her super charged up when I'm against her. No matter the occasion, she's just there, ready to stick her B's everywhere she can. Nani's attacks are like trying to recreate the shot that killed JFK. It's impossible. You can't tell me you've never missed a Nani attack, like let alone her super. Edgar. I can't say much about Griff, but this one gadget sucks. You know exactly which one I'm talking about. It provides little to no value and is overall just so trash when the other one exists. Bonnie's kit is absolutely horrible. She's strong in her own ways, but when you get to star powers and gadgets, it's just a no-brainer. The other two are just useless. Hank used to be the strongest brawler in the game. He could theoretically deal up to 20,000 damage in a single attack, but he kind of fell off. Really bad. I just feel bad. Mortis players, Mortis mains, Mortis maps, Morta pins. Tara supercharges way too slowly. If you're trash like me, then you understand my pain. There's matches where I never get my super off, and when I do, I waste it. It just makes her so unfun for players like me. Jean is like that little cousin that you want to punt across the room. I cannot stand it when he pulls you in and gives you a big old kiss. I wouldn't mind if it was Primo, but Jean is just so annoying. Mr. P is really fun and really strong, but his main attack is pretty lacking. He deals like no damage and his porters do nothing, but at the same time he can deal with like any brawler, so that's something. Unlike Sprout, who can't deal with anybody. Like, the other throwers can deal with close range brawlers pretty well, but Sprout can't do a thing. If Bull comes near them, then well, he's done for.
Hey everyone, I'm Solar, and I just really don't like Grom because, well, he just looks stupid. I mean, look at him. He looks like an idiot.
I can't smell, but Byron looks like he smells really bad. Squeak's slowing puddle gadget makes me so upset. It lasts for way too long and slows way too much, and the amount of value you get is just unfair. Bro, Gray used to be insane. Quick history lesson for you guys. He could teleport multiple brawlers at once, meaning he could teleport a Jackie, a Bo, and a Gray right on top of you, and you couldn't do a thing about it. Otherwise, he's chill. I hate Willow's super, not because it's strong, but because she just stands there like, okay, there's not much I can do about this.
Is this thing on? Anyway, why does Max drink like 6 energy drinks in a single match? She's gonna die. Heart attacks. Those are
Everything about Spike sucks. He has too many stupid abilities, and he's stupid strong. I hate him. Ugh. Going against Crow is the worst. I love playing him, but if he's going after me, I cry. I cry and I shrivel away and die. Leon is just annoying. His gadgets are annoying. His star powers are annoying. He's annoying. He's also short. Sandy's not a girl. Amber's attack sucks. It can be strong, but it can also be absolutely horrible. I always miss with her, and no, it's not a skill issue. Meg, not just because she's annoying, but she's just bad. She used to be so good and so strong, but now it's just like, no, I'm not playing Meg. Chester just feels really weak. He has a really boring attack, and it kind of makes up with his supers, but at the same time, bush camping Chesters are almost as bad as Shelly's. Gale's spring ejector gadget is not that good. I think we can all agree on that. It doesn't even make sense why that's his gadget, but whatever, go off, I guess.
POV, you're a Surge main.
Colette is really cool, but after using her super, she always seems to die. I have this super cool trick in mind. I'll push 3 people at once, but then I just get shredded immediately. King Wu is ugly. Colonel Ruffs isn't even fun to play. His super doesn't do much, his attack is lame, no one likes playing him, but everyone really should. When facing against a Belle and she hits you, your teammates magnetically stick to you. It bounces like 15 times and doesn't go away till every single person is dead. I don't know what's going on inside my teammate's head sometimes. Buzz's star power, which extends the super gain range, is terrible. He stretches across the map and immediately pulls onto you. If you use this star power, then I have zero respect for you. Ash never dies. I hate Ash. Lola's biggest problem is that everyone hates her. I have not seen a single person that likes Lola. I used to be a Lola hater like you, but I have turned a new leaf. She's so good, especially this skin. This is a cool skin. What are you on about, OB? Fang deals way too much damage. He chains and stunts and hits and teabags on your dead body. Then he goes and team wipes the rest of your team. You're like, come on, this skin sucks. I love Eve. I can't say a thing about her. Just like every other gadget, Janet's gadgets are so annoying. Drop the base will give you a copyright claim, and backstage pass is the worst. Otis is boring, lame, ugly, and gross. Sam's main gadget can and will destroy you. He throws the super, then magnates you in and punches your face off. Buster is just too weak. His super shield barely provides any value, and he's just so bad after all of his nerfs, bro. He's just not viable anymore. Mandy is the first brawler to feel so uninspired. She has a lame attack gimmick, lame super, lame class, lame sauce. Where is the lamb sauce? RT looks like knockoff Goofy out Willie's silly, cuter 8-bit. Maisie is boring. Another boring one. But Cordelius! Oh man, he's so unique, but he's just way too strong. He can cycle super so easily, his attack is insane, his star powers are annoying, his gadgets are annoying, he has a buzz charging area, and he can stay in the Shadow Realm for way too long. What can't you say about him? Doug isn't released yet, but he's probably just a worse Jackie. Let's be real here. 1,000 likes and we'll do the best things about every brawler. Did you know that there's a secret version of Brawl Stars and that Daryl could roll 23 tiles at one point? Here are 101 Brawl Stars facts I bet you never knew. Colt has the most skins in the game, up there with El Primo. Brawl Stars is canonically a part of Mr. Beast's lore. Crow's daggers spin when he uses a super. I guess that's aerodynamic. Frank's attack used to just be 4 Nita attacks. Now it's cool and awesome. Daryl and Sandy have the same eye symbol on them. Is this lore? Coach Mike and Santa Mike's dynamite sticks are different colors than in his model, which makes sense. You gotta know which one's yours. Only 3 people in the world have this pin. Do you? There are over 350 skins in Brawl Stars. Mask Spike technically is the best gem value skin in the game, coming with 8 skins in one. Brock was originally meant to be a girl, since in the files his name is Rocket Girl. There's also other prototype names for each brawler as well. Pelko used to have a reload animation. Fortunately, he doesn't anymore. That looks really weird. It's better this way. There are 6 free skins in the game. Top Hat Mortis, Wizard Barley for connecting Supercell ID, Star Shelly for the first 1,000,000 people to sign up, and Bunny Penny, Bandage Shelly, and Mascot Daryl for all the new player rewards. Jean was the first support brawler ever added to Brawl Stars. We have rare brawlers, even super rare, but no common brawlers. I guess Shelly could be. Duo Showdown used to be its own separate game mode, and I'm glad it's not anymore. anymore. Duo sucks. Each power cube will give you 400 health no matter what. Before you hit 50 trophies, you're only playing against bots. Edgar doesn't have gloves on in some pins, and this is so cursed. In an old ad, Spike actually has a voice, and I love it. He sounds so attractive. Mortis's combo spinner gadget can't hit enemies through walls, but can break skulls. Spike is the only brawler with no idle animation. He just stands there, menacingly, forever judging your corrupted soul. Gale's super used to knock himself back. Could that be useful? I don't know. There are secret maps which devs use to test brawlers or map obstacles, like this one. Brawl Stars speedruns are insane, like 84 bounty kills, fastest death, they're all worth checking out. Gale's old star power, Second Wind, could give allies a speed boost when hit by a super. It was later changed to freezing snow. I think this will be so cool, it's like the old healing ranger for Clash Mini. Sandy hits with pebbles, not sand. My life is a lie. Loaded Rico used to cost 30 gems. You can actually waste all your ammo with Mortis and not even realize it, and that has happened to me way too many times. This is a secret Chinese version of Brawl Stars, and it has all these different features exclusive in this version. Rico used to work with plastic ball pulls, and now he uses those balls as ammo. BB has her own unique category. Better. That's why she's the best and I love her. Daryl could roll 23 towels at one point in beta. Imagine if he could do this now. Sprout has footprints even though he has wheels. What is this sorcery? Buzz is actually a crocodile, not an alligator. Meg, Pam, and Amber were actually supposed to be males. Now they're not. At least I think. Clubs used to hold 100 members, and now it's only 30. In the game files, there's a secret icon. Ominous. As of now, Chester's the only legendary that can break walls. Mortis is a vampire. Well, you know that. Bonnie was removed from the game at one point due to a game-breaking glitch. Look at that, that is so cool. Same with Gene, he was removed from the game at one point due to his super. Nita could spawn more than one bear all the way back in closed beta. If only it was like this today. Sam and Belle are married. Colt was the first brawler to go 3D. Brawl Stars beta lasted 522 days. That's like a year and a half. That's crazy. These are all of the current and future trios in Brawl Stars. My favorite is Sam and Belle. They're cute together. There was a glitch that gave Ems infinite damage, which crashed games. Speaking of Ems, she does the same damage as Shelly. There used to be a feature where you could watch ads for double rewards. 8-Bit used to have a star power that let him revive once. Literally overpowered. B used to have a star power that gave her invincibility once she hit 1 HP. 8-Bit used to be able to hit negative speed, which somehow made him the fastest brawler in the game. There was a glitch which brawlers could swap star powers. It was awesome. Eggpam is hidden in the files, and maybe she'll come back. She better. Mortis is not the best brawler in the game. I'm sorry. Currently, there are 127 Brawl Stars creator codes, but no code Muyo. We all know that 8-Bit is the slowest brawler in the game, but he can get even slower using slow pads. There's a hidden spike sock on the Brawl Pass. Star Shelly is actually the most common skin in the game, since 1 million people have it. Even then, I'm still gonna pretend like it's the rarest thing ever. Before Brawl Boxes were removed, there were free Trophy Road brawlers, like Brock, Tick, or Bo. BB's swing animation used to look like this. It's weird, and I hate it. Tick was originally meant to be a mythic brawler. When Daryl was announced, he had a Mexican hat. Now he's a silly little pirate boy. Edgar overloaded the servers when he was released, since you could unlock him for free. This caused the Great Edgar Apocalypse of 1997, even though it wasn't in 1997. Daryl had 33 balance changes, making him the most tweaked brawler in the game. Before Nani was released, her quests were in the game, which let everyone know who she was before she was released. Leon's super used to be able to make him invisible even if he's on top of the enemy, which made him incredibly overpowered. Shelly soloed the entire Dragon Ball Z universe. This is true. I was there. Tick was originally going to look like this. Now he looks like this. These are all of the removed game modes in Brawl Stars. Some of them are better off removed. There was a Clash Royale and Brawl Stars collaboration for Global Launch. It featured the heist safe and you could play as Shelly and Bo. This needs to come back. As of making this video, only one person has made Brawl Stars playable in Minecraft. I wonder who. 11 brawlers were released in 2020. That is insane. Clash Royale has nothing on Brawl Stars. Shelly's star power was originally going to be a chicken? I don't know, man. Bo used to spawn 4 mines with his super. When BB's charge is full, Mr. Bat will spin. Currently, the average trophy count is around 12,993. The top 0.1% of players has an average of 46,400 trophies. There used to be a feature where the map would tilt. I just think that's really cool. You can get a jackpot reward once every month for free in the shop. Some are more useful than others. If you delete your account, you won't be able to log back in for another 2 weeks. I learned this the hard way. Season 1 Brawl Pass didn't have an exclusive skin at tier 0, making it the worst value pass in the game with only 60 tiers as well. But the Gale skin is pretty awesome. In the game files, Jackie has uncensored audio files. Listen at your your own risk. Mr. P's penguins have the same bullet as Rico. Maybe they can bounce too? We'll never know. Some of Penny's skins are not up to date with her new remodel, which I hope they keep. That's kinda cool. There's a picture of Poco in Em's phone. Is that cute? I don't know. There were hidden crowns around each map for Brawl Stars' 10-year anniversary. There are 15 brawlers that either feature an animal or reference one. There are 40 male brawlers and 23 female brawlers. And then there's Spike. We will never know Spike's gender. The Vision Gear is the most niche gear apart from Epic and Mythic gears in the game. There are 10 robots playable in the game, including Meg's mech. Tara used to be labeled as a skirmisher, whatever that means. Spike's spikes that shoot out from his spiky sphere used to go in random directions, making it impossible to dodge. Daryl's super takes 30 seconds to charge up. Brawl Stars amassed around $2 billion in its lifetime. Subscribing makes you taller. It's true. Gadgets in Brawl Stars are anywhere from insanely overpowered or straight garbage. Here are the 10 worst gadgets that you should never buy. Air support. Air support is anything but support, let's be honest here. It's one of the most circumstantial gadgets in the game, and it offers little to no use except for a bit of area control, which it does okay. It does deal damage, though it's slightly more unreliable than other similar gadgets, since worst of all, it doesn't break walls. Primo's Asteroid Belt and Gray's Grand Piano offer way more value overall. Comparing it to Take Cover, the value prop is clear. This is worse. Motherly Love. Not a terrible gadget given its use cases. In fact, I'll argue it's one of the best in the list, but like most other gadgets, it doesn't stand well against its counterparts. Gotta go. It does provide some decent value, especially in 3v3 modes, but the control the standard babies provide is extremely useful. Maybe you could surprise your opponent somehow, but I don't see that happening. Coin Shower. The rare case in which one-time uses are bad. You not only have to hit the target for it to be any way useful, but the increased DPS doesn't provide enough value, and come on, we all know how good Piggy Bank is. Also, the little halo appears above your head, so enemies should know to stay away. If you think for a second that this is any better than Piggy Bank, I will fight you. Rattled Hive. Rattled Hive used to be incredible. Back in the day, it could pierce enemies, meaning that with enough skill, easy kills. But now it's pretty garbage. Low damage, hard to control, stinky farty. But what else is there to say? Never use this unless you can guarantee max damage. Dancing Flames. Low damage, slow, little AoE, there's not many cases to use this gadget. With all the new brawlers with high damage hits, you're not up close to enemies too often anyways, especially with Amber. Compared with her other gadget, which has potential for increased damage and a faster movement speed, it don't compare. Scrap Sucker. Okay, this gadget actually goes hard. If an Edgar jumps on you, he's done for. Against any close ranger, you can activate this and all their ammo is gone. The only thing is, you're not using Pam in a solo scenario, you're using her as support, which makes this gadget pretty worthless most of the time. I would take an instant 1000 health for my team any day. Acid Spray. At first, I thought this gadget would be incredible. An attack that pierces walls, sign me up. But the 20% reduction really tampers with its viability. The only real use for this gadget is cleanup if an enemy hides behind a wall. Even then, her super does a good job with that too. This gadget is just in a really bad place. Multi-ball launcher. There are too many gadgets like this. Spike, Daryl, I can't take this anymore. There's not many times you would really need a gadget like this. Unlike Spike or Daryl, against the high save, the damage is too low to be too good. And come on, when will you really find value in this? It doesn't even hit half the time. Fidget Spinner. Yeah, you've seen this one coming. Fidget Spinner is garbage. It's okay getting away from brawlers, but the speed isn't anything to be too impressed by. Similarly with Multi-ball launcher, it never hits when you want it to. And it gets outclassed by his other gadget. You know whole spiel. It's garbage. Mine Mania. Now I've seen people use this one a lot, and extra 3 bombs are nice, don't get me wrong, but when has this gadget ever really been viable? At most you hit 2 or 3 of the bombs, even then Tick isn't used for his damage output, it's his field control. I just don't see how this could provide any more value than the main attack already does. Let me know if I missed any down below. Over the years, Brawl Stars has some features or bugs that destroyed the game, ranging from insane glitches to overpowered star powers. This first one is more recent, the gold shortage. Gold has always been a bit of a hot commodity, but not to this extent. You see, ever since the removal of Brawl Boxes, the progression has never been the same. What came out of this was the ability to purchase star powers and gadgets. On top of that, gears cost gold as well. So to max out a Brawler, or even just to get it to a competitive level, will cost thousands and thousands of gold. I think what's so bad about all of this is not only the shortage of gold, but the surplus of choice we have. You can either buy 1 star power or upgrade a brawler from power 1 to power 8. Now Supercell kinda knew that this would happen. I mean, luckily they gave us a ton of gold for our gears, but surprisingly that was just not enough. Now I'm not advocating for the gambling to come back because it really sucks, but something needs to be done about the gold because it is just crazy. Not as crazy as this offer though. You could get 300 gold for $2, as well as 140 megaboxes. Obviously this was not meant to be in the game and was later removed after a few minutes. But to the 500 or so people that did get it, they got an insane boost in progression. This offer caused the community to go crazy. They should have left the offer up for us poor people who couldn't get it. They should be banned! Take away the rewards! Give us a 280 times deal! And understandably, people were very upset, which is fair, but it's just so weird how something like that got through all the checks and balances to finally be in the game. When gears were first released into Brawl Stars, they were pretty lame. In Brawl Boxes, you had the chance of getting gear tokens, which are about the same as the 5 basic ones we have today. Along with these tokens, you got scraps from boxes as well. These are what you use to upgrade the gears. Now, the biggest problem with these was how expensive they were. Not only and still is the upgrade to level 11 incredibly expensive, but the amount of gear tokens and scrap you needed was insane. Otherwise, the gears themselves were fairly liked by the community. It was just a bit boring. They were often compared to star powers and gadgets, people saying how they were weak compared to them and not unique enough. But that was the point. I feel like gears were and are meant to be enhancement for brawlers when you max them out, where you could succeed just fine without them, unlike gadgets and star powers where you need them in most cases. But that does not justify how crap they were. And with that, Supercell reworked gears to how they are today, along with the gold reimbursements. Do you think gears are better now? What's also an improvement are some of these star powers. These ones specifically. 8-Bit's extra life star power gave him 1 extra life. Surprise, surprise. What made this star power so broken was how you could reverse sweep a solo showdown game. That's pretty much it. But even then, it was so incredibly powerful. Yippee! I killed 8-Bit! Oh no, I didn't. Other than that, this star power wasn't used in 3v3 mode since dying usually happened quite a lot. So it was just kind of a weird star power. Incredible in one game mode and trash in every other one. So it was then replaced with Plugged In, which is arguably really good. Another broken star power was B's Honeycoat. What this star power did was similar to Extra Life. When she was about to die, she lived on 1 HP and got a shield for a second. Just like 8-Bit, it was removed from the game since it created unfair interactions when she should have died, but didn't. This was later changed to give a shield when holding onto the charged shot, which is a massive win. Now imagine both of these star powers combined with near infinite uses and on Shelly. That was Shelly's Band-Aid star power. Band-Aid was unstoppable when first released, since every 20 seconds when she hit 40% health, she would gain it all back. Now, I'm not saying she was overpowered, but she was 100% overpowered. If you are facing off against one of these, you aren't winning, since she was almost as tanky as Frank with the star power. Fortunately, it was later nerfed to heal like 2000 HP. A more recent bug happened where after the great Brawl Box removal, some players got an insane amount of rewards from the trophy road that they most likely probably shouldn't have gotten. Now, I'll be honest here, I don't know too much about this one, but some players got all of the trophy road rewards when the update dropped, which included credits, power points, and gold. Some people were even able to unlock the new legendary Chester with ease. Like the 280 times offer, some people were out for blood. We want compensation! Compensate us! Ban them! And compensate they did. For most of the players that didn't get any of the rewards, they got a hefty amount of credits, power points, and gold. But what they couldn't compensate was the hours of time spent with all of these broken brawlers. I've already talked about most of these in a previous video, but all of these guys sucked when released. Rosa, too strong of a shield, unkillable. Leon, permanently invisible. Chester, stronger than Shelly at close range. Gale, just Gale, man. Stu, knockback. That's all. Knockback. And Edgar. Who could forget about Edgar? Oh, I wish I could. And that's it. Let me know if I missed any down below. Almost every brawler has 2 star powers in Brawl Stars, and it's more than fair to say some are far worse than others. Like Belle's grounded star power. Everyone knows that this star power is in dire need of a rework. What it does is it stops reloading for any brawler hit by your marker for 3 seconds. But one of the biggest problems is that enemy brawlers can still attack. So as long as you're not hitting a Bea or a Carl, you're rarely ever going to get value out of this. And come on, it's severely outclassed by positive feedback. Belle herself is incredibly strong, but this just does her dirty. No one would even care if it was removed, like Bonnie's Wisdom Tooth. See, on paper, frag under cannon attack seems really good. A bit of extra damage goes a long way, right? No, not in this case. You see, it has a very small radius, only like 2 tiles, and even then there's only 4 projectiles that come off, and they do 25% damage each. The only time I can think of using this star power is when you're breaking down showdown boxes, and it doesn't even help when you're patrolling around the map since you have to hit an enemy brawler for it to activate. Though, foot patrol might be a bit more power useful. Grom's first star power, which gives a 15% faster move speed when holding onto his super. Rarely are you going to be sitting on a super, especially with Grom. Severely outclassed by his second star power, X Factor, it just doesn't give enough value for it to be viable. Granted, speed is incredibly useful in this game, though that doesn't excuse the high price for that extra speed, which is 2,000 gold in a super. He really needs a promotion. A field promotion, which is coincidentally another pretty bad star power. Colonel Ruff's star power grants 30 extra health when near Ruffs each second to nearby brawlers. In the right scenario, this star power can be incredible, like if you have a Frank with a sponge star power and shield and health gears. But otherwise, this doesn't usually provide as much value as you would like, considering when you die, you lose it all, and you're gonna die quite a lot. You can argue against this all you like, but you cannot tell me that air superiority is worse. It deals an extra 1,000 damage as well as breaks walls. You'll be breaking the walls that Dynamite is dyna jumping over. Speaking of, Dynamite's dyna jump star power, especially after the recent rework, in my opinion killed the star power. Firstly, it takes an incredible amount of skill to actually pull jumps off in a valuable way. The average player will never find substantial value in this. Secondly, you can't double jump or triple jump anymore. I just think it's not worth buying over the consistency of demolition. I can already see people yelling at me in the comments. Same with 8-Bit, his plugged in star power, which gives a really good speed boost only to 8-Bit when he's nearby his turret. I really think it's a good star power, but it only affects you. It doesn't help your teammates in any way. That might be your thing, but it's not mine. Let's compare this to Boosted Booster, which increases the range of the turret as well as the attack boost it gives. I just think overall this star power helps a lot more than plugged in does. What's that in the air? Is that a controversial opinion on a mobile game? Yeah, it is. I think Sparky has a terrible star power. Rarely does it ever hit enemies since it's so darn slow, but Energizer provides both extra range for Jesse's attacks as well as heals the turret. It's a no-brainer, man. Sparky's value falls flat. I could see it being used on some maps, maybe like Doing Beetles, but not really anywhere else. This star power makes me want to give myself a Fake Injury, which is the next star power. Fake Injury is Gray's star power, which when at max health gives him a 25% damage reduction to the next incoming attack. It's a very odd choice for Gray. Brawlers aren't at max health too often, and a damage reduction at max health, in my eyes, won't provide too much value overall, especially when comparing this to New Perspective, which not only provides a team-wide buff, but it's a good buff at that. 1,000 health each time entering his doors. I think we can all agree Fake Injury is better off being a real injury. I don't know how to transition to this one. Melees. Byron's star power, which after being hit by a super causes the enemy to stop healing for 9 seconds. 9 seconds is a pretty long time, but 1, they can still heal 25%, and 2, if they don't have a healer, then this is useless. I can only see this being used as a last pick in power play. And hey, a piercing shot is always a good thing to have. Honorable mentions to the Nags and Scorching Siphon. These ones are a bit better than the others, but they are really tricky to pull off right. To the Max lets his frag projectiles bounce off of walls and is only viable in solo showdown or with a level 4 surge. And Scorching Siphon increases reload speed when around a puddle, but I think you might hit the puddle on accident and it's kinda tricky to use as well. I die a lot in Brawl Stars. It's actually really impressive how much it happens. So I thought, why not rank the worst ways to die inside of Brawl Stars, from not too bad at S tier all the way to the worst of the worst at F tier. Starting with the Shelly Super. This is the classic way to die. Usually you never expect it and it happens out of nowhere. Despite this, it always leaves a bad taste in your mouth after the fact. If you die like this, it's most likely your fault for not checking the bush first. B tier. Piper in a random bush. God, I hate this. There are just some Piper players which are way too cracked for their own good. I can just be walking around minding my own business, checking out the flowers, and then I hear the little pew sound and die. F tier. Mortis team wipe. I feel like this isn't too bad. You might completely lose the game, but at least it's by a good player. I'm more impressed than upset most of the time. S tier. Edgar jump. Now this is bad. I freaking hate Edgars, and dying to one is the absolute worst. It's a no skill death, there's nothing you can do to avoid it most of the time, or if you do, there's always those times where he lives on like 3 HP. It's so incredibly lame. D tier. Jump pad. Taking the jump pad is never the best idea. People get smart and they can predict exactly where you'll land, so in most cases you're eliminated the second you hit the ground. C tier. Mandy super from absolutely nowhere. I'll be minding my own business, wandering around, and then a giant beam of candy comes barreling towards my exact location. Unless you're cracked with Buster or a tank, you can escape pretty safely, but then she chains her super 15 different times because she hit more than one person. Don't even get me started when it happens in Knockout. D tier. Hank. I'm really happy when a Hank kills me. In fact, I kind of embrace it. I feel at peace. My life happily comes to an end by the bubble from within. Especially when he supers me point blank. His milk splatters everywhere as I splatter right underneath him. Oh, and by the way, I'm cosplaying as Hank at 100,000 subscribers. Be sure to subscribe with notifications on so you do not miss it. S tier, Buster Shield. Now you just kind of suck if this happens to you. It's not even that much damage either, and you have to be at the exact location you shot from. If you die to a Buster Shield bullet, something needs to change. B tier, Gotta Go Hatchling. Eve has this one gadget, Gotta Go, which spawns a flea baby at her location after she jumps. This does a total of 800 damage and essentially requires you to be on top of her location for this to happen. Not to mention, this thing has significantly decreased health to all the other babies. I'm just ashamed that this is you. D tier, the second before you score in Brawl Ball. This death hurts. It feels like the weight of the world has circled up into a singular point, then burst out all at once into a supernova which melted you from the inside out. Apart from that, your team either wins or loses directly after. So it's kind of B tier. Frank stun. After I get stunned from Frank, I kind of just give up. That feels like an eternity just standing there, unable to do a thing. Frank gets at least 2 hits in, then boom, you die to the worst brawler in the game. F tier. I don't even have words. That's just impressive. S tier. Charging with bull directly into the smoke. Nah, this one's just on you. It literally shows you exactly where you're going. How does this happen? Worst of all, you ain't even running the stomper gadget? That's actually crazy. This death is deserved. D tier. Trying to jump with Kit onto your teammate but missing lane directly next to a Shelly loaded with a super. It's a little bit specific. It happens to the best of us though. B tier. Dying with all your gems and gem grab. You're the worst of the worst. The scum of this earth. I understand if you're at home and get overwhelmed, I can excuse that, but if you're on their side with all the gems in your back pocket jingling around like loose change, then you're just asking for it. F tier. Rico. This brawler pisses me off so much. No matter what angle you're at, it seems like he always gets a hit in, especially on these 2 maps. Rico is the absolute worst. Don't even get me started on the bouncy gadget. F tier again. Showdown smoke. In some instances, this happens completely out of your control. It just closes in slowly until you're smushed like the thighs of the Archer Queen. But in other cases, it could be your greed which ends you, or even just pure goofiness. This is the most natural death on the tier list, so it's around A tier. Dying with a bunch of trophies and trophy escape. This is horrible, since you can actually see how much you're ending with. So when you're about to leave with 15 and a stupid Cordelius comes out of nowhere and mutes you, you know you're done for, and it... Oh my god, this mode just gets to me. At least you only lose 2 trophies every game, so it's not too bad. C tier. Lose Super. Lose Super is the lowest damaging super in the entire game, so if you somehow take the 0.001 to the 15th damage every tick, then that's just disappointing, and lame, and you are lame. Though it's kind of funny. B tier. Dancing Flames. Before this gadget got a buff, it would genuinely be impressive, but ever since it got buffed, it's so annoying. Amber has 0 need to do that much damage around a wall. Dance on this D tier. No ammo Amber. Speaking of Amber, when she runs out of ammo and she just shoots 1 flame a second, it's really disappointing if it kills you, especially for how little it does and how vulnerable she becomes. My is not dying this way. F for frick you. 1 singular ash rat. Okay, first off, this ain't a rat. This is a Roomba. It deals so little damage and is mostly only used for charging Ash's rage bar, so if you somehow die by a singular vacuum cleaner, well, that's kind of silly. S tier. Knockout Smoke. Knockout Smoke isn't nearly as bad as Showdown Smoke. Sometimes you can even use this to your advantage more so than Showdown. I think if you die to this, it's kinda fair and you kinda deserve it. A tier. Lag. You might think I'd put this at the very top, but actually, it goes higher. Frick lag. It happens at the most random times, and when it happens, you're 100% dead. G tier for grrr. Inline. This is by far the worst gadget in Brawl Stars, and literally no one runs it. So to actually die by this thing is incredibly impressive. It requires precise precision, which 99% of the time never even happens. I guarantee if you do die by this, you won't even realize it was inline since it's so bad. F tier. Bell's Bounce Shots. This one is not too bad. It happens once in a blue moon, but not enough to be too annoying. Sure, it's really lame, but you know, it's kind of excusable, though it's usually your teammate's fault. D tier. And finally, subscribing. S tier. These are the funniest ways to troll your friends inside of Brawl Stars. They might never want to play with you again after some of these, but
why are you doing this to me?
It's worth it. Do note, only do this in a team with your friends. Be nice and don't do this with randoms. Use Jackie's rebuild gadget in Brawl Ball. Now this gadget is very useful inside of Brawl Ball if the enemy destroys your walls. But on the flip side, if your teammate destroys the walls or it's in overtime, then you can just build them right back up again. This is especially funny when they're right about the score and you just put the walls back up. Nice.
Why would you do that?
Muyo, why did you put that wall there?
You got that. You got
What
that.
are you doing? Why are you doing this to me?
What are you talking
Muyo,
about?
I could have hit the corner, but you put the wall back.
I thought I was playing the other guy. Throw your teammate right into danger with Gale's jump pad. If you time it just right, you can activate the jump pad for your teammate and send them flying into either the showdown smoke or directly into some enemies. There are so many fun applications for this, and it's especially good in hot zone or knockouts.
Ned, you better click up, bro. Sign me down.
Oh my god.
Solar flame, don't let me know.
What did he just do? Yeah, so I think the video is just Muyo throwing. Wow, you threw that. You did that on purpose. That was so bad that you did it on purpose. Yes, you did. Oh my gosh, my camera's out of focus again. Look what you did.
Use Sprout's walls to trap your enemies. This is just classic. Sprout's walls act the exact same as normal walls, meaning not only can you block the enemy, but you can block your teammates as well. You can do this in Brawl Ball, blocking them off from scoring, or in Heist, not letting them get to the enemy, blocking off lanes and knockouts. The possibilities are endless.
I got super though. If I charge at them, dude, you just blocked my own. Okay, bro, what? You
wait, the ball.
You just blocked my only way to. Oh my. Oh no. Yeah, 0-3. I wonder why.
We'll try. Once your teammate dies in duo showdown, make a beeline towards the smoke and just die. Better yet, go far enough in so they die to the smoke and repeat the process. If you want to be at least a little bit nice, only do this once you're third place or higher so you don't lose a win streak that way.
Oh, I just died.
Uh-oh.
I'll be back in 9 seconds.
Okay, I'll...
Never mind. Here, let me play everyone's favorite brawler.
Lotus and Edgar. Dream team. Oh, Sergius are kind of scared. Oh, you got him. Uh-oh.
Oh, my bad. Well, we came in third. We didn't lose. Dude, this Primo healing combo is nasty. Oh, why did you bring Hank?
Hank is good. He's so good.
What are you doing in the smoke?
You know the smoke hurts you. Exit the game when you're in matchmaking, and then just keep doing that a few times.
I have zero clue who to go. I'll just go Cordelius.
Sorry.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry.
If he does this one more time, I'm leaving.
He's going.
This one might just be pure evil, but breaking your own walls in Brawl Ball. I actually love doing this. First thing I do in a match is go behind me and use Silver Bullet on this patch of walls. You gotta be sneaky sometimes though. Either do it when they're occupied or right at the beginning of a match. Yeah. Is that a good play?
He broke my wall, dude.
When everyone in your team is readied up, last second, switch your brawler to someone absolutely dog shit and ready up. They won't have time to react and you'll get a hilarious reaction out of them.
I'm just gonna keep trying with B, see what happens.
Edgar was a pretty decent. Yep.
Alright.
He just went Mr. P! No. Bro's trying to be sneaky over here.
No. If your friends are playing Rico or Ruffs, destroy every single wall you can. This is really funny, especially in mutation mode since it just pretty much becomes an automatic loss. Make it so they have no cover, nowhere to hide, nowhere to bounce. They are completely useless.
You're just gonna break all the walls.
I'm not.
You have the mutation, don't you? And you're just
What's
gonna shoot at the walls with your
I don't know
regular
what the
attack,
mutation does.
and you're gonna break all the walls.
I don't know what the mutation does, bro.
You're only breaking our walls, dude. I really wish I had some walls to hide behind. I got my own walls.
Never ready up. Just sit there and do literally anything else but ready up. No matter how much they plead for you to ready up, just never do it.
Let's go, I want to use my new Brock skin.
This is it's a good team.
Yes, sir. Let's do it. Say ready up.
What about it?
The button on the lower right, you got to press it.
Yeah? Hold on. I'll be right back.
We lost him.
If you're playing Gem Grab, go Edgar or Cordelius, or really anyone with high mobility like a Primo or something, and once you have all the gems, go directly in the middle of the enemies and throw the entire game. This really hurts, especially since Gem Grab is one of the longest dragging game modes. I hate Gem Grab, and I'll make them hate it too.
Come on guys, I sacrificed my life for you.
Oh, that was bad.
And you missed your super.
Oh, are you kidding me? What was that? It was right in them.
Oh, we could have killed Spike. Oh, dang it. We're so dumb.
Oh.
Actually, that was the worst play ever. And they got the gems.
Man, I love Brawl Stars. And finally, just play really, really bad.
05 Muyo? What?
You gotta go range on this
every game. What happened to Brawl Stars? I mean, it's been doing better than it ever has. Each update is greater than the last, for the most part, but something just feels different, and I don't know what. I guess let's start all the way back in 2018, back when I started playing at global launch. Things were simple. I was in middle school. In Brawl Stars, there were only like 25 brawlers. Leon was going crazy, insanely overpowered, and a lot of fun. Right now, the game had a lot in store for the future. Brawl Stars had this certain look to it. Of course, at the time it looked completely fine, but looking back, it was so weird. I would describe it as burnt toast. I don't know why. There were only like 5 game modes to choose from. Brawl Ball, Heist, Gem Grab, you know the deal. Only a few brawlers were 3D, and overall it was an absolute blast. I remember having tons of fun with my brother while playing after school and waiting for whatever the next Brawl Talk will be about. Soon after, the game got a bunch of incredible features. Brawl Ball will now spawn you inside the goal. You don't know how bad it was when you had to walk around the goal when you died. BB was finally added, as well as a bunch of other brawlers. Second star powers, which completely changed the game, and new ranks to show off all of your skills. This year was incredible for the game and showed everyone how influential this game could really be. 2020 rolled around and I continued to have horrible fashion choices, and Brawl Stars was booming, until of course the pandemic hit us. You know, aside from the virus, things were pretty awesome. School was now online, which means a full day of slacking off. Not just for me, but for the entire world, and with that, mobile gaming was on the rise. With the influx of new mobile gamers, Supercell had to take advantage of this, which led to this year being even better than 2019. 11 new brawlers were added, making this the most we'll ever get in a year, along with gadgets for every single brawler, which proved to be a monumental addition, completely changing the way that we play, for the better or for the worse. The Brawl Pass, which would soon become a staple of the game in its progression, because with the Brawl Pass, so many new things came into fruition. We got a new rarity, seasonal brawlers, and even more ways to spend money. Mapmaker being the casual mode, oh, and Super City Rampage, we can ignore that. Brawl Stars was doing great, banger update after banger update, and arguably the best and most hyped season, the Summer of Monsters. A few months later, this Brawl Talk aired, and it changed everything. The lore was straight out of left field, and I'm all for it. This was monumental and led us to the end of 2020, ending with a bang. One of the most broken brawlers was added, Byron. You know, it took a while for people to realize he was good, but once they did, oh man, Byron was... no, Edgar was added. You've all heard of the Edgar apocalypse breaking the game. I don't even need to explain how disastrous it was. Going into 2021, we got some solid brawlers. We got Ruff, Spell, Buzz, but more importantly, Power League replaced Power Play. From here though, things were pretty stable. New brawlers every season, a few new game modes, but overall, everything was in a good spot. In October of this year, clubs were then reduced from 100 members to 30 in preparation for club leagues, the best competitive mode we'll get. Along with this update came gears. Oh, gears were bad. They weren't like the ones we have now, except that they were super expensive. Too expensive. Apart from the worst feature being added to the game, the rest of the year went by swell, with only a few broken brawlers and the introduction of duels, my beloved. Jumping into 2022, it started out amazingly. Super City Rampage was finally removed. Along with this, we got the worst game mode ever added, and things were again pretty stable. New brawlers here and there, gears were reworked to how they are today, with the best change and more importantly, the best compensation we've ever seen. By the end of 2022 though, the largest, most impactful update was here, the removal of Brawl Boxes. Now some of you might not even know what those are. It was basically just a gacha system, so removing it was for the better, but sad. With this though, a brand new progression system was here. New currencies, new progression, less gold. No gold. Starting 2023, we got some huge changes. We got masteries, so the gold shortage won't impact players quite as much, and a whole lot of new customization for your profile. And here we are, 5 years later, and I still have horrible fashion. I'd say Brawl Stars is going to do well for many years to come. Sure, there were some pretty awful things that happened, but the game is in a constant rise, with new players coming every update. That being said, it might end up in a Clash Royale situation, where there's so many characters that it gets near impossible to balance, and we just run dry of new creative ideas, but I trust the Brawl Stars team with my life. But none of that answers the question of why it feels so different, and there's no real answer to that. It's just how you perceive the game over the years. Can you make Brawl Stars in Minecraft? I don't know, probably. You see, I'm a bit of a gamer. I love Minecraft and Brawl Stars, so of course I've always wanted to see how they work together. But the Brawl Stars mechanics are nothing short of weird. Fortunately enough, some can easily be recreated with the help of Minecraft commands. Like, check this out. With a press of a button, we have pause. So you see, I have very little command block knowledge, which will only make this task even harder. But I'll be okay. I have all of the time in the world to finish this. The first game to make is Solo Showdown, and the map is Feast or Famine. Problem being, it's over 100 blocks wide. So for hours on end, I analyzed the map layout and made a perfect 2:1 scale of the map. Check this out, that is so cool. But little did my tiny pea-sized brain know how hard the commands would be. Okay, what am I doing? I know I want the players to spawn here, but how? What if players spawn in the same spot? What do I... Yo, what's up?
You're making Brawl Stars in Minecraft.
Yeah.
I got a couple friends interested. I'll see you Friday.
What? Yeah, so it's Monday night, and this is all I have. I really need to get working. And with the help of Reddit and a sleepless night, Solo Showdown was completed. Finally. Next up, I had to make Bounty. The map was pretty straightforward, and the mechanics were very simple since you just kill people. Before I move on to Heist though, there was a severe lack of brawlers. Fortunately for me, there are 64 to choose from. Alright, who do I want in the game? And so without further ado, please welcome our incredible roster. All the brawlers are available right when you start, and each brawler has their own unique weapons and traits. For example, Crow has poison arrows, Max can shoot really fast, Shelly sucks. But what about the supers? Where are the supers at? Well, where are the supers? Supers? Shut up. Heist was up next, but will soon prove to be one of the hardest challenges by far. I began making the map, and once it was finished, oh my gosh, it's not aligned. I built the map a few tiles too far to the side, and then I did it again. And again. How'd that even happen? But that was nothing. Yeah, it just got worse from here. The biggest problem with Heist was its commands, actually. See, I wanted 2 safes on each side. You had to kill the red mob and the blue mob. But knowing which one died was the biggest issue. I tried Skulk, I tried naming them, I tried casting dark magic onto them, and I finally found a solution. We have a creeper and a witch with no NBT data, and the game will constantly check for the mobs. Once it doesn't detect them anymore, all this command stuff will activate, finally ending the game. What can I say? I'm a bit of a genius. A genius that can't do the most basic things like Brawl Ball. Brawl Ball sucks, bro. It turns out slimes are the most annoying thing to deal with. You see, I want a slime to be the Brawl Ball, and they can either be the smallest little man ever or the second smallest thing ever and be too big. But whatever, we can use a small ball. The thing that really tickled my pickle was one command block in particular. It detected if a slime was in a specific area and activated commands when it was. But for some strange reason, it only worked on one side of the field. Like, the commands were the exact same on each side. I don't know why it didn't work. So that's just more hours down the drain. Finding a solution was really hard, but ultimately, this was my best option. Yeah, it's not pretty. On top of this, I needed a way to detect when you got 2 wins. And so one of Minecraft's most useless items comes in handy, the weighted pressure plates. By using this, I can send a signal of exactly 2 to end the game using wooden swords. And with 1 day left, all that's left was decorating. I made 3 high walls on each map with their own little theme, as well as walling off each one so you can't see the other games. Little touch-ups were made here and there, like building up the lobby, quality of life things, yada yada yada, which all led us up to the final day, where we can finally play Brawl Stars in Minecraft. From secret features to remove star powers or even hidden abilities, these are 10 facts for every brawler in Brawl Stars. This is my biggest video yet, so please consider subscribing. Shelly. In concept art, Shelly used to have a pet chicken. Despite Star Shelly being an exclusive skin from 2018, it's one of the most common skins in the game. When Brawl Stars was testing out 3rd star powers, Shelly had one which acted the same as clay pigeons, but instead narrowing her super. December 12th of 2023, Shelly's model was reworked. Shelly's player title, No Time to Explain, is a reference to the original Brawl Stars animation, No Time to Explain. She is the only common brawler in the entire game. Trophy Road Brawlers used to have this spot as well. In global, Bandita Shelly is free for a new account, and in China, it's PSG Shelly. Shelly's voice actor Sandra Espionza also voices Jackie and Ems.
You look bored. You totally deserve that.
Shelly's gun in real life is the Golden Eagle M870 tactical gas pump action shotgun. Her spray is a band-aid with a skull on it, but the band-aid on her model has no skull. Nita. Nita used to be able to spawn multiple bears with her super and beta. Her attack can shoot around walls if aimed correctly, despite not really looking like it. Nita's Bear Paws gadget used to be able to instantly stun. Pairing this with her Hyper Bear star power, it was a very deadly combo. Nita's Bear Bruce used to have health decay. The voice actor for Nita had a role as Gangle in the Amazing Digital Circus, as well as, how do I say that? I don't know how to say that. This guy from Attack on Titan, Sadie from One Piece, and Financer Cookie. In CCTV footage, we can see what Nita and Leon looked like without their masks on. In 2020, when Australia had frequent and deadly fires, the Koala Nita skin was used as a fundraiser. Red Nose Nita was the first ever 149 gem skin released. When her Bear Paws gadget was incredibly strong, they tried decreasing the charges per match from 2 to 3. In the Gummy Bear Nita skin, you can see where the face cuts out ever so slightly. Colt. Colt's silver bullet damage dealt the equivalent of 6 bullets. Now it's only 2. Colt has some of the most skins in the entire game. In 2022, Colt's voice actor Billy Comets passed away of colon cancer. Wasim got Shark Tooth Colt from a star drop one time, and he said something along the lines lines of, "Oh, I got Sharktooth Colt." Even with the longer range star power, his super shoots farther. Colt had an unreleased third star power which gave him a 2000 HP shield until he died. According to CCTV footage, Colt created Spike and his face is made up of Colt's bullet holes. Rockstar Colt is a reference to Elvis Presley. With the Slick Boot star power, Colt gets the very fast movement speed, being on par with brawlers like Crow and Leon. Technically speaking, Colt has one of the fastest reloads in the game by using his gadget, Bull. If I had a nickel for every Bull skin involving cats, I would have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird it happened twice. Bull's full name is Bull Blanco. Bull owns a diner called Bull's Diner. It's a very original name. Bull had a hypercharge bug which let his ability work without the hypercharge active. In 2020, his back symbol was changed to the current logo we see today. At one point, knockbacks could cancel Bull's super. Early Bull designs looked like this. He was way more menacing before. Bull's first design was Viking Bull, but it was swapped to the default model instead. This is because in the game files, Viking Bull was Bull and the default was Rock_Bull. Space Ox Bull was the first to have new voice lines, such as not a filter. Barbarian King Bull is a nod towards the Clash of Clans Barbarian King to celebrate Supercell's 10th year anniversary. Brock. Postal Brock is the only Power League skin up to this point not themed around the season. Brock's name in the files is Rocket Girl, which means he was originally supposed to be a female. Super Ranger Brock is a nod towards Power Rangers, and is also one of the worst skins in the game. His flame after each attack used to be a star power called Incendiary, but later added to his main kit. Rocket Laces is the only movement-based gadget that knocks back. Zeus Brock's Cloud once had a metallic look, but it was changed to be more cloudy looking, if that makes sense. Brock's class used to be a sharpshooter, but now is a damage dealer, which I think both kind of work. Brock's sunglasses brand is different to Buzz, meaning that there are different sunglass companies that work in Star Park. Super Ranger Brock was the first tier 1 Brawl Pass skin. In beta, his super only shot out 6 rockets. El Primo. El Rey was the first skin to have an animated texture effect. His attack used to have a cone shape to it, kinda like Kit. El Primo was once in Clash of Clans and acted similar to the Giant and is possibly the clan game's dude in disguise. El Rey Primo was the first added skin on release. Slap Sandwich was the name of his main attack in beta. Old lore states that he was hit by a meteor from outer space which gave him his strength. El Primo means the cousin in Spanish. Suplex Supplement used to be able to throw brawlers with shields but later was removed. He took his mask off one time in the RT animation, and that's, from what I know, the only time he's ever done that. Every other Primo skin faces right, but El Rudo faces left. Barley. Barley is the only robot with a mustache. At level 11, Barley can fully heal himself with 10 shots using medical use. Barley's first balance change was a bug fix which didn't let him break vases. You can unlock Barley for free from connecting Supercell ID, which might save you from getting him from a crappy star drop. Despite being a 30 gem skin, Golden Barley has a unique attack texture. Barley's old tech set is super through burning bottles, though it doesn't apply the burning effect. Wizard Barley is not available on the Chinese version of the game. It takes 1.25 seconds for his super to land. In 2018, there was a glitch with the Wizard Barley skin which made his head slightly clip through his hood. The shine on Barley's mustache does not move when rotating the Brawler model. Poco. Poco's super could break walls all the way back in beta. Swan Song was a removed star power which, after death, healed allies in an area. Poco was originally just a dude that turned into a skeleton. Poco's De Capo star power doesn't get affected by power cubes or anything else. For a limited time in beta, his super could not go through walls. Similarly, his super could heal pets. Pirate Poco is the only Poco skin without strings on his guitar. CCTV Poco is a mythic skin but can be purchased for the same amount as an epic at 149 gems. Poco with the damage gear will do more damage with his super, which kinda makes sense, I just never thought of it. As of now, Poco is the only brawler with 2 lore skins, CCTV and Star Poco. Rosa. Rosa is based off the activist Rosa Parks. Her super used to protect her for 80%, lasting 6 seconds and only took 3 shots to get, making her absolutely broken. Her grow-like gadget can break spikes. Cheerleader Rosa looks astronomically different from her game art, and I think this meme speaks for itself. She was the first Apocalypse Brawler, a brawler which everyone has access to and breaks the game like Edgar or Larry Ori. The bush gadget changes color depending on maps. This wasn't always the case where it was only green. The bars of her glasses are different from her portrait to model. Brawloween Rosa was the first challenge skin ever added. Rosa is the only brawler in the game who can deal damage to every brawler in a lobby at once, even if they're incredibly spread out. There was a glitch which put Rosa's face onto her plant, which is the scariest thing I have ever seen. Jessie. Red Dragon Jessie is the only red skin in the game. After the first bounce, it loses 535 damage, then on the second, another 525 damage. Jessie's Cat Burglar skin had an early design which was a bit different from the one we have today. Pam is Jessie's mother. Who's the father? Jessie's bounces can track invisible enemies. Scrappy used to have health decay. Red Dragon Jessie was added in celebration of the Chinese release of the game. Her mastery icon does not have Scrappy's necklace. Jessie's voice actor had a role in Disney's Elementals. In her animation, her tongue reaches past her eyeball, which is kinda creepy. Dynamite. Most people know this, but he has a canary under his hat. Canaries used to be sent into coal mines to check for dangers before the miners went in. On the classic Dynamite skin, you cannot see the canary under his hat in-game. Dyna has the longest title in the game. The longest jump using Dyna Jump was 346,922 jumps. Dynamite does not wear a hat in his portraits. His fidget spinner gadget once did not let him move. In 2021, his class was changed from a thrower to a damage dealer, which is kind of odd. Moldy Mike is significantly fatter than the other Mikes. Dynamite's extra explosion damage from his demolition star power is added on after any other buff. Shirtless Dynamite. Tick. Tick was originally supposed to be a mythic brawler. There was a Tick glitch in the graveyard mode which let him survive forever using well-oiled and the shield gear. His eyes were changed early on to be more derpy. Tick has a voice actor, Martin Scholger, who voices a lot of other robots in the game. Tick has the least health in the game. Tick's files were leaked in beta. Backup Mine was the original gadget for him, which was replaced with Mine Mania. Last Hurrah used to make Tick invulnerable, later changed to 50%. According to his flavor text, Tick follows Penny around like a pet. King Crab Tick is the only frowning Tick skin. 8-bits. Virus 8-bit was the first skin with changed voice lines. Last Life was a star power which just gave 8-bit 1 extra life per match, and it was insane. 8-bit Classic is a nod to the Game Boy. His cheat cartridge gadget was bugged where he could destroy his own turrets. 8-bit canonically hates all his players. Looking at you, Jimbo. Saloon 8-bit has Barley's tonic bottle on top of him. 8-bit's thanks pin is the only place in the game where you can find the Ubu face. His damage boosts but does not increase spawnables damage. If a brawler like Bull charges outside of the booster but was already in it before, they'll retain the booster effects. 8-bit's mastery title is a Commodore 64 command that resets the machine. Rico. Rico smashed the vending machine. In a different kind of smash way. Rico used to only shoot 4 bullets with his attack. And then we'll put the spin clip here.
You just love balls.
Rico and Piper are a couple. This was fan lore but later made official. Every time Rico's bullets bounce, they bounce 2 tiles farther. Golden Rico used to cost 30 gems. Rico used to be a pool robot. Rico's motto was heavily changed from Ricochet to the Thickochet we all love today. Rico's bouncy castle gadget has some of the highest burst healing damage in the game. After Star Shelly, Rico was the first anniversary skin. Daryl. Back in beta, if Shelly supered at Daryl at the exact right time, he'll float. Daryl's hat used to look like this, but now looks like this. Daryl's super will charge in 30 seconds, similar to Buzz or Edgar. Daryl's main attack takes 0.608 seconds to complete. If Daryl rolls through a ton of skulls, his roll will bug out. At one point after supering, he could get stuck on the water. When using a super, he used to be able to get a 90% shield, which was crazy. His voice line, "You see me rolling," is a reference to the song Raiden. Daryl has the most balance changes in Brawl Stars history. His voice line, "son of a biscuit eater," really means son of a Penny. Penny had her entire kit reworked at one point. No matter where you are on the map, her mortar shots will land in the same amount of time. Her trusty spyglass gadget can shoot up to 17 enemies. Bunny Penny's mortar was once shown to look like this in sneak peeks. Penny's flavor text originally sounded pretty badass, but it was later changed to make her sound kind of stupid. Smuggler Penny was the first Power League skin. There's a crack on the skull on her mastery icon, but not anywhere else. She is canonically 13 to 15 years old. Penny had the most balances and reworks in a single day, where her kit was changed as well as a few balance changes and a remodel. She is one of the only brawlers that was never in a loading screen. Carl. The Goblin Carl and the original Carl skin have different shaders on the minecarts. Carl has the fastest speed in the game with his super. His old attack return speed was super fast, but it was a little bit too fast and was changed to how it is today. He was the first brawler to beat boss fight Insane 16. According to official art, he pulls his pick back with a rope. Like other brawlers, he has a 3rd star power which let him break walls but was never added to the official game. If a pickaxe hits a wall, its travel time decreases. There was a glitch when using Flying Hook, Carl could clip through walls. Dark-Tide Carl got his name changed to Blue-Tide Carl. It was once said that he was one of the trickiest brawlers in the game to balance due to his weird mechanics. Jackie. Jackie was the first brawler to have a non-attacking super. Her uncensored voice lines are in the game files. Refrigerators! Jackie canonically pounds brawlers. What? Jackie's super is actually her drilling a hole into the ground. Brawlers are just falling into it. You cannot counter crush a counter crush. Pneumatic is defined as containing or operated by air or gas under pressure, meaning she exerts some sort of air or gas when using her gadget. There was a bug where Jackie only dealt 1 damage at the edge of her attack. Her second gadget can repair skulls. Like most other speed boosts, Pneumatic Booster does not stack with other speed boosts. By using her Hardy Hat star power, Jackie technically has 2,000 more health at max level. Gus. Gus is not a ghost. He can have up to 10 ghosts on the field at the same time. Gus's healing does not scale. His shield decays 5% every half a second. According to his old flavor text, he followed a balloon dog too far and got lost forever. It was too scary, so it was later changed. Cookie Popper used to deal knockback damage, but was later removed, and I'm so sad! His shield will not stack on top of other shields, like Edgar's or another Gus's. I love Gus in Italian translates to Amo Gus. His balloon has a ghost inside of it. His hand was once changed for a brief time to be clenched instead of having crossed fingers. Bo. Bo was the first Supercell make brawler. Bo was once in Clash Royale, taking the role of the magic archer. His rarity was changed the most out of every other brawler. Bo used to be able to spawn 4 mines with a super.
Instead of shooting out 3 supers, he shoots out 4.
There was an infinite mines glitch which let him spawn, well, infinite mines. There was a glitch with Underworld Bow which let him hit behind walls. His super totem would passively charge super and would not decay, making it insanely toxic for cheese plays. According to his flavor text, Bo uses toys from the Star Park gift shop as explosives. Bo has 4 arrows in his quiver despite his mastery icon having 3 and only shooting 3. He is the father of Leon and Nita. Ems. Mortis is Ems's uncle. Cool girl Ems's phone is designed like Jock Stew. If you look closely, Poco is in her phone. Ems is based off of a Visco girl, which was a popular meme at the time. Her attack is the only one labeled as damage per half a second. Even Chuck and Chester's are different despite having a very similar attack. Despite her title being #hater, none of her voice lines say that. College Ems was so bad that Brawl Stars changed it to Mean Girl Ems. Harajuku Ems references the Wednesday Addams dance. Ems's hairspray is her own brand. In the French translation of the game, her name is Elise At. That's kinda weird. Stu. Stu is Bonnie and Janet's uncle. There was a bug that let Breakthrough give you your super. Stu's fire can actually charge his super, which is incredibly useful and always gets used. His super could once knock back. Imagine if it was like that today. The animation for Stu's Chinese skin takes about 13 seconds to play out. In each Stu pin, his head arrow changes based off of the mood. You can dash twice in a row by timing his shots correctly. His shots come from his fingers. Stu and Chester have the same voice actor.
Crazy? You got hurted. Oh, the poor baby.
He was the last Trophy Road brawler added before they were removed. Piper. Piper was the first brawler added since beta. Piper de la Prim was a real name. Piper used to have no teeth. What? Back in beta, the news tab showed different brawlers sending her love letters. At max level, paired with ambush, her shots deal up to 4,590 damage. Her auto aimer gadget gives her attack an extra 1.66 tiles. Auto aimer used to fire 4 homing bullets, similar to Jean's gadget. Lunar Piper likely references Sailor Moon. Mariposa Piper's umbrella spins like a helicopter when in the air. Piper's auto aimer gadget can charge snappy sniping. Pam. Pam used to be called Mama J, and I like to call her Mommy J. I regret saying that. She was originally supposed to be Bone Thrower. She was originally also supposed to be a boy. It would take 100 projectiles to completely heal herself with Mama's Hug. She has to be within 12 tiles of her turret to activate Pulse Modulator. Way back in 2017, her healing station could actually despawn. Pam is Jesse's mother. She is the thickest brawler in the game. Her turret was considered a pet, nowadays it's considered a turret. Egg Pam is supposed to be added in May of 2024. Trust me man, trust me. Frank. Frank has the longest pin sound effect in the entire game. Frank used to drop skulls which healed him similar to Gus's ghost after defeating enemy with an old star power. He has no attack voice line. Frank has the highest HP and was the first brawler to have over 10,000 health. He was also the first to have a charge attack. The game lead Frank kinda looks like Frank, in the best ways possible of course. Love you Frank. 43 brawlers in the game can completely cancel his attack. His first gadget might have been inspired by the 3rd star power for Bull. He DJs at clubs at night. Frank is based off of Frankenstein's monster. BB. The default BB skin is the only one to have Mr. Bat's spin while charged. She had an old attack animation which was similar to a Rosa Punch or a Prima Punch. There was a bug where Mr. Bat's face was not visible for iOS users. She is a nerd and is too afraid to let it show. When BB was released, there was a bubblegum challenge where creators would see how much bubblegum they could fit in their mouths. She has the worst mastery icon in the game. There was a glitch where ZomBB's attacks would go backwards. Her attack takes 1.3 seconds to hit. Kicking the Brawl Ball will use up her charge. She is able to double hit an enemy with a bubble if it was timed correctly. B. Brawl Stars worked with the idea for her super going through walls and poisoning. Rattled Hive used to go through enemies. She has a star power called Honeycoat which let her live on 1 HP, kinda similar to 8-Bit's last life. B is in her early 20s. She also created Sprouts. Kicking the Brawl Ball does not waste ammo, same for every other 1 ammo brawler. A level 6 B supercharged shot deals the same amount of damage as a max power Shelly point blank. B was the first ever 3000 trophy brawler. Her super has a 15-degree spread. She wants to be a B. Nani. Nani is Jesse's nanny and is a security robot. You can one-shot a Nani with a Nani, which is kind of ironic. Nani could teleport with a ball in Brawl Ball. There was a bug which gave her an invisible attack outline. Ares Nani is inspired by the Greek god Ares, the god of war and courage. The bell on Nani's wrist is green, but the profile icon for it is pink. Nani's supercharged gear does not charge any faster than without it. Return to center used to last 5 seconds, making it incredibly strong. Shelly at point blank will only reflect 1 bullet. Bots can move while using her super. Edgar. Orange Edgar is a secret exclusive player icon given to 3 random people on Edgar's release. To this day, no one knows who exactly has them. After the Rosa Apocalypse, there was the Edgar Apocalypse. Despite being the worst brawler for years, he won the 2023 World Finals. Unlike other healing abilities in the game, his attack healing scales with boosts. There was a bug which turned Edgar's eyes yellow. As of recording this, Edgar has some of the best stat boosts with hypercharges, being 20% speed and 25% damage and shield. He heals exactly 738 health per attack at max level, which is pretty good. This is only 224 less healing than Poco's De Capo star power. The damage gear increases healing. It takes 7 seconds to charge Edgar's super with the Let's Fly gadgets. It takes 2 minutes and 5 seconds to fully charge a hypercharge. Griff. Griff was the first early release brawler being available in a challenge. He is a human. The further his super flies, the more damage it does, dealing over double the minimum amount. Griff is the only epic brawler without a rare skin. The return speed on his super is slightly slower than when they go out. 1 coin deals as much damage as a level 6 Colt bullet. There are coins on the top of his head which slide when he moves. Griff's cash register is likely based off the 1884 models of such. Sunken Chest Griff's chest head could not realistically close. Grom. Grom is scared of children. His player title basically means it was easy. Frankengrom had an unfortunate texture which looked like a swastika. There was a Grom challenge to unlock him. I never knew that. I don't know how. His walkie-talkie is named Bud. If you were to somehow line it up, you are not able to be hit by the same Grom projectile twice. His watchtower gadget does not reveal invisible enemies. Grom's super is known as the Grom Bomb. He is right-handed, despite his player title being with 1 left hand. One of his voice lines is this, which means tree sticks. Bell. Bell is based off of a real person, Bell Star. I never knew this, but only 1 brawler can have Bell's mark at a time. Neste got a 1 damage point nerf at 1 point, from 500 damage to 499. According to Splash Text, she is the only brawler that wants to find the secrets of Star Park. Her bounce shots deal exactly half of her main attack damage. It is not possible to intercept a bounce shot. You can stack multiple bounces on a single brawler. Her bounce shots used to be able to bounce infinitely. Bell's spray has the gold tooth on the wrong side. Her mastery icon has different colored glasses. Ash. Ash has a doodle on his back, which is a Paulchaw, the old Brawl Stars concept artist. By using rotten bananas, Ash can kill himself. This will count as any normal defeat would. It takes 18 seconds for the rage bar to fully decay. He can deal up to 2 times damage with a fully maxed rage bar. He can only activate rotten banana if he has 2 or more health. His rage bar used to charge from rotten banana, which is kind of odd. Ash pins do not include this little thing on his lid. He can heal minimum 29 health from Chill Pill, maximum 3,240 health. The cup on his back is the same as the energy drink modifier. And these are not rats, bro. These are not rats. Lola. Her Brawl Pass skin changed her name from Chola to Rebel Lola because it was offensive in some language. She is one of the wealthiest brawlers in the game using jewels as her ammo. Lola's mirror is just an image of her face in the mirror. She actually switched trios at one point. The eyes Chico They Never Lie is a reference to Scarface. Unlike Tara with custom death effects, Lola is the only brawler with custom respawn effects. Ego used to deal the same amount of damage when near her. Kitsune Lola's pin has hands, or feet coming off of the fox. I don't know what's going on here. Despite just being a recolor, Lavish Lola is in the Retropolis category while Rebel Lola is not. Lola's ego charges her super half as well. Sam. Sam and Belle are married! Yay! He is the only brawler to start with his super. Chuck used to have this mechanic too, but it was later removed. Sam's knuckle busters stay on the model when he throws them in game. Hardy Recovery could heal 30%, which was busted as heck. Sam Bronson is his full name. Remote Recharge is a star power that exists. Pulse Repellent is also a gadget that exists. After throwing his Knuckle Busters, he gets a very fast movement speed, on par with Crow or Leon. When Knuckle Busters are coming back to Sam, they deal 1400 damage at max level. He deals exactly half damage without Knuckle Busters. And speaking of Buster, Mandy. Magma Mandy does not sparkle when her shot is charged, while other skins do. She does not have infinite super range, only 40 tiles. Supercell had a vote for which brawler should get a skin, and Flagbearer Piper won. It should have been Mandy. Hanbok Mandy wears a hanbok, which is a piece of traditional Korean clothing. The rainbow in Mandy's mastery icon is not correct. Her voice actor, Noah Klopp, voiced in other things, such as Poppy Playtime, WarioWare Move It, and Muppets Babies. You can quickly shoot when at max range, then quickly move to stay unpredictable while keeping your long shots. This is very crucial when playing her efficiently. She is a Monarch. She has the longest main attack range without gadgets or star powers. She has a voice line that says, "Suck on that!" which is what you should be doing to the subscribe button. Maisie. Maisie is the worst auto-aimer. She can only sufficiently auto-aim at a 1-tile distance. Her dash can actually be interrupted. Disengage used to dash her in the opposite direction like Janet's backstage pass gadgets. She is a safety coordinator. Her flavor text says it almost feels like she has a hand in creating them. Get it? Because she doesn't have an arm? Or a hand? In Jungle Maisie's pins, it has an orange stripe down her entire face where the motto is only the forehead and the nose. There's a black mark on her pins and in animations, but not on her motto. Finish them is a Mortal Kombat reference. Most likely. Her gadget could deal 31,000 damage on release. Maisie is a girl. I cannot find any more Maisie facts. Pearl. Pearl was not the first chromatic brawler to be able to break walls. It was Ruffs with his star power. She was created by Sam and Belle. Pearl got her title changed from something stupid, I don't remember what it was, to "Let me cook," and that's good. I don't think anyone in the history of Brawl Stars has ever used her healing gadget. Speaking of her healing gadget, Made with Love projectiles turn green. Overcooked used to burn for 60%, which was crazy. Overcooked also does not charge her super, but it used to. Her happy pin has a different color pipe than the rest. Her mechanics are incredibly similar to Furnace from the game Dungeon Boss. Please leave a comment if you know that game, it is incredible. She was voiced by Elizabeth Dean, who also voices the only other female robot, Nani. Colette. On release, she couldn't even kill a Porter or any other brawler for that matter. She has 4 Brawl Pass skins, Trixie and the Paulettes. Speaking of Paulette, there was a controversy with her where people were very upset that she was being sexualized as a minor, but she was later revealed to be 19 to 20 years old. That's a fact. That's another separate fact. She has not got a single nerf since release at the time of recording. She's the only tax collector in the entire game, which is kind of ironic as she works for Griff. It's possible for Colette to get a 100% shield using mass tax star power if it hits 8 or more enemies. She is obsessed with Spike, but Spike is scared of her. Each Colette skin has different things in her notebook. The Midori Paulette pin has wildly different colors than her model. It is actually super frustrating. Gale. Gale would knock himself back with his super when he was first released. His jump pad gadget used to act as a normal jump pad. His old star power second wind used to speed up enemies in his super radius, and it was later changed to freezing wind. His eyebrows actually float above his head. His attack used to have a 3-tile width with huge snowballs. He has the largest knockback in the entire game. His twister gadget used to push allies away, letting you trap them with ease. He is the only chromatic brawler to not fit with the theme of the season. He works for Mr. P. Squeakbuster Gale is the only skin to reference another brawler, Larry and Lori. This is the only brawler who can completely switch their weapons. By using this gadget, they have the fastest speed in the entire game. Larry and Lori were so strong on release, they had completely broke matchmaking and forced Supercell to change how it works. Lori cannot be cocooned. He is the only brawler to use second person in the description. The Protocol Protect star power used to reduce 100% damage. Protocol Assist used to reload ammo when hitting non-brawlers, and it also shows an icon of Larry's gun in the star power image. Lori is the only spawnable that can dodge. They take on the good cop bad cop trope, where one cop is good and one is bad in an interrogation. Bonnie. There was a bug where her super crashed the game paired with her epic gear. She then had to be removed from the game. In her mastery icon, it shows a red X on the right of her cannon, but it's on the left in her model. Her voice line,
"I get knocked down, but I get up again,"
is a reference to Tub Thumping by Chumbuwawawa. I said that right. She can deal a burst damage of 12,440 damage with a super and 3 attacks. She is the only brawler that can be both slow and very fast. Unicorn Bonnie had a texture bug at one point. Bonnie has a very lackluster amount of facts. She is a girl, Bonnie FNAF, Springtrap, small girl, Girl, small. Hank from Breaking Bad. He is the smallest brawler down there with Eve. There's a reference to Full Metal Jacket's Born to Kill on his helmet, which says B2B, or Born to Brawl. There was a bug which let him deal extra damage at close range. On release, you could not see him charge in bushes. The size of the balloon changes the supercharge rate. Rodeo Hank's bubble is not translucent. Hank's spray shows a green bubble for some reason. He's the only brawler which does not reload, rather he resets. Hank used to be able to heal while charging. Shark Tank Hank, Empress Bonnie, and some other skin, I forget which one it was, are the only brawlers with black eyes and red pupils. Mortis. Mortis actually reloads while dashing. He is the only brawler that gets a free skin when unlocking him. He was the first remodel. There were bugs where Mortis could dash through walls. His bats used to change color. Like Frank, Mortis had a star power which dropped skulls on the ground which healed him after defeating an enemy. This was changed to be automatic. In beta, Mortis's attack would dash super long and super far. Originally, Mortis's longer dash was a star power and not a part of his kit. According to his flavor text, it's confirmed that no one dies at Star Park. His mythic gear is near useless, as super attacks will almost always hit. Tara. Her portrait icon and her brawler model have different color eyes. She canonically does not have an age. She was the first female black brawler. Her name in Hindi means star. If you do not have her star powers, the pet power gear is useless. She is the only brawler that cannot use it without her star power. She is one of the only brawlers with custom death effects. Tara's gadget can reveal invisible enemies, unlike Grom's gadget. The re-support from Beyond Shadows will lose against a black portal shadow. Tara only has 17 voice lines, being one of the least in the game. Apart from Spike, Black Portal does not scale with power cubes or any other buffs. Gene. Gene super crashed the game at one point. He was the first support brawler ever added. Poco was a healer. There was a bug where his super could not pull enemies when poisoned. Gene is the only brawler to have his star power changed twice. 25 days before the Brawl Talk announced Gene, he was leaked. This also included Tick, which means their files have both been in the game since beta. He is 10,000 years old. Gene's gadget only hits 20 enemies. His super breaks walls but goes right through indestructible ones. His lamp glows when he reloads. Gene's Spirit Slap star power deals the same damage as one base attack shot, giving him essentially 4 ammo. Max. Max's icon used to look like this. She has red hair. Cheetah Max is the only Max skin without an energy bottle. Run and gun on the heist safe used to be a strat. It was kind of insane. Max is a girl. She has the best dash in the game since it's more versatile than any other. She retains status effects after using the teleport gadgets. It takes 66 seconds to fully charge her super with her star power. She is fast, and she is also the only brawler who can enhance the speed of an entire team. Mr. P. Mr. P actually wears a suit. Mr. P used to have a star power called Tin Can, which gave his spawner more health. Bruce was a placeholder for Mr. P's porters, and Lex is behind Brawl Stars number 15. Porters have the same projectile as Rico balls. Mr. P has to be within 12 tiles to activate Service Bell. Standard Mr. P has a blush, but H&P does not. Mr. P's gadget porter is visually smaller. Unlike other spawners, porters return to the base when no enemies are on the field. Mr. P was originally a sharpshooter. Revolving Door was a star power that let Mr. P's shots bounce anywhere. This was later added to his main kit. Count Pangula porters have vampire fangs. Sprouts. Sprout's name is Wally in the files. During overtime, Sprout's walls will break. He is the only brawler to destroy exactly one tile. Perry Lukey is one of the top Sprout players and only add a power 1 Sprout. There's a glitch, well, I think it's a glitch that lets Sprout place walls everywhere with a specific map layout. There was a bug where he could knock back boxes in Showdown. The folded corner on his face is not in the profile icon but is on the model. Sprout's walls will be destroyed by invincibility shields. Transplant will destroy more than one hedge at a time. Like Rico, bouncing travels farther. Byron. Snake oil extract in real life is deceptive marketing. His mastery icon is in the front of his cane. Byron works with Piper and Barley. Interestingly, he has no rare or super rare skins but does have epic and mythic ones. His gadget has the highest healing in the game, I think. I don't know. Byron's profile portrait has no black lines on his hair. He is a drug addict. He has the longest healer range. Byron is old. Also, he's old. Listen, man, there's not a lot of Byron packs. Squeak. Blob Squeak's tongue is a different color in his model than in his pins. Squeak was created from rough Strool. Like Tick, Squeak was changed to have derpy eyes. There was a kit badge on his, strap thing. There was a squeaky ball inside of Squeak's body. That sounds really weird out loud. There was an unofficial rap that just used Squeak sounds, and it was incredible. Squeak only has 2 voice line names, Squeak Giggles and Squeak Whimpers. Squeak can't see brawlers in bushes while inside the Leon gadget. He is just like you. An accident. First Blob Squeak skin is a reference to Stalin. Gray. Gray has an animation for when the grand piano appears. Detective Gray Nor Edition was released to everyone for 1000 bling when it was first released on accident. This makes it one of the best value 29 gem skins in the game. He was the first brawler to be available through a quest. Gray's shots come from his fingers, kinda like Stu. Gray used to be able to instantly teleport with his super. As well as this, he could teleport multiple people at once. His sideburns are different on his portrait than from his model. His super can heal spawnables. His super used to crash the game. Gray's flavor text used to say, "What's the meaning to orthochromatic?" This contradicts his mythic rarity as it is red. Willow. Willow's super used to crash the game, just like every other freaking brawler on this list. She's an axolotl, an aquatic-based mob that spawns in lush caves. In pre-releases, if you walk on top of her attack, it will poison, kinda like Barley. There was a bug where supered enemies with her super could not attack. She lives in the love swamp. She becomes untargetable for the longest time with her gadgets. She has glowing eyes, and she is also a gondolier. Willow also has the best voice lines in the entire game. Doug. Doug wears an inflatable suit. My milkshake brings all the kids to the pool is a reference to this. His hot dogs are actually inflatable balloons. Doug used to be able to heal brawlers while reviving. You can give your super to teammates. Do it. Please, do it! Before Doug was released, Brawl Stars hosted a hot dog event, which acted as the only way to heal in Showdown. This sorta teased Doug before he was released. His mastery icon hot dog has eyes for some reason. He has the shortest brawler description in the game. Doug is most likely based off of a Bronchiosaurus. In Doug pins, his hot dog throbs and pulsates. Chuck. Chuck's posts show which one is first through third or fourth based on these dots. He used to spawn with super, but it was too broken, so they took it away. Chuck had the first early access offer deal at 20 bucks. He is the only brawler that cannot respawn with his super, along with Meg in very certain circumstances. He's the only disabled brawler in a wheelchair. His ears are different in the model to the portraits. He actually gets a 50% damage reduction when supering, which has no visual in-game. His steam comes from his hat. His posts point in the direction that it goes. You can place supers right outside of the range to extend it. Lou. It takes exactly 7 cones to fill the frost meter. Lou's super used to crash the game. He used to not freeze enemies with a super, and it was just a star power. Super Cool and Hypothermia were reworked. Despite having a different bow tie, Smooth Lou's pins have the same bow tie as base Lou. Burger Lou is incredibly flawed, as it has the cheese on the bottom of the burger. Instead, it should be on the top so you can melt better. Cheese on the bottom is incredibly odd and inefficient, and you would not see this anywhere. My American is coming out. Blizz Brawl Stars.
What's up?
His super charges 1% when enemies are in it. Lou has the lowest damaging super in the entire game. He is a robot. Ruffs. Technically, Ruffs was the first brawler ever created. According to Good Randoms, Ruff X Eve is real. He was the first animal brawler ever released. In every Ruff skin, you can see his tail wag. He is the first chromatic brawler to be able to break walls. He is also the only brawler that can increase another brawler's health, excluding shields. Enemies can see your location when using field promotion, even inside bushes. Extra health by field promotion will not affect collide attacks. There's a bit of a Mandala effect going on, where Colonel Ruffs is still named Colonel, but it was changed to just Ruffs in 2022. With the percentage increases to all stats going from 5 to 10%, field promotion was untouched. Buzz. Buzz wears a suit. He's most likely a Velociraptor. The farther Buzz is when grappling, the longer it'll stun for, going from minimum 0.5 seconds to 1.5. His original class was a Buzzassin. Kaiju Buzz is a nod to the Kaiju robot in Super City... Super City Super City Rampage. Buzz's hypercharge was leaked in the 16 billion takedown video. His super can stun from behind walls. This. Brawlers like Max or Miko can dodge a grapple. If he uses gadget and he dies, he will not keep his super. Fang. Fang can super out of the 5v5 map, and if he has gems, they get stuck. Fang's description says he hits 3 enemies, but it hits 4. Canonically, he loves Shelly based on promo picks. Roundhouse Kick used to stun for a full second. Fresh Kits could charge his super again if defeating a non-brawler. What the heck is going on in this view pin? I do not know what's happening. There's a popcorn kernel in the bottom of his shoe. Each corn food kernel deals 1088 damage, meaning it can do up to 26,112 damage. He wears cute blue and white striped socks. Ferocious Fang has the character Dragon on his medallion thing. Eve. Eve was the first brawler to be released with 2 gadgets. She's a really bad mother, murdering her children with her attacks. In the Biodome animation, she has pictures of Lola in her ship. Her fleas are the smallest pets in the game. You can see her mastery icon inside of her ship. Each egg deals 240 more damage than the last. Using Gotta Go, her hatchlings will have less health but the same amount of damage. This is different from Happy Surprise, which just has half the damage. Baiku Eve references Akira.
Leave me alone!
The aim line was made bigger, being more accurate to the biggest egg. She was the first brawler to be able to walk on water. I could not find any more good effects, so please just bear with me, please, please, please. Janet. In the files, there's an old GeForce Janet texture. It's duller and stupider. Janet's stage view star power reveals a 13 tile radius around her, which is only 3 less than her age, which is 16. You heard me right. She used to be able to drop the base while using her super. Janet's thanks pin turns her helmet pink. Dark Fairy Janet's pin has a red feather on it. Backstage Pass is the only icon in the game which has a door. Speaking of, is Backstage Pass opening inwards or outwards? If you hit every bomb, you can deal up to 9,600 damage. Janet can fly outside of the map in 5v5. Otis. Syl does not have a face nor an outline effect in game. His super used to deal 0 damage. Fat Splatter used to crash the game. W Otis has the shortest skin name in the entire game, just being a W. W Otis also shoots a star drop as Syl. Probably a rare star drop, if I had to guess. Syl is a different color in his spray than in the game. You can have up to 4 Syls on the ground using Dormant Star. You can mute Brawlers in the Invincibility Shield. His super does not work on turrets that don't deal damage, except Pam's turret with Mama Squeeze. Fat Splatter deals 1,100 damage, which is less than a level 6 Barley. Buster. In the Time to Explain podcast, they say Buster was supposed to have a rocket launcher or something. Chainsaw Buster is most likely referencing Denji from Chainsaw Man.
Dude, that's me.
Slow-mo replay does not slow-mo, despite the name. Using utility belts, he can heal up to 3,744 health in 5v5. He is the only mythic to have the tank class. He is one of the most nerfed brawlers in Brawl Stars history. One of. His attack, Lens Flare, is based off the circumstance when light is scattered in a camera lens, producing artifacts in the image. No matter how much damage Buster's shield can absorb, it'll always repel 1,600 damage at max level. Crocodile Buster's pin does not have the tag on his hat. His voice actor is Irish. RT. When splitting, he gets a speed buff that does not stack. When first released, RT was really big at one point. Oddly enough, without any star powers, his legs will get a 29% shield. That's a very weird number. I refuse to believe that inline is real. This gadget blows. His portrait narrows the opposite eye than in the model in the game. RT's portrait has these eyeballs below him. I'm not exactly sure what they are, it might be him splitting. If so, this is the only brawler that uses their super in their icon. There used to be nearly no delay between attacks in his split form. This dealt massive damage. There was this one bug that let Crimson RT do split damage in normal form. RT most likely stands for radio television. He like spies on everyone or something. I don't know. Wait, there's a camera in my room. Anyways, Charlie. Charlie was the first brawler with a 100% ban rate in the World Finals. Charlie's cocoon does not cancel any ongoing effects. Theoretically, you could die inside of it. She was the last chromatic brawler before the rarity was removed. Her attacks originally had 0 delay between attacks. Buzz or Cordelius can charge their super off of a cocooned enemy. There was a cheese with her where she could survive for an incredibly long time in Showdown using gadgets and a teammate and stuff. It was crazy. Spiders will spawn even if she misses her hypercharged super. Charlie's super used to last 10 whole seconds. Her spiders had 1,760 health at one point. The amazing Charlie skin is probably an Iron Man reference. Miko. Wukong Miko had a small bug where there was this weird purple box that showed up. It's kind of weird. He attacks with his boom mic, which is a type of microphone which goes above the frame so actors do not have to wear a microphone. His clipping screen gadget can actually miss, and it happens more than you might think. Miko has the only main attack which can dodge projectiles. There was a bug where power cubes could scale insanely high with him. Grouch Miko equals Grinch reference? Maybe? His eyes are green in his pins. In his spray, he has purple hair. He has the only mastery icon apart from Meg, which does not appear on his motto or in his attacks. Wukong Miko's voice lines are in Mandarin Chinese. Spike. Spike has a special decoration in Clash of Clans. Spike's attacks used to be random. There was a video where Spike actually had a voice, and you can hear it right now.
My name. If I'm on the attack or hugging you, I'll tell you all the same.
Sakura Spike's name was originally Pinky Spike. Spike Mask. Spike Mask. There's a Spike Mask. Spike was the first brawler to have an over-the-top Galaxy Chinese skin. On the topic of China, he's used as the quote-unquote ringmaster for this Chinese Brawl Stars collection thing. Spike is the first brawler with a creator code. He used to be a rare brawler. Spike is scared of Colette. Crow. Captain Crow had a weird glitch where he could stack his poison. When Brawler sent love letters to Piper, he had the note, "I want to make a love nest with you." Crow is based off a robin. He has a deeper voice in the trailer than in the game. His jump used to linger in the air before it landed. Phoenix Crow was glitched for the longest time, which looked super odd. He can deal the most damage with his hypercharge and his super. Crow could hold the ball while supering along with Piper and Primo at one point. Crow had no winning animation back in the day, just a little thumbs up. He has the weakest poison damage in the entire game. Leon. Leon's toes are not real. Leon's lollipop never changes, it is always the same color. Contrary to popular belief, he was not the first brawler released after the game went global. Leon Littlefoot is his real name. The vision gear will let you see an invisible Leon for longer as well. Back when he was released, he used to be not invisible.
This is
when
really.
The further his attack goes, the less damage it does. You could take out his cone projector clone in one shot. Nita is his little sister, but maybe not because the confirmed ages are inconsistent with his flavor text. He attacks with spinner blades, not shurikens. Sandy. Sandy's super crashed the game. Now who would have guessed? Sleepy Boy was his old title, but it was changed to the Sleepy. Sandy is a boy. His attack description was changed from shooting sand to sharp pebbles. Tara is his sister. He has no losing animation. Sandy blows his mouth in his idle animation like a little... His icon has no tuft of hair. Sandy flails his arms in his running animation. Sandy's lanterns are not attached to anything. Amber. Amber was the first brawler to have extra effects in her winning animation. Amber was remodeled because allegedly she has no pants below her skirt. Her name in the files is Fire Dude. Amber was the first brawler to have more than 4 ammo. Amber's super used to deal 1 damage per tick if she was defeated right before igniting it. With Scorch and Siphon and supercharged gear, it takes 0.124 seconds to reload 1 ammo. Amber is hot. Sticky Oil Mythic gear used to slow for 20%. That is crazy! As of writing this, she only has epic skins. Her attack is named Dragon's Breath. In real life, it's an incendiary ammunition of a shotgun that sparks flames and flames and sparks and flames and sparks. Meg. Meg is 20 to 23 years old. She was the last brawler Paul Chow designed. You might know him from Ash. She used to spawn in her base form and had to work up to her mecha. The mecha would decay health and act super differently. Meg's mecha could crash the game. Beetle Meg has different hat colors than in her model. You cannot see Meg's mastery icon button anywhere. Her main attack actually deals more damage per shot than her mecha. She used to spawn with 3 ammo after her mecha was destroyed to 0 to 1. Her second star power was originally named Self-Destruction from Heavy Metal. The old mecha used to have reduced healing, so instead of healing say 1000 health, it would only heal a fraction of it. Chester. Chester's description says he throws candy, but his stun super throws a boxing glove. His old description was a liability notice for Star Park. He is the only current legendary with a wall break. He's also the only RNG based brawler. There was a bug where he would always spawn with his candy popper after death. His main attack used to be even stronger than a Shelly super. In some pins, Chester's bells change facial expressions depending on the pin. His thanks pin has 3 bells on his hat. Chester is based off of a real life jester. There is a 20% chance to receive each super. Kit. Kit was teased for years in the game after being finally released. Billy the Kit was based off Billy the Kid. Kitboxer has a scar in his pin and icon, but not on the model. His early access offer cost $30 and was a far worse deal than any previous early access offer like Chuck. There was a bug with Kit's power cube scaling which made it way too strong. Kit used to be immune during his super. His bells have the same attack SFX as Sprout's super. His cheeseburger gadget is a reference to this cheeseburger meme.
You can has cheeseburger.
Kit has many voice lines that reference popular cat memes like the Back to the Internet, or Live, Laugh, Love and Lick, or Crying Cat Face. Kit wears pants. Oh no. Surge. Surge has the shortest title in the game, only at 3 characters. He had an old gadget which let him instantly teleport a few tiles. He used to not be able to jump when using his super. His old splitting star power used to split even if you didn't hit a wall. There was a bug which upgraded Surge to max power with 1 super. Power Surge used to upgrade 2 levels at once. Power Shield used to reduce damage by 80%. Surge was originally a soda fountain but refurbished into what he is today. The Kraken Surge pin does not have a hat, which is incredibly uncanny. there is an old Surge texture which looks like this. Cordelius. Cordelius is a mushroom addict. His super charges the same amount of time as Buzz. There's only one Shadow Realm in the game, meaning multiple Cordeliuses can be together at once in the same realm. He used to be able to infinitely stay in the Shadow Realm. He is Mojo Jojo. While in the Shadow Realm, he gets 20% higher speed and 30% more reload. Any ongoing effects outside of the realm come inside. Each mushroom charges a very odd number of 19.1625%. Cordelius should not be able to use his replanning gadget inside of the realm. Angelo. He is the second brawler to have a charge attack, the first was Hank. Despite floating on water, he is an epic. Angelo is gay. The longer you hold your attack in the circle, the more poison damage it'll do. He has the best gadget jump in the entire game. Angelo has the exact same gadget as Mandy. It pierces through targets and that's it. You cannot stack the healing on his super. He is the only brawler that can be healed with his super. His voice line, Sashay Away, is a reference to Drag Race when a person gets eliminated.
Sashay Away. Are you sure?
He can deal 10 times more damage from a low charge shot to a max. Melody. She has the lowest single target damage in the entire game, ignoring weird cases like Hank, Amber, or Angelo. Some of her voice lines are in Korean. She is very tall. She is the only brawler that can stack multiple supers at once. Her music notes will disappear in the order that they appear in. You can see her notes while she's inside of a bush. Her name is a play on words for, well, Melody. She can block up to 45% damage with her gadgets. Her eyebrows are purple. Melody's dash is longer than Stu and Mortis even with their star powers. If you made it this far in the video, please consider subscribing. I'm on my way to 100,000 subscribers, and I would really appreciate it. Bad video. Brawl Stars had its fair share of game modes over the years, some of which were better than others. We're gonna take a look at each one and let me know in the comments if you remember any of them. First up, we have Payload. Yeah, I didn't remember it either. It was like a mix of Hot Zone and Crack, and honestly, it wasn't the worst game mode out there, though it was the most chaotic. Since you had to stay around this little car thing, there were projectiles, pets, and brawlers flying all over the place. It was super unique and a fun concept, but it just felt too weird. And another problem was that the Payload meta favored certain brawlers way too heavily, like BB, Dynamite, or Jackie. But hey, it was kind of fun while it lasted. Ah yes, Siege, my beloved. I miss Siege. It was actually super fun. It was like gem grab mixed with heist, mixed with takedown, mixed with Clan Wars 2 boat battles. It was so weird and unique, but in such a fun way. The biggest downside was how long these battles would last. It's cause there was always like 3 to 4 mini rounds in a game, so it took double the time as a normal game would. But you did get more trophies, and there was always some sort of cheese you could do. Ah, the good old days. But of course, the darn community didn't like it, so it was removed from Brawl Stars. I would love to see it back for a weekly challenge or something. But what I don't want to see back is Super City Rampage. Yeah, I bet you didn't even notice it was removed. This was by far the worst weekend event. It's just boss fight, but 100 times worse. This was the most dull mode I have ever played. The dinosaur robot just walked around like an idiot while I shot him every so often with Cold or Pam. And when he got enraged, he was barely a threat at all. Then the times you got like Bull as a teammate, you knew you lost. It was just so flawed and stayed in way too long. But what went away too soon was Showdown Plus. I thought this game mode was amazing. It's Showdown, but you get trophies whenever you kill someone. What else could you ask for? They added this because people were complaining too much about teaming in Showdown, which is a bit of a plague, but apparently people weren't playing it enough. The community sucks. Though the community said no to hold the trophy. Hold the trophy sucks so bad, man. Like, you walked around in circles trying to grab this trophy for a few seconds before dying. It felt like gem grab on Mapmaker, and you know how bad that can be. Like, Payload did heavily favored certain brawlers, and was literally just a game of keep away. It wasn't that fun. But hey, the April Fool's challenge was fun. It was like mystery mode, but not a mystery, and on April Fool's had a challenge. There were 9 different modes: Speedy Gem Grab, Supercharged Siege, Heist with Ghosts, Healing Mushroom Basket Brawl, Meteor Shower Payload, Grave Shift Bounty, but most interestingly, Burn Ball, where their Brawl Ball is on fire and deals damage to you and breaks obstacles. And then Tilting Hot Zone. Tilting wasn't a new mechanic, but it was super interesting to play in Hot Zone. Maps are playable areas in video games which act as the playing field for which everything happens. From the open road maps of Mario Odyssey to the impossible levels of Geometry Dash, Brawl Stars, the multiplayer arena game, is no different. And although some of these maps are crafted with a fun and fair experience in mind, well, you can't always get what you wish for. There are 70 brawlers playable in Brawl Stars. Each one has their own special abilities, ranging from a dude to a snow cone machine or a flea. They all fight on the same plane on a predetermined map. Each one is laid out on a tile grid with obstacles placed strategically in. Whether it be bushes, walls, teleporters, spikes, or water, each tile matters and will ultimately control the brawlers played on the map. Out of the hundreds of maps that were made, some of them were not as well received, like Cavern Churn. But first, we have to understand that I'm a casual player. My sources are Reddit and professional players, so don't expect an entire breakdown of each map. One of the most controversial ones, Cavern Churn, never seems to go away. Consisting of a middle full of bushes, it's clear why nobody really enjoys the showdown map. Tanks, throwers, and assassins thrive, making this map not only incredibly RNG, but rage-inducing. In most cases, it's near impossible to escape once seen in the bushes, and this makes picks like Tara with her vision gadget and Bo with his longer sight star power insanely strong. If you didn't play either of these brawlers or a close range high DPS unit like Shelly or a thrower team for survival, well, you're just screwed. Usually speaking, Showdown is not a competitive mode. It's plagued with teamers, Edgars, and generally unfair matchups. It's more for the casual player, for someone who wants fun without the stress of 3v3 matches or bad teammates. To say Cavern Churn, or any Showdown map for that matter, is one of the worst is to be taken lightly. Let's shift our focus over to Hot Zone in Dueling Beetles. One zone lies in the middle of the map with 3 narrow lanes being one of the most annoying parts of the map. Without a suitable wall breaker or thrower, it's nearly impossible to come back since middle control is so heavily favored. Usually, people pick brawlers with solid area control like Tick, Penny, or Amber, which just make things even worse. One wrong move for your team essentially means game over, since the enemy will have control over 2/3 of the map with plenty of space to attack with little for you, assuming no walls have been broken. Now, when playing Hot Zone, control is everything. You want control over not only the zones, but the enemy. Massive Attack flips everything you know on its head. Contrary to literally every other Hot Zone map, this one favors throwers, tanks, and chipping away at the zone. There are 2 zones only accessible through jump heads on either side or a little sliver on the right. Without someone to break fences or walls, it makes it near impossible to enter if the enemy decides to camp in the zone and impossible to escape. The problem with this map is that there's limited options to enter or exit and leaves little to no creativity or even choice in how you play. Not only this, but the brawlers who are good, well, they're just not fun to play against. This goes down as one of the worst Hot Zone maps in history. In this team-based strategy game, even more than the players themselves, but the map rotation completely dictates who you want to play. As you saw, Dueling Beetles and Massive Attack have insanely different metas. A map can be horrible for its own separate reasons, as we saw in these 2. And Brawl Ball is no better. Substitutes, Playbox, and Square Off are designed differently to the usual Brawl Ball map. In most cases, this game mode is wide open with lots of area for shooting the ball. These maps, well, they decide otherwise. Closed quarters. Entrapped in the maze of walls and bushes, movement is disrupted, and thus so does the map meta. What's created is this disgusting amalgamation of wall breakers and close range brawlers, different from the usual competitive and, well, fun version of Brawl Ball. Some maps were so bad that they only lasted in the game for a few days, and I present to you Barrel Vault. If you thought Shelly was good now, you've never played this map. Launch pads in Brawl Ball is never a good idea. Pair that with the closed center and you're in for a terrible time. With the abundance of barrels, cheese was inevitable, and it was an absolute mess and deserved to be removed from rotation. Speaking for all of us, it's clear that when a single brawler or 2 can completely dominate a map, it's not well made and should be gone. Now, with all the different and unique obstacles in Brawl Stars, some work far better in one than another. A good example of this is Bounty, where the rope fences offer a way for long-range brawlers to be safe from tanks but still get damaged through. The bushes in Showdown work great for sneak attacks and bush camping. Water, on the other hand, is very finicky. In the Brawl Ball map Pool Party, things get interesting. You see, water doesn't work the same as other obstacles. It's permanent, and only one brawler can actually go on top of it. So, by that logic, what would happen if a ball were to be kicked on top? Well, it gets stuck and only leaves after a few seconds. And there's a reason no Brawl Ball map has water anymore. Island Invasion is one of the most unique maps in the game. Set in Showdown, there's a massive ring of bushes with a pretty open center. Similar to Cavern Churn, tanks have control. Bushes are placed in a way that inhibits squishier brawlers to thrive, from behind a wall to the wide perimeter and the middle, perfect for teaming. Competitive play is near impossible, and with the recent addition of Hypercharge, it's not looking good for this map. Snake Prairie is a bounty map full of bushes without any in the middle. It's great for close range brawlers, but not so much for anyone else, which is understandable for a bounty map. But we're not here to talk about bounty, we're here for gem grab in Sapphire Plains. If you've ever played a round of gem grab before, you'd know that comebacks are inevitable, either for you or the opposing team. In most cases, it's quite challenging to get back the gems, but in Sapphire Plains, it's easy. Is Brawl Stars really Brawl Stars without infinite Nani supers? The knockout map Crime Water makes sure it happens. Back in the day, Bo's Totem used to infinitely charge supers. All you had to do was stand there and juice up. Nowadays, it's garbage, but this was the way to play at the time because of many factors. But most notably, the lack of land to walk on. Engaging with a Nani or Bo through the middle path would most certainly mean death, and as well, the Peep would be able to travel wherever it passes. Even the removed game modes have terrible maps, which shows a lot. Not only was the game mode bad, but so were the maps. Hold the Trophy was arguably one of the worst game modes Brawl Stars has ever created. It was a game of keep away, and it was very stale, and the meta was skewed to only favor certain brawlers over others, like Primo or Gale. But I talked all about this on a previous video because this map was horrible. Hot Pursuit doesn't look too bad on the surface, but when people realized there was cheese to be had, they were feasting. If you took Primo, or really any throwable wall breaker for that matter, into the corner, you could then trap the trophy into that spot, making it impossible for enemies to not only get it, but get you. Even worse than this though was Snowtail Thieves, which honestly, I love the game mode. The mode was so fun, but the maps were extremely lackluster. The whole premise was capture the trophy, and when I first saw these maps, they didn't look that bad. Easy money required a brawler who could jump over walls like Brock or Dynamite, as well as this, scoring a point in this map was incredibly easy. It took one super to get a point and there was nothing the enemy could do. That's not all. Some maps are just purposely made terrible, like Nurak Nurivak, Cavern Turn Backwards, Purple Paradise, or Trap Map. All of these are friendly battle exclusives, but made just for pure fun, and honestly, looking at these, they look better than some of the previous ones I showed you. Surprisingly enough, Cavern Turn Backwards was playable as a real map in rotation for a day. There's not much else to say about these three, they were just good fun and just amazing. It's a shame that they were all removed for one reason or another. Throughout all of these, a commonality is shown. Map design cannot by any circumstance revolve around a single brawler or a group of them. There needs to be some sort of diversity in the selection you choose, where a majority of brawlers can work if played right in the right game mode. If not, then you kinda ruin the mode. It's not fun to play match after match of the same thing and will ultimately ruin it for the majority. June 14th, 2017, Brawl Stars' most controversial brawler was added, one who's said to be either the devil or a gift from God. Everywhere from his highs to his lows, he would soon prove to be incremental to the game. This is the story of Mortis. Back in beta, Mortis was, well, interesting. You see, the maps were two things. They were vertical and really small, which made a brawler whose kit involves dashing forward really good. With incredible reload, he couldn't be stopped, since his dash mechanic stretched over 3 tiles long. With only 2 swipes, he could make it super far along into the map. And along with this, auto-aim wasn't a feature. Instead, you had to tap to shoot your shots. Because of this, Mortis would excel, creating an unhealthy dynamic in the game between him and every other brawler in the game. Because with tap to shoot, he had a slight advantage in that he could tap to where he wanted to go compared to the others which had to tap to shoot him. And you can see how this was really hard. Sharpshooters couldn't hit him at all, throwers couldn't hit him, even tanks, since their attacks were extremely weird to hit because of the tap to attack feature. Bro could dash across the map and no one could do a thing about it, making him especially broken in gem grab, and I think you can see why. At this time then too, there were only like 15 brawlers, and with over half of them being countered by Mortis, this was definitely his peak. Or was it? Because later down the road when Brawl Ball was introduced, he was incredible. You see, his attack is interesting, where he could take the ball, kick it, dash forward, repeat, and profit. This was due to how shooting the ball didn't take ammo and that his range was so much longer than it is now. Though shortly later, his attack range was decreased by 25%, seemingly destroying him in his viability in Brawl Ball and in most game modes really. Though he still stayed pretty okay. Later on, his star power Creepy Harvest was added, completely changing Mortis's kits. With this, whenever he defeated an enemy, a skull appeared on the ground, which he could then pick up for some health. Pretty similar to Gus. I think this star power was pretty neat, since he could pick up those skulls 90% of the time, and they gave decent healing. Compared to the tidal wave of nerfs to Mortis initially, he later got some buffs, like health buffs and damage buffs. Though he did get another range decrease, all the way down from 3.75 tiles at the beginning of his release down to 2.33. Probably one of the biggest nerfs in in Brawl Stars' history. Despite this, he remained a favorite in the community for no reason whatsoever. Soon after, his range was bumped back up to 2.67 tiles, and later getting a ton of buffs over the next few months since Bro was so trash. This all led up to December of 2018, where Global was just on the horizon. By the end of 2018, Landscape was introduced, indirectly nerfing Mortis a ton. Because of this, every sharpshooter became incredibly strong since they had increased vision, and with the introduction of auto aim and joystick, they excelled. This made every melee brawler, and especially Mortis, weaker than dirt. Due to this, Mortis got a couple of buffs in later months to solidify himself back into the meta at least a little bit more. His star power was reworked to instead of dropping skulls when defeating brawlers, he would immediately get health, which kinda just made it more reliable than it already was. Mortis then remained untouched until he got a new star power, Coiled Snake, which would increase his range after a few seconds. This star power would be a decent addition to his kit, though this still remained pretty lackluster compared to the other. Along with this, his combo spinner and survival shovel gadget would help him increase his DPS and make him slightly more viable competitively. After these though, he lay dormant for a little while until Mortis got a needed rework. The charge bar from Coiled Snake would be added to his main kit, and the star power was replaced with a shorter cooldown for said bar, being a really bad star power. This change further made Mortis a better pick, but he still stayed weaker than most brawlers. Well, with the influx of new brawlers, like literally 2 every update, more and more counters are available to destroy him. Literally everyone can take him down easily unless you're a thrower or just terrible at the game. He's such a unique brawler that overbuffing him would destroy the game, literally, but underbuffing him would just keep him at a bad spot. There's a really fine line that Supercell has to hit, and that's just not happening anytime soon. The biggest problem with Mortis is actually his popularity. According to this Reddit post, I know that's reputable, it states Mortis is the most picked brawler in the game, and due to him being a high skill cap brawler, and with his intense fan base, you're bound to have most of his players being horrible with him, thus getting a bad random every other match. And to the 4 people who are actually good with him, everyone thinks they can be them too. Because I'm not gonna lie, if you're good with him, you can dominate a game easily. If not, your team might as well be 2v3ing them. Along with this, as stated before, his ability to easily be countered is just crazy. Like with other brawlers, you can probably outskill a counter. Not with him, he doesn't stand a chance. And in most cases, he melts before ever laying a finger on them. And unfortunately, he's everyone's top pick in Brawl Ball. One of his worst game modes if played bad. Similarly, he can't really synergize with anyone. To the average player, he only really shines in cleanup and with brawlers who can give some sort of status effect. Okay, now how should they go about to rework him? I'm no competitive player, but there's a few things I do to rework him. First, I change his star power where every kill gives him 10,000 more health and a 1000% damage boost whenever he dashes. With how long Brawl Stars has been out, there's quite a few features that they removed or never even used. Stick around, there's some really weird ones near the end. Egg Pam. Scrambled or over easy? This was an old, unused model of Pam around April Fools of 2020. Back then, there was a meme surrounding Egg Bow, so this was making light of that. It feels like Supercell was genuinely toying with the idea of this, considering it had its own winning animation as well. You know, I kinda wish they added this in. I'm in love. Bone Thrower. I don't know a thing about coding, and this website literally made this video possible, but it has these text IDs, and there are these different assets for this Bone Thrower brawler. There's nothing mini about this gunner. Handy with his massive machine gun, the minigunner can mow down almost any number of bad guys. Movement speed slow, immune to pushback. It has a minigun, and its super is Bandage Dispenser. Can you guess who this turned out to be? It's Pam. And there's another. Deputy Irons. Built to serve, deputized to destroy. His attack was Rocket Snipe, and his super was called Crowd Control, where he rained down rockets. I wonder who this could be. It's Brock. Unused Shelly animation. This Shelly animation is of her cocking her gun, looking both ways, and wiping her cheek. I'm not sure what this was used for, but it looks pretty sick. If anything, I'd guess it's an unused winning animation. That's pretty much all there is for this one. Unused map. This map was only used in the beta version of Brawl Stars. It's super pixelated, small, and actually really pleasant. I love the western maps, and it's kinda cute, but I can see why it was taken out. Like with the Daryl, you could literally roll to the other side of the map. Banners. Yeah, Brawl Stars used to have banners. Not like the ones in Clash Royale, but they were used for exclusive rewards. Star Shelly, Wizard Barley, and items from the support team. They don't use these banners anymore because since the Retropolis update, everything goes right to the mailbox, making them useless. But I would love to see these back in the game somehow. They look so cool. Friends Racing logo. This one's weird. It's unknown why this is in the files, and it was actually removed, but it's a Korean racing game. When I looked it up, I found this, and it looks like a Mario Kart or an Angry Birds Go kind of game. And I have a theory. Brawl Stars is heavily connected with line friends, like there's literally line friend skins in the game. But my guess is that they were trying some sort of racing concept for a game mode, but there's nothing really pointing to that. One of you probably know. Boxes. We all know brawl boxes were removed in order to get rid of the gambling aspect of the game, but did you know that boxes were really different back in the day? They looked like this, and gave brawlers even duplicates, which gave chips to unlock more brawlers. An elixir, which was used to upgrade brawlers. Not much else to say, it was kinda lame. Pins. I feel old saying this, but pins feel new. And with that, there's only 2 unused pins. There's this sweating sad one, which I don't even know what emotion this is. And then there's this slightly disturbing one. It's called default_diffuse. A developer stated that it's just an Easter egg, but I don't believe it. Figure it out, lore people. Tickets. You guys remember tickets? These were the currency to get into weekend events. With the more tickets you put in, the better your reward would be. Which I kinda get why they removed this. Firstly, there were people like me, dumping all my tickets into one game in hopes I won. And there was no real point in having these in the game. I think the way they do it now is a whole lot better. Unused sounds. There's actually a whole lot of unused sounds left in the files. There's one all the way back in the Project Laser days of this robot and his weapon. A few unused Sandy lines.
Seriously? Shh. Go to sleep. Sweet dreams.
And Colt. This will haunt me forever. Names. Brawl Stars has secret little names for brawlers before they're given a final name. Usually these depict the basic mechanics of a brawler, and some of them are so funny, man. Trickshot Dude, Speedy, Spawner Dude, Wally, Flea, Doorman, and my favorite, Rocket Girl. Is Brock a girl? Well, we'll leave it there. There are 78 brawlers in Brawl Stars, and each one can hold their own in-game. But which one is actually the strongest? If they were all thrown into an arena to battle it out to death in real life, which would come out on top? Well, it definitely would not be Squeak. He's literally just a blob of drool that just throws more blobs of drool. Sure, they explode, but explode into what? More drool? The long delay between explosions is a big minus as well. I feel most of the children like Penny, Gus, Jesse, or Edgar could stand little to no chance as well. They have some pretty neat abilities that could possibly come in handy, but they're nothing that could keep them alive for too long against the far more skilled opponents coming up. One of the exceptions to this though is Nita. Her bear can tank some pretty good damage while her shockwaves deal decently against enemies. Despite this, I think it's only a matter of time before her and Bruce get too overwhelmed. Buzz just whistles, which isn't anything at all despite excellent mobility. Otis throws paint, which can maybe blind someone, I don't know. Colette kisses and shoves, incredibly useless unless there are any simps here. Jackie and B are 2 contenders which won't get too far either. Jackie's jackhammer doesn't do much against long-range targets and can't realistically be used to kill someone without leaving her vulnerable in the process. B shoots bees, but that won't do much against the robots or undeads on this list. Pair this with her being small and squishy and she's in for a tough time. Doug could possibly take a higher spot due to his game-changing super, but since he's just an inflatable costume, any sharp object could end his life quick. Mr. P won't survive too long either. Assuming he can stay in the shadows and summon infinite porters, he's an annoying enemy, but let's be real here. They don't do much, and neither will his suitcases. Griff just shoots coins. Big whoop. Sandy throws rocks and pebbles, which can be annoying. His super though is extremely viable in concealing himself, but once that runs out, he's a sitting duck. Rico just throws bouncy balls, but at a high velocity, I feel they could do a bit of damage, but utterly useless against the giant tanks on this list. Eve has a clear advantage in being able to fly, but shooting her down is always an option and fleas aren't a massive issue in the first place unless you're someone like Ruffs. Buster just shoots with a lens flare or a beam of light, which could potentially blind someone, but doesn't do much in itself. His super could be very useful though, but it's pretty circumstantial. El Primo, Ash, Rosa, Fang, Miko, and Kit are all about equal. I don't think their feats are great enough to garner a high ranking since they just punch, jump, scratch, or kick. Not weak contenders by any means, but not stronger than others. In one-on-one situations, they could excel, but will get overwhelmed pretty easily. I'll put Sam just a little higher, since Sam really just has his knuckle busters, which offer pretty decent control, close, and long range. Janet and Melody are next. They both have insane mobility, which could save them in a pinch or get them close to enemies, but after the fact, I feel they fall flat. It all depends on their performance on the field. Charlie just hits people with her hair, which is sorta gross, and entraps them in a sticky cocoon, which is also kinda gross. She can definitely fend off enemies for a bit, but will eventually get taken out. I think the same thing applies for Gale and Lou. Next, I'll put Pam, Colt, Belle, Bull, Mandy, Chester, Maisie, Artie, Lola, Gray, and Shelly all around here. All of these brawlers have some mechanics that might be useful situationally and could definitely fend enemies off for a while, but will get taken out mid-diff against a lot of other opponents. Barley has no good solutions close range, but from the animation we see he can deal with enemies fast and efficiently, though he is in his own domain against passive brawlers, so take that as you will. Angelo might stand a bit more of a chance against the rest though. It ultimately depends on how well he can hit his shots. The poison-tipped arrows will definitely come in handy, but one missed shot and he'll be a goner. BB unfortunately has to go around here, since a fully swung baseball bat can be devastating to the head, but she'll struggle against the long-range units as well. Max is very fast and has went up against massive enemies like Mega Beetle B or King Crab Tick, which makes her feat super worthy for here. But she 100% got carried by Surge, she didn't do jack. Piper's shots are incredibly strong, especially if she stays stealthy and has a super to escape with, but it's only a matter of time until she runs into someone that can outskill or outplay her, or if she just jumps into an enemy. Bo and Grom are strong individuals who rely on small explosions to take enemies out. They die here due to their lack of counters at close range. It'll take a little longer than you'd like to load all of Bo's arrows, and Grom's buds just won't be enough. Crow unfortunately places here. Against normal humans, he's very strong, but against any sort of robot, he's absolutely useless. I think the same can be said for Leon, Spike, and Byron as well. Sprout can throw explosive seed bombs at enemies, but his real utility is in his super, being able to block off entire areas. But once these are gone, Sprout is an easy target. Carl, Stu, and Daryl are next, and survive this long because of their incredible versatility, though they just get outclassed against upcoming enemies. Tick is very versatile and can explode enemies from close and long range. He's just very small and squishy though, and does not have a lot of close range counters apart from his head. Without a super, he can't take anyone out, realistically just chip them down. I'm not exactly sure what 8-bit shoots with, but assuming they're little lasers, he can shred anyone, especially with his damage booster. But since we don't know exactly what it is and can't properly scale it, I'll place him here to be safe. Cordelia shoots drugged mushrooms, which would probably only affect the human targets. Against the wrong target, he could very easily die. Pearl shoots cookies, but they're burning cookies. Her super also causes a small explosion around her, possibly strong but possibly useless. Dynamite and Brock both hit with massive explosions, though they are still just humans. If they made it this far, they're definitely tired out against all the other robots and supernaturals on this list, especially with everything that they're carrying is a lot to carry. Chuck might just shoot steam, but he can barrel at you with the force of a small vehicle. This can be very strong if lined up correctly, but weak if not. Meg and her mecha are situational. As long as her mecha doesn't get destroyed, Meg can dominate a ton of brawlers on this list, but I feel she'll lose once Rob gets beaten up and weakened enough. A cannon can kill very easily, and can even pierce multiple at close range. Assuming Bonnie has a ton of ammo to work with, she can easily defeat many brawlers on this list along with her great mobility, but she is still just a small child and will get taken out sooner or later, especially if she's out of her cannon form. Amber's attack will work wonders against everyone on the list, but again, she is still human. Her stamina just won't hold up despite her pretty broken fire abilities. Nani will deal crazy damage from afar. Her peep lets her spy on enemies, and her orbs of power can definitely penetrate anyone, though I think she will be able to get taken out with a surprise attack or by a group of enemies. I'm not sure exactly what Jean attacks with, it's some sort of magic puff. It could very well be effective against any target, but I'll place it here since his power is unknown. He could be very weak, but possibly very strong. Larry and Lori come next. Robots with incredibly close and long range potential. I feel it'll be very difficult taking them down, especially for Larry's explosive potential, but might lose to one massive strong attack. Willow's cursed poison I feel would work well on most targets since it's, well, cursed. She really shines though in controlling enemies. She has the potential to control anyone, being able to defeat themselves or others if she uses it right. But her weakness is in her vulnerability when she's controlling someone, since she just stops moving. Unfortunately, I'll have to put Hank here. His base attack is literally just a massive water bubble, which can be incredibly strong. A blast of water build up with all that pressure just sitting there can be devastating. His torpedoes are what makes him really strong though. A torpedo itself is stronger than a missile, let alone 6 at once, but he really falls flat when it misses the target. Colonel Ruff shoots little lasers at enemies, which could be somewhat strong, but his super is what matters. He summons a supply drop from outer outer space, which if compared to a very small meteor can decimate anything it hits and possibly a bit around it. It really depends on how big the supply drop really is. Judging by how fast it moves in game, it could be even more than we might think. Though if anyone could survive that, it would be Ems, Frank, Mortis, and Poco. It's kind of a weird lineup, but hear me out. They are undead. They can never die. Think of Zombie Man from One Punch Man. He keeps coming back, regenerating his life and limbs until the enemy is no more. If these 4 could do that, they have the possibility to beat anyone on this list, though I'm kind of unsure. If they were burned to death, they might not be able to regenerate, or if they were buried far beneath the earth, they could be locked away forever. But at the same time, they might be able to recover from that. Their potential is super high, but it's unlikely they would have enough power to take on someone like Surge. Looking at animations, he absolutely towers above everyone else. We don't get a good showcase of his power outside of his size though, but assuming he can still jump like in game or shoot energy blasts too, he's an absolute force to be reckoned with. But nothing can beat the sheer power of Tara. Her super lets her summon a gravity well, which is a gravitational pull that a large body exerts in space. If there's more mass in the body, then the well is deeper. For example, if you put a battery in the middle of a piece of plastic wrap, the center force will deepen. A black hole is a type of gravity well, just way stronger. So essentially, Tara can one-tap anyone or even everyone at once if she really wants. Subscribe. From a punch dealing more damage than a bullet to the prospect of life and death, these are 20 things in Brawl Stars that just don't make any sense. Where does Nita's bear come from? Like, at least with the other spawnables in the game, it makes some sense why they exist. Pam's healing station pops out of a box, Mr. P's porters are being built inside of the porta thing, but Bruce? How does he even exist? Hopefully Nita didn't birth him, and it's not like we're in Minecraft with spawn eggs. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, how does this little ball turn into a 10-foot tall bear? Okay, how does a baseball bat deal more damage than a bullet? Wait, not just a bullet, a punch, missile, Molotov, bombs, toxins, cannonball, shurikens, and taxes! There is absolutely no reason that this little bat can outclass half the weapons in the game. Don't get me wrong, I love BB, but this is just outrageous. On the topic of BB, it doesn't make any sense why they made her mastery icon so garbage. Have you seen this thing? It is worse than this one, and I'm not even joking. How is this bear, half naked, toned man, just as tanky as a literal tank? You can shoot them both with 10 bullets and they'll both be just as fine. Bro is built like Super Alloy Darkshine, and you know that I'm not even complaining. He is so hot. Similarly, how does this suit of literal armor have the same exact protection as Bo's handsome body? He is flesh and bones. Unless this is made of plastic, I don't see how this makes any sense. Okay, this might just be me being silly, but how do power cubes even work? Like, you're telling me absorbing this green rock candy makes you stronger and tankier? This is magic. I have no idea how this works. Like, at some point there must be a physical reaction, an overdose of this stuff. Like, it can boost your stats by 20 times. I do not think this little girl can handle that. Listen guys, we are not in Omaha, Nebraska. It just does not make any sense why you have not subscribed and liked the video. Wait, that's not on the script. Leon is just weird. He has candy in both his pockets and in his mouth. 1, how does it not fall out of his pockets? And 2, how does he not choke and die on this? Like, if I'm running for my life, then there's no way I'll be keeping a little lollipop in my mouth the whole time. I guess bro is just built insanely different. So like, where do brawlers go when they die? Have you ever studied what happens? They kind of just disappear into smoke, and you don't have to be a forensic pathologist to know that that's not what happens. Do they go to brawler heaven? Are they reborn? Are they reincarnated? Do they delve into the unfathomable chasm that transcends the conventional notions of spaciality and temporality, transmuting them into a tangible substance? We need answers, Supercell. Okay, so where do Janet's bombs come from? Like, she flies around, jumps around with her little whiny rockets, but like, she drops 8 every time she flies. I need to know where she's getting them from. There shall be no Janet simping until we know where they come from. And like, what about spiky balls? Where do they come from? Just like Janet, there's no indicator to where they come from. Do they grow on him? Do they come from his voidless mouth? No one knows, and it may be better that way. So you're telling me Eve, the mother who loves her children more than anything in the world, sacrifices them for her own life? Like, what was their decision in making that? Okay guys, what should Eve's super be?
Maybe they boost her attack or something. I mean, she loves her kids.
Kamikaze. What? Kamikaze. Yeah, sold! Yeah! Gale's eyebrows are not attached to his head. In fact, they just float there. Like, just look at this. Yeah, look at that. They're floating. That's not how eyebrows work. I think. Okay, so we all know some brawlers inflict poison onto their enemies, which is all fine and dandy, but my question is how Mortis and Frank, literal dead people, are affected by this stuff. Like, they're already dead. They can't get more dead than this. And hey, what about Poco? Bro's just bones. A bit of poison won't do anything to him. On the topic of poison, how does Byron's shots heal and damage at the same time? There's no way he can change it midair. And when he shoots right through them, they can heal and damage? How does it know that they're teammates? The Byron! Okay, so how do Rosa's glasses not fall off her head? Like, you're telling me these puny little spectacles won't be blown off her face after an explosion? She must be putting some sort of botanical magic onto them for this to happen. That doesn't exist. Why can brawlers pick up the ball in basketball and brawl ball? Isn't that some sort of penalty? Like, at this point, you cannot tell me this is dribbling. And why are they always orbiting the ball into space when they throw the basketball? Just chest pass. It's not that hard. I swear to goodness golly, this is now completely accurate to real life, and I'm so upset. Why do brawlers refuse to enter the water? Like, Otis is a squid or something. He is made for water. Willow and Axolotl, they swim in the water. Hank, he's a shrimp, I think. They're in the water. On the topic of water, how does the water burn? Why can I throw sticks of dynamite on top of the water? Is this even water? Have you ever seen Grom's mastery title with one left hand? I don't know what he's doing with his left hand, but it cannot be good. That's all. So Griff, the money-hungry guy, uses his hard-earned cash as ammo. He just throws it out willy-nilly like it's a Saturday night with your mom. He's probably spent millions just thrown onto the battlefield. He has absolutely no respect for money. Unlike me, who respects for money and has memberships for as low as $2. Okay, where does gold come from? Where do gems come from? Like, actually stop and think about it. There is an infinite supply of gold and gems in the Brawl Stars economy. All we know is that inflation sucks. Out of the hundreds and millions of Brawl Stars updates, most of them were pretty good, but which one is the best? Specifically features, brawlers, and whatever else is relevant. Now, Beta Brawl Stars added a lot of things, but the game was still in development, so it's really not fair to put them up against the others. So here we are at global launch. Now, this was at the end of 2018, and it gave us a ton of features like boss fights, healing mushrooms, but most importantly, it gave us Leon, a new legendary which was perfectly balanced and didn't have any issues. But also, the maps were a lot bigger and everything was now 3D. This really just gave a whole new look to the game. It looks fresh, it looks clean and ready for global. Otherwise, it was pretty lackluster, but still huge. 6 out of 10. Early 2019 was interesting. Firstly, it fixed Brawl Ball. No longer are there days where you spawn behind the goal, and it just made the best 3v3 game mode actually playable. We got 2 new brawlers, Gene and Carl, as well as Siege. This was definitely a really El Primo solid muscles update, but again, it doesn't feel as notable as the others on this list. 5 out of 10. Following the mid-train, we got some cool features. Training Cave, Brawl TV, Bow Remodel, Rosa, but who really cares because we got BB! Only because of BB, this update is a 3 out of 10. Rosa was not fun at release, and let's face it, who watches Brawl TV? It better not be you. But the following update blew it out of the park. This is one of the most hype updates I've seen in Brawl Stars' history. The Summer of Robots. Not only did we get star points, which was a really good currency for progression and cosmetics back in the day, but we got second star powers. This drastically changed the meta and made brawlers who were otherwise useless really useful, but well, everything good comes with something bad. We got Tick. 7 out of 10. August, September, and October of 2019 were pretty small updates. In those 3 months, we got 3 new brawlers, 8-Bit, Sandy, and Ems. Ranks 21 to 35 were added, which made trophy pushing that much better. Lone Star and Takedown were added, which sucked, but the biggest thing was arguably Power Play. Now, I barely remember what Power Play was, but it was the competitive mode at the time. You could only use brawlers with a star power, and you could only play twice a day. It wasn't great, but it was the predecessor to Power League. 5 out of 10. The last update of 2019 was pretty big. Not necessarily feature-wise, since it just gave us Present Plunder and a challenge, but we got 2 brawlers in one update for the first time, Max and B, which would go on to be very influential in the meta shifts of Brawl Stars. That's pretty much it though. 4 out of 10. January of 2020 pretty much just gave us Mr. P and Hot Zone. 3 out of 10. I like Hot Zone. March though was really kinda lame. The ticket system was gone. We got Jackie and Sprouting gadgets. Gadgets were a game changer. A whole new way to play and strategize was introduced. Now brawlers can do so much more than before, and possibilities were through the roof. 9 out of 10. Following this update was another banger. Season 1 of the Brawl Pass, Tara's Bazaar. This update was incredible. First of all, we got the Brawl Pass, the best way to progress and incremental to the future of the game because it gave us quests, chromatics, pin packs, and so much more. This update literally changed Brawl Stars forever. 9.5 out of 10. From now on, I'll refer to them as seasons since season 2 gave us the Summer of Monsters. Oh, this update was incredible. We got Surge, who was incredibly broken on release. Pins can now be used inside of games. Trophy Road was extended, and on top of all that, we got second gadgets. This update was incredible and gets a 10. Wait, Super City Rampage. Oh. 4 out of 10. Season 3 wasn't incredible gameplay wise, it just gave us Map Maker and 2 pretty unique brawlers, but what set this apart was the lore. This update opened up so much to the story of the game and will go down as one of the most memorable updates by far. 8 out of 10. The first half of Season 4 was a 2 out of 10. We got Lou and I hate Lou, but nothing else really happened. But the second half was pretty crazy. We got 2 brawlers in December, Byron, who was a unique twist on the hero class, but we also got the first animated pins. That's great. But by far the biggest addition was why is it bleeping? It was him. 5 out of 10. Season 5 was Star Force. We got Ruffs as the Chromatic, who I thought was really fun to play, a few new gadgets. March gave us Stu, along with the first iteration of Power League, which it had some mixed feelings. I can't remember and I don't really care. 5 out of 10. Season 6, the Gold Arm Gang. This update, like many others, had 2 brawlers, Bell and Squeak, both fun additions to the cast. But the biggest thing by far in this update was Knockout. Definitely one of the best game modes in Brawl Stars. Overall, 6 out of 10, it was fine. Season 7, Jurassic Splash. This update was actually kinda sick. We got 4 new game modes to try. Granted, 3 of them sucked, but we did get 2 new brawlers, Griff and Buzz. And the theme, which I don't talk about much, but it was spot on. I love the beachy vibes and the dinosaurs and all that stuff. It was great. 7 out of 10. Season 8 gave us Ash, Meg, and Showdown Plus. All great additions, but still pretty lacking. 5 out of 10. Season 9 was Brawlywood. This update was bad. Okay, Lola was strong, I love her, and you know, we got the Jessie remodel and Club League. That's great, but we also got Gears and Power 10 and 11. Yeah, it was nasty. Gears were terrible, and the new levels were just uncalled for. Nowadays, they aren't too bad, but it was just very jarring at the time. Just because of Gears, it was a 3 out of 10. Ending 2021 was Season 10, where we got Fang and Grom along with Duels. Another great game mode, which was one of the only ways we could 1v1 competitively. 6 out of 10. We started off 2022 strong with Season 11, the Biodome, which gave us one of my favorite brawlers, Eve, Wipeout, and Payload. Payload was absolute garbage, but Wipeout was fine. Very similar to Bounty, but still pretty welcomed. 6.2 out of 10. The following month, we got another season, the Stunt Show. It gave us Butt Drop, which I never played, but it looks really fun and strategic. Bonnie and Janet were introduced, who were really strong additions to the game, but we also got new cosmetics, sprays. They're kind of like Pins 2.0, except it's like graffiti and highly illegal, but they were pretty welcomed addition. More stuff to spend money on. I love it. 8 out of 10. Season 13 brought us Underwater with Otis, who was stupid and boring. I hate Otis, but like that's all. 2 new game modes, Mystery Mode and Hunters, but neither really impacted much. 3 out of 10. September was Season 14 in the Robo Factory. For the first time in years, Brawl Stars added a new PvE mode, 8-Bits Last Stand, which it did not go well. The idea was cool, but it was too complex for the average player to understand, and the AI sucked. Like, come on. Otherwise, we got 2 great brawlers, Sam and Gus, who turned out to be great additions to the game. 7 out of 10. Only 1 month later, Season 15 had the long-awaited gear rework. Gears were no longer useless. They were pretty good now. The game was going through a lot of changes, most notably with star powers and gadgets being purchasable with gold, so you don't have to wait for them to show up in the shop or get them from a Brawl Box. But that wouldn't matter only 3 months later. Season 16, Candyland. Brawl Boxes were gone. No more gambling. No more Trophy Road Brawlers, and now we have credits and chroma credits, fame, 3 new and OP Brawlers, and of course, banger music. 8 out of 10. These changes I feel were very good for the game, but they did have a few major flaws, specifically with gold, which we had none. We had no gold. But there was a way to fix that, because in Season 17, we finally got Masteries. A great goal to push towards with really solid rewards to get along the way. Player cards let you show off your pins and titles and all that fun stuff. Artie and Willow were very lackluster brawlers. They were just ripped from other brawlers. It was kind of stupid. I hated them, but it was very safe and as solid as the indestructible walls that we also got. 6 out of 10. Season 18 gave us Maisie and Hank. Hank being OP and Maisie being not as OP but still pretty OP. The catalog let us choose our own cosmetics for the low price of Bling, the new currency that replaced star points. This update was really great for the free-to-play player especially. 7 out of 10. Season 19, Enchanted Woods. Star drops were added, bringing back some of that needed randomization, and as well we got Cordelius and Doug, who offered really fun mechanics unlike anything we've seen before. Not Doug though. 6 out of 10. Could have had more. Now, what was the best update. Based on my very accurate and non-biased ratings, it was Season 1 of the Brawl Pass and the gadget update. Subscribe if you love men. My knife has never fallen over. It has never moved from this very spot, and it never will. Oh no! No, my knife! Oh no! How could this happen? It was there, and then it wasn't. Someone must have done this. Like you. Knife man! I won't ever forgive you. You won't get away with this!
Oh, fuck.
My knife! How much money does it cost to buy everything in Brawl Stars? Like new accounts, 0 brawlers, no gems, no skins, no levels, nothing, except 100 gold. Well, you're here for a reason. We're going to split this up into parts and calculate each total separately until the end. But first, we need to speedrun the tutorial. World record pace, look at that, look at me go. Wow, that's so fast. And let's open up the brawler list. Okay, that is a lot to take in. There are 8 rare brawlers, each at 29 gems each, totaling 232 gems. That's not too bad. There are 10 super rares for 79 gems each at 790 gems. Okay, we're getting up there. 14 epics each at 169 gems, but with one at a 42 gem discount, adding up to 2,324 gems. Oh, okay, it's getting up there. 12 for the mythics, 349 gems each, with one brawler at 175, nearly doubling the epics at 4,014 gems. There are only 7 legendaries, 699 gems each, and one at 350 gems. This adds up to a whopping 4,544 gems. And finally, the 20 chromatics each at 169 gems is 3,380 gems. To buy every single brawler, it would be 10,740 gems. Let's put this into perspective. Every Brawl Pass season, you're guaranteed 90 gems for getting to tier 62, meaning it would take 120 seasons to get every single one, or just around 30 years. If Brawl Stars still exists then. To calculate how much money that would cost, let's take the $100 gem deal, take those 2,000 gems, divide them by each other, and we'll make it out to be 5 cents per gem. Multiply this by 10,740 and it will cost $537 to buy every single brawler. But this is nothing compared to what comes next. Now, having a bunch of level 1 brawlers won't get you too far. It doesn't matter how many brawlers you have, but if they're all level 1, they kinda suck. When calculating the total gems, the power points, and gold, it gets a little bit weird. You can no longer buy gold in the shop, so I used a base of 1,000 gold and put that over 108 gems, since that's how much it costs to buy a gadget or gear starting from 0 gold. This is the real price of gold, so 1 gold equals 0.108 gems. Power points, despite being incredibly inflated nowadays, still equals 2 gold per 1 power point. So let's multiply that by 2, and then we'll get 0.216 gems per power point. To max out a single brawler from level 1 to 11, in total, it will cost 7,765 gold and 3,740 power points. If we multiply them by their respective values, add them up and subtract them by the starting 100 gold you get for just creating an account, we get 1,636 gems to level up a brawler all the way to level 11. And that's just one brawler. We have 71. Okay, let's take this number and multiply it by 71, and this will put us at 116,156 gems. But it doesn't stop there. We still have gadgets, gears, star powers, and hypercharges. Every brawler has 2 star powers, 2 gadgets, and at least 6 gears. 12,000 gold altogether. 34 brawlers have special gears, 9 have mythic gears, each at 2,000 gold, and 25 have epic gears, each at 1,500 gold. And finally, 6 brawlers have hypercharges, each at 5,000 gold. In total, these 3 things will cost you 937,500 gold, or 101,250 gems for these 3 things. Now, we're not nearly done, because eventually we will have hypercharges for every single brawler. If we were to calculate the additional 65 in, that would be another 325,000 gold, or $1,755. But we're not going to add that to the final total. Now that you have a max account, you need all of the cosmetics, and this is where things get really crazy. 40 rare skins at 29 gems each, 72 super rares, 79 gems each, 89 epics, 149 gems each, 6 mythics at 199 gems, 14 legendaries, 299 gems. 6 of them cost 49 gems because of color variations. So in total, every skin will cost you 23,989 gems. But that's not too bad, right? Upgrading brawlers costs more than that. But there's more. Even though it's physically impossible, if you were to buy silver and gold skins, it would cost 2,240,000 gold or 241,920 gems. In theory, if you wanted to buy every single one legit, it would be an insane time investment. Every Brawl Pass season gets you 15,935 gold. How many seasons would it be until you can buy every single gold and silver skin? 5 seasons? 6 seasons? 7 seasons? 67 seasons? It's none of those. It's 141. But this won't count in the final total, so it just does not matter. But that is just skins. 210 common pins, 1,890 gems. 140 rare pins, 2,660 gems. 210 epic pins, 8,190 gems. 78 collector's pins, 3,042 gems. 97 purchasable sprays, 68 cost 19 gems. 29 cost 29 gems. 2,133 gems. In total, these tiny little cosmetics would cost 18,884 gems. So, if you wanted to buy every single cosmetic in Brawl Stars, skins, sprays, pins, all that stuff, it would amount to 42,873 gems. Now, the Brawl Pass is a bit more straightforward. $10 for the pass, plus 69 tiers for 30 gems each, 2,070 gems in total. Then let's buy every single gem offer in the shop at least once, and here we are. The moment you have all been waiting for. In total, to max out everything in Brawl Stars, not accounting for any special offers or taxes, it would cost you 273,089 gems, or $13,841.45. These are over 150 of the best Brawl Stars tips and tricks out there, from brawler tech that could save you to essential gameplay strategies. Every tip is from my Discord and pro players alike. Thank you so much, and let's get right into it. Edit your controls to what feels best. I've come to notice that we all have different styles of playing Brawl Stars. I for one use a mix of some sort of claw grip and thumbs. It's just what feels comfortable. Don't feel like you have to stick to a certain style if that's not what works best for you, unless you play with your feet. It's kind of weird. Before you use your Fang super, shoot a shoe at the enemy before going in. This lets you charge your super 25% and removes a shield from enemy Fangs, or just gets that bit more damage in. Showdown is one of the best modes for pushing mastery. Getting 4th gives you the same mastery as getting 1st. It's pretty OP. You can use Cordelia's super to sneak up on the enemy team after exiting the Shadow Realm. This could be handy in something like Gem Grab or Bounty. In Knockout, if you're the only one left on the team and you know you're going to lose, you should kill yourself in the smoke to not feed any supers. Sprout's super can be used to dodge attacks. Just throw it down before the super hits you and it'll push you just out of the way. Super useful, especially since Sprout is so squishy and super vulnerable. Know your counters. You should know that in most cases a Grom versus an Edgar is usually a losing battle, or how Piper versus Miko is nearly unplayable. Understand who you can go up against and who you should probably ignore. Before using any super, always try to shoot first for a bit more of a super recharge. Like for example, shoot with Janet, then start flying. If you have a Shelly super in Brawl Ball and have a wall in front of you with a ball, just throw the ball towards the goal and super the wall right after for a free goal. Lots of brawlers can dodge Buzz's super easily. It just requires a little bit of practice and patience. Using your hypercharge frequently is not that bad. Don't be afraid to use it around the same time you get it, since it just sits there building up dust instead of being used to help you or your team. Using Gray's walking cane gadget on an enemy and supering at the same time will cause the enemy to be pulled towards your previous location. This is a trick for Gray that can be used anywhere, but works best in Brawl Ball as it allows for Gray to steal the ball and break enemy cover simultaneously. Always find a wall to hit your enemies towards when you're playing BB, as the knockback ability can sometimes push them too far away and out of your range. With Maisie, you can use your super and the disengage gadget at the same time, allowing you to dash and surprise enemies with the super. When BB has super, you should try to first shoot with the super and then shoot with the knockback of her bats. This can hit the enemy twice with one bubble. Always use your Meg super in Knockout regardless of if you're winning or losing, because you lose it after respawning. Let your teammates farm their super in Knockout if it's a 1v3 and you already have yours. You can purposely lose games in Trophy Escape to get bot matches and still benefit, as you only lose 2 trophies per game. It's tedious, but the profit is insane. Keep count of the enemy gadgets. You can either do this manually or by looking below them. Once they run out, the gadget symbol will disappear. Keeping an eye out on your teammates is crucial in 3v3 modes. Sometimes you might need to help them win a lane or see if they need support. In a team mode, make sure you're a team player. This might be a bug, but I'll assume it's just a feature. If you super an enemy with Charlie in Trophy Escape, you can force them to drop all of their trophies, which is super useful, especially right in the teleporter. If you play someone like Larry, Lori, Nita, or really anyone with a spawnable, use them to tank for your damage. They are expendable and should be used in this way. Passing to your teammates in Brawl Ball is usually a good idea when you're too far from the goal, but don't pass to a teammate currently engaged in combat, as it could throw them off and potentially make them lose their fight. Use any of the push gadgets or supers like Ems' friend zone gadget to stop people from shooting the Brawl Ball in. The exception though is if there's a clear time delay between them shooting and you landing the hit. Never give up. This is probably the most important tip on this list. There's always the chance to come back in a match. It's never 0% unless you decide to make it that way. Don't ruin the match for others just because you don't think it's winnable. It always can be. Every day you can receive 30 extra tokens from playing Candidates of the Day in Mapmaker by voting. It isn't much, but it builds up over time and helps in the long run. If you have every brawler, you can save up your credits on the Brawl Pass until the next season begins. No need to buy the $20 bundle when you have all of these credits right here. In the new Brawl Pass design, the credits will always go to the newest brawler if you choose it, so save them up because there's always going to be a new brawler every season. Spike Super only slows you down by 1 level, so that means if you gain 1 level of speed like with a max super, you will be back at normal speed. So that means the slow effect of it has counterplay. Spike's mythic gear on the other hand slows you down by 1.5 to 2ish levels. To get more coins, grinding to Bronze 1 mastery on every single brawler gives you around 66,000 coins in total. Bronze 1 doesn't take too long, so it's worth doing. Grinding to Silver 2 mastery on every brawler will give you 187,000 coins. The blue button is for moving and the red button is for attacking. Dodging Spike's curveball is one of the most famous dodging techniques, and it's also one of the hardest. I'll link a video from Z Replays in the description. He describes it way better than I ever could. With a brawler like Shelly, Frank, or Jackie who can knock back or stun in some way with their super, shoot the Brawl Ball and then immediately super them so it goes right through them and you can get an easy peasy goal. When you use Chester against tanks, use a 2-3-4 build combo. If you're against assassins, use a 3-4-1 build combo. These give you a way better chance of survival and actually killing the enemy. Also, don't use Chester's heal really any time other than when you start to take damage. There's a small delay when you deploy it and when it actually begins healing. It's also like one of the best heals. If you want to stun with Chester, make sure you have the 3-4-1 bell combo. If you're running Fang with the stun gadget, if you click both attack and gadget and then attack again, you can attack twice almost instantly. When using Mr. P's gadget, make sure to use it when the current porter is on death's door. It heals him all the way up and becomes way stronger. Use Mandy's caramelized gadget to slow down an enemy enough to auto-aim your next attack or super. When firing with Colt, move in the same direction they're moving so shots can hit a little bit easier. This might be super commonly known, but Buzz's super stuns for longer when they're shot from farther away. The closer you are to an enemy, the lower the stun duration will be. If you want the maximum value from your super, do it from afar. Sticking Squeak's attacks to the minecart and minecart madness is a strat that can sometimes take enemies by surprise. When in a 1v1 with another Edgar and you're Edgar, walk backwards with your attack. This will make it super difficult for your opponent to hit you and you're still able to hit them and heal. Win. Don't lose. Angelo and Hank are the only 2 brawlers with a charging attack, but you might not have known that you can activate their gadgets while they're charging. This can be super useful when in a tight situation and you don't want to lose your bubble. Sprout's hypercharge is not that good, but it is really good in heist paired with this replanting gadget. It can deal massive amounts of damage to the safe with little to no effort at all. Just good luck defending. Gems and gem grabs spawn towards each team's side one at a time. It's not random. Use this to your advantage and don't ever extend yourself just for a few gems. Never force kills in bounty or wipeout. They're very slow game modes. Chip away at them and don't rush in. Your death could be the deciding factor between winning and losing. Don't bunch up. So many brawlers nowadays do some sort of splash damage, which could just feed if you're just being a stupid, soofy, goofy little goober. Pay attention to how your enemy dodges. People have patterns in their movement and this can easily be manipulated. Use Mandy's super on choke points in the map, not random willy-nilly. When you're using Shelly, run her Shell Shock star power and clay pigeons for maximum carnage. games. If you already have a bear down with Nita, you can activate your gadget, then spawn another for an insta stun. Bull can tank any knockback with his super, which can be super useful if you need to win a matchup against a BB or something. You can actually super through unbreakable walls using Bull. Subscribe so we can hit 100,000 subscribers. We just need a few more, so go! Go! Get an insane combo with Primo by shooting, suplex supplement, run to the landing spot, and then shoot again. Dyna jump is super interesting, and one of my favorite tricks to do with him is throw a stick at my feet so I jump away, then throw a stick where I want it to hit. If the enemy decides to attack me, I might dodge, and best of all, I can get away a little bit easier. Whenever you're playing Dynamite, if you know you're going to hit a shot with Dynamite, always throw at least 2 shots at the same spot at once. Dynamite deals a ton of damage, and this can probably kill a lot of brawlers in the game. Gadgets like Daryl's recoiling rotator, popping pin cushions, or multi-ball launcher, you can easily get a ton of damage into a heist safe. You just need to position it right. Brock can actually hit behind walls, which is super useful when trying to hit an enemy behind cover. Use a Gene Super to cancel a brawler's attack animation. You've got to be a bit careful when using this, but you can attack faster with a Mortis when he's up against a wall. In some instances, you might not even see his attack animation, but be careful because sometimes nothing happens. With Primo's new hypercharge, use your meteor gadget and then you can hypercharge super an enemy right into the meteor again. Use unfriendly bushes, then hypercharge Rosa to make it near impossible for enemies to escape. Jessie's super is incredibly valuable in Hot Zone. Use her energized star power to shield damage, and a bonus is that the bounce shots can hit enemies approaching. Use Tick as an area controller. He's pretty useless outside of that. His entire kit basically revolves around getting enemies away from you and dealing annoying chip damage. Try to corner enemies with his attack and only use his super and gadget when absolutely necessary. If timed correctly, you can hit an enemy twice with a Daryl super. Similarly, you can extend your super length by rolling on water. With Penny, use Master Blaster to knock back enemies towards you and then use Salty Barrel to finish them off quickly. With Bo, move left to concise your attacks into a more centered formation and right to spread them out farther. Run towards an Ems instead of away from her. Her attacks deal more damage farther away than up close. On the contrary, do the opposite with Chuck. When you use Stu, attack before you super. Sometimes you might get your super back, letting you do a double chain. I don't think many people know this, but you actually get a 50% damage reduction with Chuck. So when you're low on health and you need to get out of a tough situation, using his super might be the way to go. Always try to play with Bruce after spawning a Mim. Don't just throw him down just to throw him down. He's valuable and can be an incredible ammo waster. Side note, only use Fox Fur when the situation absolutely calls for it. It gives Bruce essentially 11,600 health, which is wild. You should always know what walls to break in a given match. Sometimes it's better to not break any, but other times you want to clear them all out. It all depends on your team and the enemy's team as well. For example, if my team is running Tick and Hank, I might want to keep my walls up, but if we're running snipers and marksmen, well, the walls should come down. Don't ever extend with 8-bit. He's slow and is an easy target to be whittled down and to charge the enemy super. Cheat Cartridge is very useful when falling back to the defensive spot. Don't be afraid to use this as much as you can. His super is very rechargeable and can be used multiple times. Homemade Recipe is best used when trying to secure a final kill rather than chipping with Piper. Pam is used as a defensive tank, not a damage dealer. Use her as such. Pam's shots are not random. 5 are in the middle with 2 on each side. Aim to the center at range, but you can chip damage around walls in a pinch. Frank's super is very valuable. Use his tank trait to farm it and get as many off as you can. It's great for controlling an area. Do a normal attack with Frank in one direction, then shoot your super towards them immediately after as a surprise attack. Use Nani's shield to tank a bunch of damage like in the Hot Zone or Heist. Be careful though, as this will charge their super and she can be interrupted. Even though you might be running business resilience, the healing is based off of your missing health, so it will become redundant after a while. Standard healing is still the GOAT. Sandy shoots 3 different projectiles at different speeds. Always try to attack with the fastest first at the corner of his shots. Kevlar Vest can avoid any knockback or stun effects, which makes him one of the best tanks to, well, tank attacks, especially in a matchup against someone like a BB or a Frank. You can see Kit's footsteps when he's using his invisible gadgets. Never go on top of the other opponent with Melody, since her notes deal no damage. Stay at a distance away at all times. Never use Kit's super onto enemies, since anyone else can attack and kill you both. Only do this when you are sure to kill them with the initial jump. Play your role. Each brawler has a role to fulfill in the grand scheme of a match. There might be a tank, the damage dealer, the controller, etc. Just embrace it and be the best you can be. Make sure your friends list is clean. There's a reason I don't like adding a lot of you guys, because I want to keep my list only with people that I know I can work well with and people that can carry me. Using Grom's super, then immediately popping his gadget and attacking after leaves them very exposed. Charge your Hank attack in the opposite direction you're trying to attack with, and then flick your finger around to actually attack them. It's harder for them to predict where to land if it's not facing them. The Rodeo Hank bubble is solid, where the normal Hank bubble is translucent, which can be beneficial for hiding teammates, but also really bad when trying to actually hit enemies. Hank is still the best though. Understanding Hank's super pattern can make it so that you can snipe people from incredibly long distances. They deal a ton of damage, so this is really good when you want to master Hank. Hank's bubble does not disappear if you use teleporters, making sneak attacks really good. Use survival shovel right before rushing into an enemy. Don't use it once you're up close to them. Mortis won't have enough time after being up close to fully utilize the gadget after the fact. Focus on eliminating single targets with Mortis before the team. He's better at 1v1s than teams, though if you can cook, then go cook. Super before you charge at a group of enemies with Mortis. It'll heal you, and if they attack, it'll be negated. This is also a reason why his mythic gear is active. Gene is probably the best brawler to use vision gear with. His attack spread is insane, and being able to accurately see where an enemy is super useful, especially if they don't know that you're running the vision gear. Dribbling in Brawl Ball is an incredibly useful skill to have, especially with highly mobile brawlers like Melody or Mortis. Bounce shots off of walls. This is the best way to attack enemies on top of you with Sprout, though it still kinda sucks because it's Sprout. Malaise is an underutilized Byron star power. It lets him shut down Mortis's or Edgar's super well, and not a single soul actually plays this star power, so it will definitely catch someone by surprise. Squeak's sloppy slowy gadget is best used in choke points around the map. Gray's walking cane gadget can be used to pull enemies through unbreakable walls. Use controlled Willow enemies as shields rather than using them on offense. Willow's super also works on brawlers with respawn shields. Doug plus 2 tanks is very viable in Brawl Ball. Doug double tank? You can see where Chuck's post will go next by the direction they face when near them. Throw a Chuck post slightly outside of the circle radius so you get a little bit more range with it. Slowing Toxin is viable even if it only affects one enemy. It could be enough to push you to win the game. When you hit someone with Crow, run back and turn around unexpectedly to get even more chip damage in. It's best to use Invisi-Heal with Leon to get a ton of free healing since you can't get rid of the effect. Aim ahead then behind a brawler with Amber to secure some damage when you have a bit of ammo left. Auto aiming is usually the way to go, but a lot can go to waste that way. Play Meg passively. She deals really good chip damage from moderately long range, but when she's out of the mecha, she's super useless. Though do note, her little form does deal more damage per bullet than Rob does. By using Push It, Colette can cycle hypercharges way quicker than without. Just like Rico or Sprout, bounce rough shots off walls for a longer range. Prioritize buffing teammates than throwing your super at enemies with rough, since these stat boosts come in handy far more often. It's best to use a super to either break walls or buff. Use your Janet super very wisely. Sometimes it can be great to get out of trouble, but it can also make you unstable and fly into places you really don't want to be. Otis can mute enemies with respawn shields in any mode. I find this really useful in Duo Showdown and sometimes in Brawl Ball. Buster's super is invisible when inside a bush, which can come in handy when protecting a teammate from a Gene or something. Sam's Knuckle Busters give Sam a bit of a speed boost after throwing them. You can constantly pick them up and throw them again to get an almost indefinite speed boost. When using Cordelius, mute the enemy first and then shout around them. You can dodge using Cordelius super since it removes all projectiles from the map, but be careful since this can save an enemy your teammates are shooting. Cordelius's hypercharge can be used for stat boost at first, then super at the last second for maximum value since the effect stays the entire duration. It's always better to charge your heat bar with Pearl as much as possible, but attacking at low heat is okay, it's regeneratable. Miko's biggest weakness is when people actively know he's there. Hide inside the bushes to stay stealthy. Monkey Business can disable charge shots at brawlers like Angelo or Hank. Presto doesn't put a ring above Miko's head, so this can be very useful when catching enemies by surprise. Just like Cordelius, use your hypercharge for stat boost at first and use your super for maximum value with Miko. Sorta like Hank, don't aim directly at your opponents to psych them out with Angelo, as you can see where he intends to shoot. Melody can gain notes even if she hits a non-brawler. This is really useful against turrets or the safe or things like that. Move counterclockwise when using Melody to get more damage in more efficiently. Die as much as possible with Melody so when her death plays, it distracts the enemy enough to kill them. Lori has an ammo bar as well. If possible, you can use more supers to refresh his ammo bar. Use
order fall back
to swap lanes and play defensively or vice versa. Stu Zero Drag is better for high ping, Gasohilo is better for low ping. Auto aim Stu super rather than drag it. It's faster and a lot more efficient. Lanes, lanes, lanes. Stay in your lane and try not to bunch up in one. If needed, you can help your teammates and others, but try not to deviate too much from this. Only deviate when necessary. Every map has lanes for a reason. To score better in in basketball, shoot the ball right as the basket stops moving at the peak of its movement to ensure it getting in. Know what brawlers die to who and how much ammo that should take. Analyze your stats so you can better judge when an enemy will die or not. Throw a Dyna Super, then throw in a normal attack to follow through the knockback from the super. Know who to ban and play in ranked. Too many times do I see people ban and pick the most random brawlers, and it's really annoying. That person is me. Shh. Look for isolated brawlers whenever possible. They'll be easy pickings. Use your Buzz Super, then activate your gadget so you get a free super kick in Brawl Ball.
The first one and one of the most important tips I have to offer for Amber is to practice and learn how to button mash. While you technically can get away with auto-aiming by holding the button, sometimes she has a 300 millisecond delay before she actually starts shooting. It's a self-inflicted and built-in shot delay, and it makes her way worse against ambushes and gives her enemies substantially more time to respond to her super if you want to burn it with auto-aim for some reason. But if you can mash auto-aim really quickly and shoot around 9 times per second, your damage output on demand will be higher than what it would have been if you held auto-aim and auto-aim button. Shooting 10 times per second after that is your 0.3 second delay, unless you're auto-aiming for longer than 3 seconds continuously. Usually you don't want to auto-aim continuously for more than 3 seconds because there's another technique that allows you to smoothly transition from shooting 10 points per second with manual auto-aim to shooting 10 points per second with auto-aim instantaneously. But be sure to try it in the training cave before just going into a sweaty match with it in mind though. If you can do the mashing comfortably, it's still worth it.
Thanks, Duke. If you go around in a circle against a primo, his shots don't hit effectively, and that could be the difference between a kill or dying. Try to lure people into bow mines. You can use this tripwire gadget to ensure the kill. If you pair Belle's grounded star power with her hypercharge against an enemy on maps like Ring of Fire or in Gem Grab, you effectively shut down their mid for 5 whole seconds, which should help with the tides of the game. Analyze what star power your enemies use, especially matchup winning ones like Carl or Shelly. This will help you play around them better and make a more informed decision. What is up, stream? This is how it's gonna work. We play 3 games a day. We vote for which one to start with at the beginning of the stream. After around an hour, I'll put up another poll to see what we do next. If time permits, we can go back to another game at the end of the stream. That's fine. That's it. Simple as that. The majority rules. It's democratic voting. Yes, democracy! I can't wait to see you in the stream. Brawl Stars has 63 playable characters, and one of them is incredibly unique. Some might say he's the Mega Knight of Brawl Stars. This is Edgar. Oh, this will be fun. So back in 2020, Brawl Stars had their Brawl days all throughout December, as they usually do. One of the days was very interesting. Day 6. We got a token doubler. And then 2 days later, we got Edgar for free. Yeah, this was the scariest thing you could possibly see. And it's not like the Rose Apocalypse where you had to unlock him. No, you just got him for logging in. So in every game mode, you were fighting Edgar. You were teamed with Edgar. You were Edgar. Just imagine, you started the game, you just unlocked Barley from that big box, and you entered a solo showdown match. Edgar! I can't stand being against one now, let alone 9. But whatever, that's in the past. He's not a threat anymore. Or is he? No, he's really not. He's like Shelly in a sense. Very strong early game, but when you get the higher trophies, you start to see his flaws. Like, come on, if you have the right brawler, some of the easiest kills you'll ever get. Even with a weak brawler against Edgar, you can most likely outskill an Edgar. Just try not to engage if you can't. But hey, I'm not just gonna sit here and crap on him. If you have around 500 trophies or less on him, go have some fun. I didn't have fun. I'm telling you, level 11 Edgar is gonna dominate. People are scared of me. They don't know what to do. Mr. Edgar. Get out of here, bitch. Oh my god. This is the worst. What am I supposed to do? Yeah, can't do shit. Can't do shit. Oh god, he won't do shit. Oh no. I got this. I'm unstoppable. No, what do I do? Oh no. Easy game. Should I jump? I'm going. Yeah. You can't do nothing. Can't do nothing about me. Can't do nothing about me. No, I lost the trophy. You didn't see that coming. Please come here. Yeah, you're not getting away. What? Mine is 5. Okay, if I go right for middle, I'll get so many boxes. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. Cause I'm a baller like that. What? What? Yeah. Stand a chance, bruh. Watch me. Wipe all of them out. Oh, you don't know what's gonna hit ya. Throw it back. Throw it back, Sam. Throw it back. I dare you. Oh, 3rd place though. That's not bad. Bonnie. Oh man. I was looking at my emotes. Come here, Brock. What? Yeah, how do you? Mortis Kingdom. Ah. Ooh, you're not getting near me, Shelster. What are you gonna do, Tara? Nothing. Could have done something, but you didn't. Oh, get him, get him. No, you're joking. I hate this. I'm done. And if you just started the game and you're trying to pick between Griff and Edgar, you're picking Griff. Very high damage, very strong close and long range, and he's just a lot more fun in my opinion than Edgar. That's all. See ya. Brawl Stars has many cosmetics and stats, but some are far more impressive than others. These are the biggest flexes in Brawl Stars. Star Shelly. This skin was given to anyone who signed up for the global launch of Brawl Stars. The first million people to sign up got it. So if you have this one, you're pretty much a god amongst men. It shows your dedication to the game and your OG status really shines. On a similar note, the first year player badges, well, it's kind of weird, predominantly because, well, no one really knows if this is a 1 year played badge or a 1 year anniversary badge. But hey, if it's a 1 year anniversary thing, then that's pretty cool. If you have any of these skins, that's immediately a flex. If you have all of them, then that's a red flag. These are the tier 70 skins on the Brawl Pass, but what makes them so unique is that they'll never be available again in the shop. So these are insanely exclusive, especially if you have the Gale one. If you didn't know, the Brawl Pass was super trash at first, so this just shows you paid $10 for bad rewards. Is that even a flex? If you have every single brawler maxed out, then that is just insane. It means one of three things: you're extremely dedicated to the game, you know what you're doing, or you're grounded for spending all your mom's money. There is no in between. But by maxed out, I mean maxed out. Every brawler, every star power, gadget, gear, if you're crazy. A maxed account is just so beautiful and is a crazy flex. Being in the same match as your favorite YouTuber is just an insane feeling, especially if you beat them. I mean, they're just normal people like us, but the feeling of destroying them at their own job is really fun. Man, I don't even know if the next one is a flex. Having every skin. You're most definitely irresponsible with your money, or you're insanely rich. Only one of those is truly a flex. I mean, I never really got it. Why buy skins for brawlers if you never play them? But whatever, this is definitely a flex if I've ever seen one. Having gold to spend. After the Brawl Box removal and all of that stuff, gold has been super scarce. There's like 2 ways to get it, and I don't enjoy either of them. If you're one of those people who sit on mountains of gold at a time and can like max out a brawler right when they're released, then hats off to you. That is just unheard of for me. If you bought Gold Mecha Crow or Gold Mecha Bow before Bling, these used to cost 50,000 star points, meaning you had to grind like crazy for these. You only got star points from pushing brawlers or climbing in leagues, and whenever I saw one of these in a match, I just gape my mouth open and go like, what? The amount of self-control for one of these is just unreal. Having over 7,000 Bling is incredible. It means that before the conversion, you had over 70,000 star points. This just shows your true dedication, and it also means that you'll never have to pay for a skin ever again. Having more than 50,000 trophies is just really cool to me. People talk in my Discord about how they have like 69,000 trophies, and I'm just like, that's so many. That's a lot of Brawl Stars and a lot of dedication. That's just a huge flex that money can't buy. Rank 35 Brawlers. This is pretty self-explanatory. If you have any rank 35 Brawler, that means you're a master at them, and that's just a massive flex. Only if it's a respectable brawler. Like, if you're going around flexing rank 35 tick, then you're just asking to be bullied. On a similar note, having any mastery title is crazy. That just means you played Brawl Stars for 48 hours of your life to get this. Forget rank 35, you're a pro at this brawler. Having a creator code is only for those who made it in the Brawl Stars internet sphere. Only a select few have this code and can earn those big bucks from this small kickback. As well as this, the creator gets a neat little icon, just adding on to the awesomeness of this flex. Getting onto the leaderboards is just insane. It doesn't matter if it's local, global, or for Edgar, you cook. You cook on the daily. Just like the mastery title and stuff, you know what you're doing and you deserve to be up there. Winning a Brawl Stars esports competition. Okay, I know a lot of you can't really relate to this, but it's really cool. You bring back that girl over to your place and then she sees on a distant shelf this. Oh my gosh, she will be yours forever. Having any of these trophy pins is really cool. Most of them are many years old and weren't the most common things ever, especially these two. I mean, I don't know what else to say. It's always a bit of a surprise when I see one of these in a match. No Hat Mortis is one of the rarest skins in the game. The hat contains his true power, and removing that factor makes him nearly unstoppable. If you're one of the few people with this incredible skin, I'm jealous. I think the biggest flex you could have is a tier 70 skin of a brawler the day they're released. This means you spent like $100 for some short-term happiness. And you know what? I can't even be mad. The Brawl Stars community has millions of players, from casuals to collectors to Wasim, but there's one side I haven't dared touch, and that is the fanfiction community. If you don't already know, fanfictions are stories written by fans of a particular media, like an anime or a TV show. Today, I'll delve right into the world of Brawl Stars fanfiction. But first, don't go and harass anyone who wrote these or write these. Even though I'm poking fun, I really respect the time and effort they put into their work. Don't be mean and enjoy the video. The first fanfic I read was How to Love a Devil. The story begins with our main character Colette falling head over heels for this mysterious man, Edgar Blackthorn. In class, Edgar's very disinterested, with the too cool for school mentality, very emo, very edgy. He sits next to Colette and we find out he's related to the professor, Byron. Before Colette leaves the school, she notices it's raining and prepares to go out in the cold, heavy rain. But then before leaving with his granddad Byron in their black Mercedes, he hands her his umbrella.
Thanks, Edgar. Can't believe I forgot my umbrella again.
But just as Edgar leaves, Colette has something to ask.
Edgar, wait. I'm a huge fan of, Brawl Stars and Brawlers, and could I have your autograph?
She collects so much Brawl Stars memorabilia and is obsessed with Brawlers. When she goes back home, we see she has Brawl Stars merch everywhere. It's like the background of a Lex video. In the next day of school, we learn more about Colette. She's a huge nerd who loves Brawl Stars. As she's studying, she notices Edgar in the corner of her eye. She starts stalking him, who's with Leon, Sandy, and Crow. But she suddenly trips and falls, revealing herself to the entire group. Crow calls her Crazy Colette and says that she stalks everyone in the school. Before she could say anything to Edgar, he has left the scene. A week passes and we see Colette working in Griff's gift shop. Fortunately for her, Edgar is the newest employee.
I stand there frozen and stare at him. It really is him! His hair is as black and emo as ever. He's wearing his scarf and Star Park uniform, along with his usual emo attire.
Colette shows him around the store, the warehouse, the delivery entrance, and even secret passages. Once the tour was over, they returned back to the showroom. Taking a wide-legged pose, she says,
"Thank you for choosing the staff tour a la Coletta. We hope to see you again soon."
Edgar's eyes narrow and the corners of his mouth lift ever so slightly.
Are you smiling?
Edgar immediately goes back to his emotionless facial expression, holding his scarf in front of his face.
I knew that this emo contained more feelings than he pretends or wants to admit.
Brawl Stars X Among Us!
We start off the story in a spaceship. BB just got transported here without any recollection on what happened. After realizing she's wearing a purple spacesuit, she exclaims,
"What the heck? Outer space? What the flip?"
Soon, some familiar voices appear. Sandy in a blue suit, Leon, Nita, no one knows what's going on. They approach a message written on the wall. It reads,
"Welcome to Among Us. In this game, there are 10 players, 2 of which are imposters. The sole objective is to kill off the crewmates without being found out, while the crewmates must finish their tasks to win."
On the countdown of 5, everyone was going to get their role. Nita was freaking out, Jackie was cursing, and Penny was just fine with it.
It's a sayonara to humanity and the trust we have among each other for sure.
BB was the imposter. Looking to the side, Leon was her teammate. Good luck, BB, and have a good killing. She wasn't sure what exactly to do. Wandering to electrical, she ran into Jackie, cursing under her breath. Staring at Jackie, her vision was tinted with red. Kill. BB shook her head, trying to clear the hallucination from her mind. Kill. She could feel the bloodlust creeping through her veins, her hands twitching as they reached for a knife she didn't know she owned. Kill. With her vision turning red, BB stabbed Jackie right through the head. And that was one person down.
The final fanfiction is The Strangers, Robots, and Creatures of Barley's Arcade. It's a cold, dark night while neon signs illuminate the area. Wandering throughout the city, BB stumbles across Barley's arcade bar. Entering the bar, no one seemed familiar. A mysterious shadow appears from thin air, seemingly humanoid but had feathers and a beak.
What sort of creature is that?
Securing her baseball bat, BB sat down on a stool and ordered herself a drink. As she waited, she saw a tall, muscular man, furious and trying to best up others at the bar, clearly drunk and out of control.
Oi, you wanna brawl?
BB notices the word bulldozer written on his jacket.
Excuse me, do I know you?
Barley hands her her drink.
Thank you very much, sir.
Without warning, the man struck again.
Are you gonna answer me or not?
BB grasped onto her bat, pointing it at him.
Look, man, I'm not gonna fight you, but just so you know, I have my baseball bat with me, and I'm not afraid to fight.
This drove the man away, kicking things as he left, until the humanoid bird approached her.
My name's Crow. I saw you glaring at me when you entered. Just a heads up, there will be quite a lot of brawls in this bar. I'm glad I found someone normal for once.
After a short chat with Crow, BB went back to her cold and dark apartment. Sitting her bat next to her bed, BB thought for a moment.
Today was a crappy day, but this Crow dude is really interesting. I wonder how he goes around the city without being called names.
Just after that thought passed, BB closed her eyes and fell asleep.
That's the video. We can wrap that up here. Remember, don't harass anyone who wrote these. I'll see you later. From beginner mistakes to buying skins, these are 22 things in Brawl Stars that you should never do. Okay, look, I get you want easy trophies, but is teaming really the way to go? One of the unwritten rules of Brawl Stars is not to team, but in nearly every showdown match, people are breaking the law. Teaming wouldn't be so bad if it didn't mean that you would be ruining the experience for everyone else in your lobby. Some people just want to play the game normally, and having a 5v1 really isn't that fun, now is it? Spending gems is fun. We all do it. I mean, I've probably blown a couple hundred gems myself, but there are just some things you don't want to spend them on, like skins. Okay, I might get a lot of hate for this one, but hear me out. If you're a free-to-play player, completing up to 62 tiers of the Brawl Pass will reward you with 90 free gems, which means every other season you can get a free Brawl Pass. But if you spend them all on like Mecha Edgar, then, well, you might have to fork up a few bucks for the next Brawl Pass, and no one wants to do that. One of the first things you learn how to do in Brawl Stars is auto-aiming, and it's really easy to do, but this is one of the worst things that you can do. Okay, on some brawlers, auto-aiming is really useful, but for general use, manually aiming is the way to go. As you rank up higher, people's movements become more erratic, and auto-aiming will lead to lots of wasted ammo. So just aim normally, okay? Thank me later. Gold is one of the most valuable resources Brawl Stars has to offer. It's used for nearly every bit of progression in the game, so don't waste it on true gold or silver skins. Even if you're maxed out, you have all of the star powers, all the gadgets, all the hypercharges. Future brawlers will be released with all of these things, and it'll cost an entire silver skin or more to max out. Look, if you really like a brawler, then go ahead, who cares? But who knows, you might want to save that gold for the next brawler that's really cool. Never ignore your daily quests. Unlike normal quests, these change every 24 hours, meaning every single day you'll earn 400 extra tokens. And that equals up to 2,800 extra tokens every single week. That is big, and that's not something you should pass up. It might be tempting to buy offers in the shop. I mean, look at that value, but I'd advise you to look elsewhere because in most cases, you'll get more value for your gems in the Brawl Pass or challenge continues. No matter how starved you are for gold, there will always be ways to get more if you just wait a few days for a lucky star drop or the next tier of the Brawl Pass. No need to spend your valuable gems. The key to being a good player in Brawl Stars is to understand your brawlers. So many times do I see a Mortis pull up into a heist match and ruin all of our chances for winning. So please, I beg of you, play a decent brawler for the mode you choose. Unless it's Showdown, then you can play whoever you want. Bling is used for almost every single cosmetic in Brawl Stars. You can buy skins, sprays, player icons, and pins. Pins are one of the worst ways to spend your bling. I get that they might look pretty neat, but at such a steep price point, you could either buy a little emote or a skin and a half. It's your choice. Don't forget to subscribe. Now you have to subscribe now. Always check your surroundings in Showdown. You should never engage into a battle that you aren't positive you can win or enter the bushes without checking them first. You never know what's going to happen, and it could be either a Shelly with her super or Charles. Sprout has one of the strongest supers in the game. It can completely block off sections of the map for the enemy, but also your teammates. Don't be a bad teammate and block off their path. There may be better places to put that wall. Just use your gadget and put them anywhere else. Don't waste your credits on fame. Fame is the most useless feature in Brawl Stars. It provides nothing more than a few pixels that don't do a single thing. Instead, save your credits for the new brawlers. If you happen to miss a Brawl Pass season, you can spend your chroma credits on the chromatic brawler you missed, or if a new legendary is released, you might have enough on the Brawl Pass to spend. If you really want to get your fame up, just wait for star drops. They always give you credits when you need them the least. If you spend money on Brawl Stars, don't forget to use a creator code like code Muyo. Oh, Never mind. Oh, and speaking of start drops, never miss them. It might be painful trying to get 8 wins every single day, but even getting 4 is enough. You never know what you might get. It might just be rares, but there's always the chance for a legendary. And who knows? Maybe you'll finally get that brawler that you're missing or the skin that you want. Don't forget to check your daily freebie. You're guaranteed a jackpot every single month, so missing one day might be the day you get a free pile of coins. Hypercharges are the newest addition to Brawl Stars. They might be shiny and cool, and you might be tempted to save them in a match, but don't. Use them right when you get them. Don't stand around like an idiot contemplating when to use them. You might just die before using it once. Power League is great. Well, okay, great might be a bit too generous. Let's not make it any worse than it is by playing low power level brawlers. I understand if you just unlock Shelly and you really want to play her, but please pick someone with at least a star power. You don't want to be facing power 11s against your power 3 brawler. If you have an open goal, don't try to trick shot. You've all seen clips where trick shots go horribly wrong. Sure, you might get a cool clip from it, but speaking for your teammates, it's better to win. If you're going to try to trick shot, either go against bots or team up with a team of friends so nobody innocent is losing trophies because of your bad skills. Upgrading brawlers is great, it's so satisfying and we all love it, but don't go overboard. Gold and power points aren't the easiest things to come by, so choose specific brawlers to focus on maxing out, then move on once they're done. If you try and upgrade everyone at once, you'll quickly realize that your life savings of power points and gold are just gone. Don't ignore your brawlers. We have 73 in the game and more are coming each and every year. So do yourself a favor and try out each one. Every brawler has a different playstyle. They move differently, play differently. You'll become a better player overall if you understand the mechanics of each and can play solidly with them all. And hey, who knows? You might find a newfound love for one of them. It might be tempting to boot up some music while you brawl, but I would advise against this. Audio cues are super important in Brawl Stars. It tells you where shots are coming from or who's around you. Without this, you might not know a Shelly is in the bush or there's an Edgar jumping right onto you. Stay safe out there. Never play Hat Mortis and always play No Hat Mortis, and there's a good reason for this. It's not widely known, but No Hat Mortis actually has a slightly faster big dash charge, but it also has 5% more speed. This is obviously because of the hat being missing, so despite it being kind of ugly, you might want to consider using this one.
Shelly is the first character you unlock in Brawl Stars, and she's not too bad, right? She's super strong at close range, she has some pretty solid gadgets, decent star powers, but she manages to be one of the worst picks every season. Why? Well, first, let's look at Shelly's changes over time to see if Shelly's slander is justified. Let's set the scene. It's 2018. This is when Brawl Stars went global, and you know, she wasn't too bad. Well, considering there were only like 22 brawlers available. Back then, when Brawl Stars first added auto-aim, oh my god, she dominated. As did most close-range brawlers at the time. But that only lasted a short while, as people soon realized that Shelly had a major flaw. Something that could easily counter her, and that was to keep distance, because well, she can't really do much of anything if she's a few tiles away. So Shelly just kinda sat there, only used in the lowest trophy ranges for months on end, and over time, as more brawlers were released, Shelly became less prominent in the meta. The only thing saving her was bushy maps, and even then she's outclassed by other brawlers like Bo, Leon, even Edgar. Supercell tried to help Shelly out a bit as they gave her the Band-Aid star power that healed her for 5,000 health. That's right, she was unstoppable. Oh, she's almost dead? No, she's not. Yeah, Shelly was alright. A few months later, this was changed to 40%, which made the star power pretty balanced, though I'll argue it's not the most useful. Other than that, her slowing star power was balanced. It helps close distances, but limited to when you use the super. Her gadgets then had slight changes to them. Clay pigeons originally only allowed for 1 shot, which was absolute garbage, then changed to what it is today with a 5-second timer, making it significantly better. Similarly, with her fast forward gadget, it lets her dash in a specific direction and was very underpowered until it got a slight range increase. Even then, it doesn't have invulnerability like Max's does. So as we can see, her history was kinda rocky, but overall led her to a pretty balanced state. She was never at the top of the meta, nor was she too overpowered. Frankly, she stayed underpowered. Despite this, it doesn't answer the question of why she's still so bad today. Well, it's pretty simple. There's just way too many counters to her. We have 63 brawlers, and a majority are long-range damage dealers that can easily take her down. Heck, you even got a solid Shelly counter when you first start. Shelly's Shelly's always had a really rough time when closing the distance between her and the enemy. Her star powers and fast forward gadget kinda help, but ultimately it's not enough to stabilize her in the meta. And when you know what you're doing, you can easily outplay her, which caps her to the early to mid game. Speaking of, Shelly is the first brawler you unlock. She has to be simple, meaning it's extremely hard to make any changes to her in risk of tampering with a player's first experience or the early game meta. I played a few games with Shelly, even on Cavern Churn, which should be her main domain, but with his Vision star power hard countered me along with the Vision gear. The occasional bull overpowered me with a higher DPS, and against other Shellys it's down to whoever gets their super off first, and in most cases, well, I was the loser. And no gadget was really too good, or I wasn't using them right. Clay pigeons I either never used or failed horribly, and fast forward really needs the invulnerability to make it truly viable. Overall, Shelly's in dire need of some buff or rework, specifically to her gadget or star powers. Otherwise, I don't see her ever being too good, especially with a new counter coming every season. Let me know if there's anything you would do to make Shelly better in the comments and who you would want to see next.
There are over 600 skins in Brawl Stars, and today we'll rank every single skin in the game from worst to best. Just remember, all of these rankings are my opinions. I might put a skin with objectively worse effects higher than another just due to personal preference and bias. This is a skin ranking, not a meta ranking. Now let's start with the rares. Every single one of these soccer and football skins. There are 13 in total, and were introduced to celebrate the Masters League season or something. They're weird and lame, and I don't like soccer. Okay, now moving on to the real skins. Axel Willow is definitely the worst skin in Brawl Stars. Willow's base model is miles better than this. Aesthetically speaking, this just is not a well-designed skin and barely conveys the idea of the skin as an axolotl. GT Max takes a close 49th place. She's definitely a lot more solid than Axel Willow, but what makes her so bad is its lack of diversity. It's just Max, but with slightly different colors that make her look incredibly worse. It's super basic and not worth it at all. Similar to GT Max, Constructor Jackie is way too boring to be worth her bling. The color palette is better, but it's nothing crazy. It's not creative, nor is it interesting. Kaiju Buzz may be a controversial take. Generally speaking, he could be placed in the late 20s to 30s, but what makes him so awful is the Kaiju name. If you didn't know, the Kaiju robot was the boss in Super City Rampage and was the worst mode ever made by far. This skin gives me PTSD, so it places here. Pink Piper is literally just Piper, but Princess Peachified. I like Pink, but this is just lazy. Colt has many skins, but Outlaw feels like a downgraded version of base Colt. He's got a boring outfit, a dull color palette, and overall just doesn't feel any better. Elf Angelo. I did not think it could get worse than base Angelo. Already, he looks like a complete mess and a scatter of elements, but Elf Angelo just takes that and slaps on a worse coat of paint. I'm not a fan in the slightest. Mean Girl Ems was actually remodeled from College Ems, which definitely bumped her up a few spots. Her model is fun with the horns, but I don't get the mean girl persona it's trying to convey. Foot Bonnie is not bad. If you like soccer, then this is a pretty solid skin, but if you don't, then it's not good. Classic Shelly. If it's all you have, then that's fine, but definitely not as good as literally any other Shelly skin. Bandita Shelly is just a classic skin. Her design is incredibly solid, but since she's free for everyone on their first day, it kinda tampers with its cool factor. I can't see myself putting this below the 40s. Panda Nita. Bruce as a panda is cool, but it's really just nothing special. He just turns into a panda. Rockstar Colt. I love the Elvis Presley reference, but just like Outlaw Colt, it's not great. We're now moving on to skins that might be worth your gems or bling if you really like the brawler, like MC Mandy. This is definitely an improvement from her base model, but it's just meh. The colors are a bit odd and it's just a big whatever skin. Blackbird Edgar is a serious improvement to his base model. His color scheme is a bit different and fun, but something about him feels kind of freaky. I get it's a Nightwing reference or whatever, but I'm not a big fan. Warrior Bow has a really cool design. He's all tatted up, he has vibrant colors, but he still feels too similar to base Bow for me. Vintage Pearl could have been Pearl's base skin and I would not even care. I think the colors are fun and vibrant and it makes her feel fresh and out of the oven. Solid rare skin in my opinion. Patrol RT is an op. Superstar Stu. This skin really isn't too different from base Stu. He gets some America colors, but nothing really stands out with him. The only thing that he really has going for him is how he matches to his theme pretty well. Agent P. For some reason, people really love Agent P, but I don't see it. Sure, he has some custom porters, but it's incredibly basic. It's a slight improvement to his model, but that's all. Sif Melody. As of writing this skin has not been released yet, but it looks pretty solid. Usually when skins make brawlers blonde, they look pretty terrible, but I think Sith Melody looks alright. I get like these RPG medieval vibes from it. Runaway Gray. This is one of the few skins on this list that really excels at what they're trying to achieve. He's clearly a prisoner, and since he moves with portals, he's a runaway. It's not my favorite looking skin, but its concept is pretty great. Now we're moving on to these skins which are definitely worth your Blanger gems. If you want a rare skin, then these are the ones you should grab. Amazing Charlie. This is a good skin. She has a really standout design, it's unique, and I love Iron Man, so this is a great skin. Squeaky Notes. I might be a bit biased because this is a relatively new skin, but I really love this skin. It makes Squeak look so goofy, he's just a little blob, I love it. Inferno Chuck looks so cool, he's super menacing and that's exactly what he needs, but I think his Ghostly Pale skin is a little bit odd. Retro Nani is probably my least favorite skin in the game, but after consulting others, they said it was a really good skin, which I don't really see, but I'll put it like right in the middle. It has a unique peep, but I cannot stand this little Mass Spike is the definition of good value for the price. You get essentially 8 bad skins in one, which makes it pretty okay. In game, he looks normal though, so it's kind of whatever. Poison Cap Cordelius. This is like the budget Spore Mine Cordelius. He gets a really cool model, but I think the purple suits him way better. If this skin got the same effects as El Atomico, I think he would be at the top of the list. Draco Doug. I think this skin makes Doug feel a whole lot more menacing. He's got wings, eyes, and he's purple. What more could you want? Tech Maisie. I really like Tech Maisie. Her colors beautifully work together. It really screams tech and danger. Sleepy Sandy is not the best. It's essentially just a recolor of Sandy, but he has something that no one else does. Spike Slippers. Supercell, please send me a bear. Shark Tank Hank is kinda like Draco Doug, except way cooler since he's Hank. The drawn on mouth is a really fun touch, and paired with the other beat up marks on his tank, I really like this skin. Billy the Kid just hits different, man. Instead of the bright white of his original fur, the purples and blues are a nice change of pace. Unlike a similar skin like Outlaw Colt, the contrasting yellow really pulls the whole thing together. 8-Bit Classic. As someone who loves early Nintendo systems, 8-Bit Classic is a really cool skin. It's nothing special, but it's a really neat nod. Ladybug Bee is a must-have skin for bee lovers. It really just makes sense that she's a ladybug. I like her cute backpack, her hat, and it's just a good skin. Tropical Sprout. This is just the base Sprout at this point. He's so chill, literally the biggest vibe in the game. Unicorn Bonnie. I love Unicorn Bonnie. It really matches our personality and reminds me of the annoying little girl from Despicable Me. I'm also a sucker for pastel colors. This is a really cool skin. Dark Chester has a really sick design. It's like Blackbird Edgar, but actually really cool. Instead of looking mischievous, he's evil, and what's more there to say? Macaron Miko is so funny. He's this little French dude with a beret and a mustache and a striped shirt and a baguette. He's so stereotypical and I love it. Larry and Lori Controllers. An unnecessarily long name, but they're super cool. Not only are they Joy-Cons, but you essentially get 2 skins in one. I'm a big fan. I just wish the colors were switched so it matches their personalities a bit better. Golden Barley is my favorite skin to flex on people with. When my friends pull up with a true gold skin, I pull up with my Golden Barley. They never know the difference. Definitely not. He also has a custom attack texture, which is pretty cool. Doll Jessie is a bit scary, but super cute, especially Shocky. Sam the Teddy. Now this skin is pretty ugly, I'm not gonna lie, but compared to many other skins on this list, he could be seen as a super rare. It really changes how Sam looks, and despite not having any extra effects, I think this spot is deserving for the sheer difference in his model. Leon the Stray is super solid. He becomes a cat, and cats are cool. It's also just a really pleasing design. Zombrock is a classic skin. It makes him look so cool and a menace on the field. GeForce Janet, definitely one of my favorite skins of all time. For only 29 gems, she gets a super sick fit. Her colors work incredibly well together, and she actually feels like a normal person. It's sick as hell. Boy Scout Gus feels like a completely new brawler. I love how the balloon turns red, and again, he feels so normal, which you almost never see in skins these days. Bubblegum BB. Compared to her base model, this is so different. She has these bright blues and pinks, which look great, but her bat becomes a giant lollipop, and it really revamps everything about her in a fun way, which I love. Goblin Carl. I don't know why I love this skin so much, but he's just so goofy. Bro is literally a goblin. The minecart mouth is a nice touch as well. And finally, number 1, the best rare skin in Brawl Stars in my opinion is Stara. It's pretty much just base Tara, but she has constellations all around her which flash and shine. This is the only rare skin which has these moving animations, so that's why I think it's deserving of the best rare skin. Moving on to the super rares. Caveman Frank. Do I even need to explain myself? Come on, it's lame. They could have done so much more with this. Linebacker Bull and Touchdown Bull come next, which I think are fair to put together. They're kind of neat, but I see them as 29 gem skins instead. Red Wizard Barley and Wizard Barley. Just like the football bulls, they're not special. Mascot Daryl is a skin you get for free, and I hate this skin with all my being. It looks like he got bonked on the head with an anvil and his head is just permanently squished. PSG Shelly. You used to be able to get this skin for free before Bandita Shelly, and out of all of the Shelly skins, it's pretty boring. I prefer Bandita Shelly, and that's saying something. Old School Brock. I like how it's a reference to the, well, Old School Brock, but they did him so dirty. DJ Frank. This skin is super underwhelming. He gets a fun animation, but his model is too similar to the base model for this to be any good. Hog Rider Carl. Despite how this skin is literally a hog rider, it has nothing more going for it. For 79 gems, it's not worth the price at all. Koala Nita. Koala Nita is fine, but it doesn't add much else than being a koala. It gives Panda Nita vibe. Potato Squeak. I never had too much of a problem with Potato Squeak, but he's just gross and kinda nasty. This kinda looks like something Nick DiGiovanni would make on YouTube Shorts. Holiday Pam. The only thing that she has going for her is her immaculate vibe. Beach Time Mortis. Mortis is ready for the beach, but what you see is what you get. It's really nothing special. Beach Brock. Just like Beach Time Mortis and Pam, it's pretty lame. El Rito is an OG skin. He's got a sick design, but I don't see it as anything too worth it. Primo has just way better super rare skins. Road Rage Carl. I think his Goblin Carl skin is way better by a long shot, and that's only a rare skin. Ricochet was given to free for everyone for an anniversary after they remodeled Rico. He looks okay, but not a skin I would go out and wear, you know what I mean? Dino Leon turns Leon into a dinosaur. That's about it. Bunny Penny. Depending on who you choose for your free daily reward, Bunny Penny is a definite better option than Mascot Daryl. Despite this, it's free, so it's not nearly as cool. Viking Bull is whatever. He's just blonde bull. Boombox Brock. Brock gets a lot more vibrant with the skin, and his rocket launcher turns into a boombox. He gets nothing else though, and it's kinda lame. Vicious BB is a hated skin for a pretty good reason. She gets an ugly model and no effect changes, but I like BB, so she's a bit better. Choco Piper. Out of all of the BT21 skins, this is the weakest. Piper gets a new dress, but that's essentially it. It's just an upgraded version of Pink Piper that forces you to spend gems. Dark Bunny Penny is definitely an improvement to Bunny Penny. The dark to her is cool and menacing, but it's still just Bunny Penny. Calavera Piper. People love this skin, but I just don't see it. She gets a cool texture, yeah, but that's all. Red Dragon Jessie was added in celebration of the Chinese release of Brawl Stars. That's kind of neat, but the skin itself has a lot to be desired. At least Scrappy gets a new color and texture. Sally Leon. Literally nothing changes. No new animation, he just looks a bit different. His attack gets a cool effect though. Archvillain B. This skin makes B monochrome and her B's turn into this really off-putting blue, black, and white. Something about this really freaks me out and I don't like it. DIY Surge. Surge turns into a DIY model. That's kinda cool. He gets a slight attack effect change, but it's barely noticeable. Wicked Stew is really underwhelming. His base attacks barely get any change to them, and his super trail stays exactly the same. Lil Helper Penny. I personally do not like this skin since the effects aren't the greatest, but it is an exclusive Christmas skin, so it's kind of okay. First Blob Squeak. It's not my first choice for Squeak skins. The changes to his attacks are subtle and go unnoticed a lot of the time. His model looks kinda cool in game though. Marshall Ruffs. This gives Ruff's attack little sheriff badges, which feel way cooler than his base lasers. Still, his model is pretty crap. El Atomico seems like a really awesome skin, and it kind of is, but the only thing that's going for him is the little atomic effect around him. Otherwise, he's super basic and just primo. Poco Star is the lamest Poco skin, but despite this, he gets a neat attack effect. Pirate Poco. This is the only Poco skin without strings on his guitar. Other than that, mid skin. B800. This skin is not bad. It's got a super cool theme around it, but like others, it feels way too similar to the base model since, well, half of it literally is just base model bull. Handsome Cold is anything but handsome. I like how unique the skin is, but other than his model being cool, he has nothing going on for him. Sorry, bro. Barbarian King Bull. This skin is here purely because of the Clash of Clans reference. Gunslinger Colt might have custom effects, but he feels way too basic to be a really cool Colt skin. Brawloween Rosa. This is just a classic skin. She becomes Sand Undertale with her super, so can you really complain? Smooth Lou gets some pretty interesting animations, but I feel they don't stand out enough from base Lou. Super Ranger Brock. Probably one of Brock's ugliest skins. This just does not look good. If you like Power Rangers, then sure. Balloon Sally has a really good design itself, but what makes this skin so bad for me is the animations in game. They feel so clunky and weird. Now this is where things get kind of blurry. A lot of super rare skins are equally good, so take this order with a grain of salt. All of these are really solid skins. White Crow is literally just Crow but white. It's nothing special, but it's not too bad. Ho 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 Bo really fits Bo. He becomes Santa Claus, shooting something and dropping presents with his super. super. It's pretty solid, but he has better skins. El Corazon gets some pretty cool effects. When punching enemies, a heart appears, and jumping is fun. It's pretty solid. Summer Jessie is cute or whatever, but she gets some really neat water effects with her attack and super. Pirate Jean shoots a hook with his super, which is pretty cool. His main attack is also okay for a 79 gem skin. Gift Express Jackie has cool effects. That's pretty much it. Shark Leon is pretty basic. He throws a water spinner blade and he drops fish when he supers. The water attacks aren't always the best looking, but it's fine if you like Leon. Galaxy Storm Lola is super underrated. Excusing the weird alien Toji's worm looking thing, her attack feels very clean. Definitely one of my favorites, but not enough to go anywhere higher on the list. High Score Griff. Despite a really questionable model, you can't lie, he has some killer effects. Swamp Gene is such a swampy little guy, you cannot go wrong with him. Bellhop Mike. I'm not the biggest fan of this Dynamite skin, but he throws out all sorts of suitcases, which are kinda neat. El Mayordomo. This skin doesn't give Primo any super cool effects, but I like how he has a mustache and stuff. Ivy Bell. Ivy Bell has a super neat design and animation, but in game she's incredibly lackluster. The vines that bounce between enemies is cool, but that's the extent of it. You can barely notice it. Streetwear Max. I don't know why y'all like the skin so much. Max gets a hoodie. Big whoop. She's so mid, but I do like the casualness of it. Navigator Colette has a really neat design, but that's where it ends. Princess Shelly. I really like the skin. Her attacks are smooth and I like Ghost Squeak. You cannot go wrong with Ghost Squeak. That's all. You just can't go wrong. It's pretty cool. Sugar Rush Sandy has some awesome Brawler references on him, but his main selling point, the super, doesn't have a lot going on, which is kind of unfortunate. Sharktooth Colt gets some pretty cool paint effects, but I just don't see myself maining Colt with this skin too much. Neko B. This skin doesn't add too much, but she becomes a cat. And cats are awesome. Santa Mike is probably my favorite Dynamite skin of all time. He throws these explosive candy canes and a giant sack of explosives as a super. It's also limited! So it's pretty sweet. Snowman Tick throws snowy things and he has some pretty cool effects. Fangirl Coney. I honestly prefer any other Colette skin, but this just isn't too bad. King Crab Tick is pretty cool. He's the only frowning Tick skin and gets some decent attack and super effects. Leopard Max and Panther Max are nice. It gives Max some pretty decent shots and a killer super animation. Burger Lou. You know, Burger Lou could be higher up on the list, but the problem with this little bozo is that the cheese is on the bottom of the burger, when it should be on top. It's not realistic and goes against all common practices in burger constructing. Sakura Spike makes Spike pink and shoot flowers, and I think that's amazing. You're perfect how you are. I like how Grom rides the egg. It's a goofy skin for a goofy guy. Octofang is the cheapest Fang skin, and for how popular he is, he's pretty solid. I especially like the trail he gets when he supers. Bell Nani. This skin gets some pretty sick effects. After each attack, there's a trail of confetti that falls. Same with the super. The only thing that's setting the skin back though is the model. The bell is kinda weird. Whale Watch Nita has some killer attack effects, and Bruce's spawn animation is really clean. Firefly Rico really makes him look badass. I really like the little fireflies flying around his insides, and I don't know, this is just such a cool skin. Gummy Bear Nita is solid. She gets a good attack animation, and as well as this, her and Bruce change color after every use. That's really neat. V8-bit. This may be a bit controversial, but I absolutely love this skin. He gets a super strong looking attack and a super cool super area. Like, bro is literally a gas pump. This is so cool! Detective Gray Nor Edition. Only us OGs remember when this was a rare skin. It's definitely not as good as Detective Gray, but it's chill. Detective Gray. This makes Gray really come together. I love the magnifying glass for his teleporter, and his shots feel a lot better to shoot. BB Lante has a pretty lackluster design, but her attack animation is one of my favorites. It's powerful, yet simple. I really like Maple Barley's attack textures and puddles. I don't know, it just feels super satisfying to attack. Corrupted Sprout is my favorite Sprout skin. He gets a super dope idle animation, and his Sprout balls are so powerful. Scorpion Willow's attack carries this skin. When it lands, a scorpion tail comes up from the ground. This is like the kill animation before the kill animation. Beetle May. I really like this skin. For only 2,750 bling, you get a serious improvement to her model and attack. Her shots feel powerful and strong. I love it. Moon Bunny Squeak. This makes Squeak look and feel so cute and squishy. That's all. I like him. Leonard Carl. No, not Leonard from the Angry Birds movie, silly. Carl becomes this goofy little frog, and despite not having a cool super, I find the little emotes endearing when he attacks. Surge Kong. Do I even need to explain? Trick or Treat Leon. Cool skin. Popstar Janet. Sorry, Janet Sims, 21 is the best I can go. Her attack animation is whatever, but her bombs dropping is super sick. I also love her idle animation. Pyro Spike is really solid. He gets a little hazmat suit, and his shots get a flaming effect. I would eat this skin. Street Ninja Tara. This Tara skin gets a really neat design, though everything else is kinda whatever. Captain Crow. Crow really doesn't have any bad skins, and Captain Crow is no exception. His daggers get this really awesome look to them. Unicorn Knight Barley does the fucking melee or whatever, but what I love is the puddles. They have this really neat gradient from blue to purple, which looks super mesmerizing. Logmas Spike becomes a festive log. He gets some decent attacks, but his super is where it's at. Awesome skin for an awesome brawler. Mr. Fly, Count Pangula, and Daruma Mr. P. I think all three of these skins are pretty equal. They all change the porters and have really nice effects. You just cannot go wrong with these skins for Mr. P. Emerald and Ruby Prince Sprout get really awesome effects. His main attack is a little bouncy sword and his walls are castles. Honestly, such a cool skin for a cool little guy. Okay, now we're moving on to the top 10 super rare skins in my opinion. At number 10, we have Quick Draw Edgar. He's really sick looking. This is a huge improvement from his base model and makes him feel that much more powerful. Stonks Pam is literally stonks. Flex your riches with the thickest. Harajuku M's. This may have the cringiest dance, but I love her attack and super. Definitely one of the best on this list. Krampus Ash is really creative. He's like this mystery box of gifts and is really festive. Dark Clown Sam has one of the coolest idle animations in the game. He's so freaky and I like it. Most of all, I think when his super lands, the bear trap looking thing looks incredibly cool. Hermes Max could have been an epic skin, but it's not. She gets some super cool attacks and I love the wings behind her when she runs. Zombie Bee is incredible for a super rare. Not only does she get a sick attack animation, but she also gets a spooky little ghost dude as her bubble. This could easily be an epic skin. D4RRY1, not only does he get a fire model, but his attacks feel super impactful and powerful. At number 2, we have Wood Spirit Chester. He is so wacky. He gets a really neat idle animation, but along with this, he gets a custom animation for every super in his arsenal. Definitely incredible value for the cost, and it looks super awesome while it's at it. And finally, in my honest opinion, the best super rare skin is Dumpling Daryl. Not only is it exclusive, but he shoots soy sauce and is dressed like a dumpling. That's awesome. Now to the epics. Classic Dynamite. Definitely my least favorite epic skin. This doesn't change anything about him except his model, and since it's Dynamite, he has plenty of other skins which are far better. Rockabilly Mortis. Literally nothing changes about him except his design, which is kind of mid. Night Witch Mortis. He's ugly, but does get some slight effects which are kind of neat. Biker Carl. Overall, this is a pretty underwhelming skin. His model is honestly pretty ugly, and his effects are not anything to write home about. Bananas Colt. I bought this skin a few months back and I regret it. It's not super interesting in game or out of game. Popcorn Rico. This is actually a pretty solid skin. It's a nice touch that he shoots kernels that later pop into actual popcorn. Holiday Party Frank. Frank attacks with a big tree and wears a lampshade on his head. It's a fun concept, but it's not my favorite. Belle Goldhand. I feel like the skin barely does much to Belle. It feels like a slightly improved version of her instead. Spiky Eve. Same deal with Spiky Eve, it's just a bit too similar. El Rey Primo. Primo becomes royal, which is cool, but it feels more fitting for a 79 gem skin instead. King Lu. I will stand by hating King Lu. He does not feel strong and his effects are kind of mid at best. Ferocious Fang. This is the recolor of Furious Fang and I don't think the colors are nice. It's a definite downgrade from the original model. Captain Carl and Darktide Carl. They're whatever, they don't change too much and they're just kind of underwhelming. Hero Paulette. Out of all three Paulettes, Hero is my least favorite and I'll probably never use this in my life. Bake Sale Barley. Barley now attacks with pies and he looks like a woman, which is kind of cool. Dark Fairy Janet. This is a neat skin with some good effects. It has a really cool concept, but it just does not fit with Janet in the slightest. Chainsaw Buster. I like the Denji reference, but it's a really boring skin and just he has better ones. Lion Bull. Bull is a lion. Caesar Sam. Sam gets a toga and stuff, but nothing about the skin really stands out too much. His attack is kind of lackluster, and so is his super. Cheerleader Rosa. This isn't too bad of a skin, but she looks really strange. I don't know what it is about her. I just don't like it. Hot Rod Brock gives Brock a really nice design, but his rockets are not anything special. L Baby Shark. This is a fire skin. Cool effects, a fun animation, but it's Baby Shark, man. Come on. DJ M's. I personally don't like DJ M's model, but her attack and super are pretty cool. Slayer Griff. This is a super weird design for Griff. It just doesn't match his boxy shape. Cupid Piper. Really solid Piper skin. The Valentine's theme fits with her well, and her attack and super look really good. Midori Paulette. This is the better Paulette. I like her colors, and she's just kind of neat looking. I like the blues and the other colors. I forget what colors there are. Baseball Fang and the other Baseball Fang. I don't know what they're called. I don't like baseball, so this isn't really my favorite, but I can see how someone who does play baseball might find this pretty good. Coach Mike and PSG Mike are not my favorite skins, I'll be completely honest here. But they're not bad by any means. They throw soccer balls, and I like balls. Balls, Lavish Lola. I think this is a pretty solid recolor of Rebel Lola. Not much else to say here. Ronin Ruffs has some nice effects, but it's kind of whatever. It's kind of the same with Ninja Ash, who is just a little ninja box. It's kind of cool. Wasp Bo. Bo becomes a wasp and shoots stingers. Along with this, he throws little wasp nests with his super. I guess it also has honey or something too. I didn't think wasps make honey. Let me know what that is in the comments. Trash Poco. This skin is not trash, despite the name. Gold Neko Bee. I really like Neko Bee, but Gold Neko Bee is that, but better. It's also like Golden Barley and how it's a fake true gold skin, which is kind of nice. Hockey Mortis. Pretty solid Mortis skin. I like how it's hockey themed, because I'm Canadian. Smuggler Penny. This was the first Power League skin, so that has some interesting bits in it. It's a bit odd, but it's cool nonetheless. Lawless Lola. Not my favorite Lola skin, but it looks pretty alright. I think the darker colors are nice, but they're not the best. Haunted House 8-Bit. This skin has some really cool effects, but the thing that holds it back is how it looks nothing like 8-Bit. Bro is literally a house. Spicy Mike. Spicy Mike throws little peppers and a big pot of something for a super. Rage Quit Tara. I think this is an okay skin. There's nothing really crazy about it, but I think it's alright. Alley Cat Bull. This is a really solid bull skin. He turns into this mob boss with a cat and a really solid super animation. Or should I say a PNG. It still looks kinda cool. Jungle Queen Maisie. Definitely not my favorite Maisie skin, but it does feel good to use with her. Squeakbuster Gale. This is the only skin that references another brawler in their name. I think it's pretty solid. It's definitely a fun skin to use. Buzzette is a very fun skin. I like the pastel colors, the shades, everything, but I do see how people may not like it. Serenade Poco. He's so handsome. Dragon Knight Jessie and Shadow Knight Jessie. Out of all the Jessie skins, they're not the best, but they're not the worst. I greatly prefer something like Summer Jessie, but even then, these are not bad. Sway Master Barley. I love his animations and he's kinda cool, just a little bit basic. Baiku Eve. The Akira reference goes hard, man. Nutcracker Gale gets some really sick effects. They're sparkly, and I prefer this over some stupid snow like most winter skins get. Jackie Kookie, Edgar Tata, Bull Mang, Tick, Shuki, BBRJ, L Brown, and Ruff's Chimmy. I put these all together since I think they're about on the same level. There are some which I think are far better, but we'll see them later. El Tigro gets some really sick effects from his super and attack, which are all pixely and stuff. It's pretty solid. Guard Rico. He's good. Shibanita. She's nice. Sports Dude Spike. It's alright. CCTV Poco. This skin used to be really good before the remodel, but despite that, it's still pretty solid. Coral Bell is underrated. Her model is nice and her shots are beautiful. Rebel Lola actually used to be called Chola, but was changed because it was offensive, but it's a whatever skin. She has better. Spore Mine Cordelius is really fire. I like his little attacks, but they're not my favorites. Frankengrom. This skin was good before the texture change. Mega Boxdero and Omega Boxdero. These were given for free before the box removal update, and they're really nice. They have some neat effects as well. Jet Ski Jackie has some cool effects. El Dragon Rosado and Verado.
Excuse me, did I just say Verado? I don't know where that came from. It's Verdoso, not Verado, not Verado.
Their attacks feel like really watery for some reason, but I think that's really cool. They kind of linger a bit, and I like that. Posto Brock. This skin did not fit with their season at all, despite it being a Power League season, but I find that kind of neat, and I like this skin a lot. It gives them a lot of personality. Superfan Ems. This is kind of like that one Sandy skin, but not as good. I do really like the balloons around her in her super, though. Major Rosa gets a super cool shield. Royal Agent Colt is okay. It's kind of just like base Colt, but it's a lot just cooler. Pharaohs is also okay. I like the Pharaoh, but he's just a Pharaoh. Who cares? Corsair Colt is okay. Magma Mandy. This skin is alright. I don't really care for her too much since it just doesn't really fit Mandy that well. Flag Bearer Piper has nice feet. I don't like feet though, so it might go down just a few spots. Okay, next one. Sandy Koya will be grouped up with the others, but I absolutely love his attack and super. Dancer Shelly and the other two Dancer Shellys, or whatever they're called. The dark smoke that comes out of her attack is awesome looking, and they're pretty solid. Ultra Driller Jackie. This is a nice skin and a classic 149 gem skin with nice effects, but her super is super boring. Misfortune Tara's attack is beautiful and is overall just a very solid skin, but I'm not the biggest fan of their designs. Same with Tempest Tara. Tanuki Jessie is really cute. I especially like the sound effect with her attack, and each bullet feels truly strong. Chicken Rico is a chicken, and I like chicken nuggets. Gladiator Colette. Honestly, pretty solid skin. I like how she runs when supering as well. Lantern Sandy. His super carries so hard in this skin, but it's alright. Monster Truck Meg. Her mecha gets some really awesome effects with his big swingy super and his little shots, but what I really like about the skin is the tire treads after he moves. Valkyrie Janet. One of Janet's best skins. This makes her feel so strong and like a powerful woman. Cobra Lola. This skin gives Lola a snake and changes her entire palette. I can see why people might not not like this skin, but I find it pretty cool. Grouch Miko. Miko becomes the Grinch with a nice super landing effect. Pinku Paulette. I like anime girl. Rosie Charlie changes Charlie's spider egg thing into a rose and she gets this poison ivy looking outfit. It's pretty solid. Cupcake Daryl. It's pleasing and has some pretty sick effects. Red Nose Nita. This was the first 149 gem skin and gives Nita some neat attack effects and a festive Bruce. Marauder Maisie. I like the skin, but I feel like it's not exactly worth 5,000 bling or 149 gems. I much prefer seeing this as a 79 gem skin, but it's pretty cool nonetheless. Empress Bonnie. This is peak Bonnie skins. This completely changes her design and makes her like the complete opposite of what her character already is. Loaded Rico. What can I say? He's loaded. Mantis Rosa. I really like the shield she gets. It's so cool looking. Amber de la Vega. Incredibly underrated Amber skin and completely outclassed by Frost Queen Amber, but this skin still stands tall. Her shots get a really nice slash effect to them and I just love it. Sally Nani. Sally Nani is such a good skin. She looks super adorable and the peep is so cute as well. Born Bad Buzz. Buzz is a part of the Bad Randoms band and this skin excels at portraying that. He's just so cool. Pizza Oven Ash. Pizza is nice. Furious Fang. This is a really solid Fang skin. He gets these incredibly nice colors and this just feels like it could be the base Fang skin. Crimson RT. This skin turns RT into a little blob of evil, which not only looks cool but fits with RT's design super well. Horus Bow. Bow becomes this angel looking thing which is really fire and is like the complete opposite of Underworld Bow. Yeti Sam. Sam gets awesome cold effects and yeah, it's nice. All of the Kit boxers go here and they're pretty dang cool. They really enhance the assassin aspect of Kit's design. Dr. Edgar. You just can't go wrong with Dr. Edgar. It's pretty good. Nerd Squeak. So much nerd, so little time. Mega Beetle B. B gets a really neat attack shot which are bright and powerful. Trash Panda Penny. This might be a controversial opinion, but I think this skin is so fire. I love how her mortar turns into a trash can with a raccoon and her base design is super nice. Dynasty Mike. Some of the better Dynamite effects come out of this little guy. They feel really clean to use and don't disappoint at all. Kabocha Fang. Sick Fang, cool Fang. Cat Burglar Jessie. I like cats and I really like the sound effect she gets when he shoots attacks. Sunken Chest Griff. Even though his teeth are positioned in a way where his lid cannot close, I think this makes Griff really cool and is super creative. Periscope Pearl. Pearl gets remade into this green thing. She shoots bubbles and gets a really nice super effect. Mecha Paladin Surge. It's a good skin for a good season. He feels really clean and gets some pretty solid effects to boot. Neon Nita. This is a pretty solid skin. Nita skins almost never miss and this is no exception. Crocodile Buster. Now this is a skin of all time. Buster gets a really nice theme and his net becomes a crocodile catching thingy. It really revamps him in an awesome way. Raider Cordelius. Definitely better than any other Cordelius skin except for one other coming up. Underworld Bow. This is a really cool bow skin, but it feels kind of basic all around. It's not my personal favorite, but it's up there. Coco Rosa. It was pretty hard ranking the Rosa skins. All of them are pretty solid, but I think Coco Rosa barely beats them all out. Her attack becomes coconuts and she becomes a coconut in her super. I love coconut. W Otis. Pretty cool skin with a cool little dance. Hanbok Mandy. I put this skin here mainly because I'm Korean and a hanbok is a form of traditional Korean clothing. It's pretty awesome. World Championship Gus. One of Gus's best skins, Gus gets a sick color combination and feels super fun to use, especially to flex. Inspector Colette. I love the animation for her and she becomes this ghost train navigator. It's really cool but not as cool of a concept as another Colette skin on this list. Stone Troll Lou. This is a pretty badass Lou skin. Lou becomes this stone troll and that's cool. Sultan Carl. Pretty solid Carl skin. His attacks get this sandy effect to them. Kraken Surge is really awesome. He shoots little squiddy kraken things. I love his tentacles. Crash Test Daryl is really neat. He's unique and he's interesting and he's a tire. What more could you want? Wizard Byron is a really cool Byron skin. I think it checks all the boxes of what an epic skin should be and it does it pretty well. Jaguar Spirit Meg has a goofy little dance and makes Meg feel super powerful. Santa Stew normally wouldn't be this high for me since I don't really like the Santa skins too much, but I really love the snowy trail he gets after supering in place of fire. It's so clean. Dark Lord Spike still stands today as a really good skin. Best of all, it gives Spike a voice. Lunar Sprout. Its design is based off the moon rabbit from Asian mythology, hence the rabbit ears. It gives Sprout amazing cheese. Moon Rocks for his attack and super. Lunar Piper. Her design is also based off the Moon Rabbit, which you can really see in the skin. She's so classy and it looks beautiful. Director Buzz. I love how old Power League skins were these like super random things. Director Buzz is such a vibe and actually matches with his personality pretty well. Coney Max. My second favorite BT21 skin, Coney Max stays true to the original Max, which I feel is a nice touch. It's super bubbly and fun. Werewolf Leon. Leon becomes even more of a furry than he already was. He shoots little bones and walks like a furry would. Not that I would know. Cursed Pirate BB gets a sweet effect after swinging her bat, which lingers after a second in a super bubble that's like this trapped soul. I love BB. And the skin as well. And the skin. Desperado Poco makes Poco feel so awesome. He gets a massive no cloud as his attack and super, which just feels so nice to play. I love this little goober. Space Ox Bull. This was the first skin to have a changed voice line, which is kinda neat. His model is also big and powerful. Final Boss Rico gives 1930s animation, and it definitely excels at conveying that. Rocket Brown. Usually I'm not a huge fan of these BT21 skins, but Rocket Brown makes Brock feel so good. His shots are super large and strong, and they just feel super fun to play with. Evil Gene. This makes Gene feel like a little monster, which is super fitting for him. Every shot, even down to the split shots, are nicely made. Surgini. Obviously inspired by Aladdin, this gives Surge nice puffs of smoke after each attack and super, along with such a mystical vibe. Definitely worth every single gem. Challenger Colt. I like how you could only buy this skin for money, and you can never buy it again that one time. Dark Angel Colt. This skin was given to everyone for free for Brawl Days 2023, and holy crap, is this skin fire. Amazing animations and super sick shots. Witch Shelly turns Shelly into a witch. It's pretty self-explanatory. Her shots feel really powerful and match with her overall vibe incredibly well. Headless Rider Stu. This is a super above average Stu skin. He gets a menacing design with really neat effects. Pinata Ash. Ash gets the goofiest skins and it's incredible. Bro literally becomes a pinata. I want to hit on him, hit him, hit him, not Rogue Mortis. Rogue Mortis is actually so cool. He gets custom voice lines, cool effects with his attack, and his super is a sandstorm thing. It's pretty awesome. Overlord Byron is so sick. He shoots little orbs of his concoction and his super becomes a big bottle of said concoction. It's really clean. Orochi Edgar. Edgar just feels so strong in this skin. I feel like I could defeat the Ninetales Fox with this. Surfer Carl. Carl's best skin by far and is super great for a Brawl Pass skin. His attack gets completely reworked and his super matches super well. I love this. Mariposa Piper. Piper has a ton of great skins, but Mariposa stands out to me for her classy design and incredible animations in game. Tengu Mike doesn't have my favorite brawler model, but his attacks are what sell the skin for me. The eyeball after super is super menacing, and the little flares of fire after each attack is incredible. Lion Dance Brock. This skin is super exclusive, and if you watched my super rare ranking, you would know that Dumpling Daryl was my number 1. And to match, Lion Dance Brock is number 15. It's pretty good. Kitsune Lola. Lola gets a beautiful design with her and her fox, which look incredible in game. Just like the other Ayakashi clan skins, their attack shots are amazing. Fenrir Buzz and his variants make Buzz into a wolf from Norse mythology. He gets a really cool backstory and an even cooler model. Trixie Colette. This is a fan favorite skin for a good reason. Colette becomes a demon, and I like demons. That's cool. Heroin BB may not be a top tier skin for some of you, but this is my tier list, so I can do what I want. I love her design. Her bubble and her attack are super clean. Definitely top BB of all time. Odin Cordelius. This is such a sick looking skin. Cordelius' shots are well made and his idle animation is so menacing. Merchant Gale. This definitely is not the best looking skin, even though I think it's kinda cool, but I really love this skin due to the introduction of the first Brawl Pass. It's like a trophy, a marker in time for such a pivotal moment in Brawl Stars' history. Spirit Knight Frank. Such a cool skin with really neat effects. They really blew it out of the park with this one. Loki Chester. Chester's skins are always good. His animations just look so clean in this, and it's super well made, and of course, you get 5 supers in one. Oni Otis. Out of all of the Ayakashi clan skins, Oni Otis' attack is the best. It feels so strong and it's so creative looking. I love it. Crowbone. This is the classic S tier skin. You can never go wrong with Crowbone. I love how his daggers turn into a dark blue and his model is just so cool. Saloon 8-Bit. Not only does the skin have incredible voice lines, but the entire premise and execution is great. You gotta love Saloon 8-Bit. And finally, at number 1, I think you can all guess what it is. It's Frost Queen Amber, and she is definitely deserving of the number 1 spot. This is the only skin which gets a kill animation which is exclusive to legendaries. On top of this, her effects stand out so much and feel amazing to use. On to the Mythics. Poop Spike. This Spike is S tier. Oh my gosh, go back to kindergarten. Stupid little... This skin is just gross. I feel really disgusting just looking at this skin. I do like the little smelly nuggets though, that's a fun little touch. Moldy Mike. Out of all the mythic skins, I feel this one severely lacks any sort of substance that the others have. It's got some cool fart cloud effects, but I just don't feel super drawn towards this one. Supreme Bow. This skin is barely worse than the Brother Bow because of its colors, and speaking of, is Brother Bow, which I think have nice looking effects. They're kind of like fireworks and stuff. That's cool, but it just feels kind of off. It feels like there's something missing in the landing shot specifically. Hoot Hoot Shelly. I think it's a cool skin, but not exactly deserving of the mythic spot. It's essentially just a rehash of previous epic skins, but just slightly better, and that's the same for White Wolf Leon as well. They're not bad by any means, but I think there are better. Dasis Grom. I'm not the biggest fan of this skin, and I'm assuming it's partially because I don't quite understand the cultural significance of it, but I think it's cool for its intended audience. It's just not for me. Megalodon. I don't think there's much to this skin. It's got some really neat effects. It's super solid all around, but it's not my favorite, and it's not that memorable either. Scotty Jesse. This skin is super chill, don't get me wrong, but I feel it just needs a little bit more effects, a little bit more frosty stuff to make it really good. Learner Janet. She gets some really sick effects, but it feels a little out of place, especially the bombs, which feel extremely underwhelming compared to a really cool attack. L Quarterback. I don't like football, but I like the skin. The little field that appears after a super is really creative.
My audio cut out, but Quarterback, I don't like football, but it looks really cool. Vanara Frank, it's a cool Frank skin, but it's a cool Frank skin. And we have Ringmaster Byron. Byron gets fully revamped, looking like an evil daddy man. I can take it from here.
Fully revamped, looking like an evil daddy man. I think it's sick, but a little bit odd. Thief Edgar. Edgar's scarf feels incredibly powerful with this skin. His pierce lingers for a second, and I don't know, it's just a really cool skin. Zeus Brock. It's a hard-fought battle for 3rd and 4th place here, but Zeus Brock turns Brock into, well, Zeus. It's wonderfully designed, and the effects are super nice. Cerebus Tick. I put this above Zeus Brock because I feel it's just a bit flashier than him. It's just my personal opinion. I just like the skin a little bit better. I feel you got more bang for your buck with this one despite it being Tick, and we all hate Tick here, right? Ares Nani. It's a super cool Nani skin. It's got great effects and killer animations. I love Ares Nani. Nani skins never miss. And finally, for number 1, the best mythic skin is Rodeo Hank, the best skin in Brawl Stars. I love Hank. And finally, the legendaries. Robo Mike. I think the skin is super ugly. I'm gonna say it there. I think the kill animations are kind of lackluster, and I'm just not a big fan. I think Dynamike has way better skins out there, and Robo Mike just isn't it for 300 gems. Mecha Bow, or as I like to call it, Orange Mecha Bow. I don't think I have ever seen someone rock Orange Mecha Bow, probably for a good reason. I think the skin is ugly and no one can say otherwise. Evil Queen Pam. I think she's fun, she's big, she's thick, but the kill animation is the worst on this list. But I'm not putting it last because I think it is a really nice effect, but it gets outclassed by all the other skins above it. Wukong Miko. If you know Mandarin, this is probably a really cool skin to you. I really like how they changed the voice lines into Mandarin, like half of them are in a completely different language from English, what we're speaking right now, but I don't know, it's just really cool. Apart from some decent super animations, the attack animation itself is not that good, and I'm just not the biggest fan. All 3 of the Mecha Colts come next, and Colt has way too many skins. He did not need a mecha variant. I think it's very underwhelming for 300 gems, and it just, I don't know, I'm not a big fan. Light Mecha Bow. Now, I'm not grouping all of the Mecha Bows up together because I think some of them are just a little bit better than others, but they're about the same. Like Mecha Edgar 00 and 01. These are so ugly, bro. They're still Mecha Edgar, so it's pretty okay, but nah, this ain't it. All 3 of the Mecha Leons. This is definitely better than Mecha Colt or Mecha Bow, but I think it's a bit underwhelming and doesn't stand out from any other mecha too much. Gold Mecha Bow. This is the best Mecha Bow skin, though I'm not a big fan of Mecha Bow in the first place. I think this and Mecha Leon can kind of switch places if they need. Mecha Crow, Gold Mecha Crow, and Night Mecha Crow. I personally think the blue is beautiful for him, and the others are pretty alright. He gets some nice animations and stuff, but I personally think that another Crow skin far outclasses this one later on the list. Antivirus 8-bit. His recolor doesn't change much of anything and doesn't expand or change him in a meaningful way. In the wise words of Blizz, he says, a recolor is to either improve the original or change it up in some way so you don't make fun of someone because they couldn't have had the original. And I stand by this philosophy. At least for this skin, I probably won't follow it for any other. Thor BB. I can't put my girl BB any lower. She's an alright skin. Her attacks feel powerful, but her super is extremely lackluster and just feels a bit odd to me. I think this would be much better better as a mythic skin rather than a legendary. Scorpion Chuck. Despite not having the correct number of legs as a scorpion, at least I saw that on Twitter, I don't know if that's true, Scorpion Chuck is so sick. I think his overall design is clean, but I hate how his posts don't get changed. They could have done so much more with that, but otherwise, he's pretty alright. Tuss Nita. I'm a fan of the skin, but not too big of a fan. I think it's beautifully designed and it looks incredible, but Nita has so many good skins already with incredible animations, it would feel like a waste for me to buy this one specifically. Jock Stew. I think Jock Stew has one of the better kill animations in the game. I'm not the biggest fan of his design since it doesn't resemble Stew too well, which I feel is important in a skin, but looking past that, it's a very solid design. Dark Mecha Mortis and Light Mecha Mortis. These are the inferior Mecha Mortises, but we'll look at the true Mecha Mortis later. I wouldn't say these are bad, just slightly outclassed. Mecha Edgar. Pretty good mecha skin in my opinion. I love his jump animation especially. Not much to say about him, but you cannot go wrong with Edgar skins. Except that one blue one. Virus 8-bit. Some people say this skin is overrated, some say it's okay, I say it's alright. Despite having a really cool attack shot and animation, his super is incredibly lackluster. Mecha Mortis. This skin is usually paired with a really bad player or a really good one. There's never an in-between. Despite that, I think Mecha Mortis is the best of the mechas. He has a nice design, cool sound effects, and is overall just super pleasing to play. Phoenix Crow. This has always been an S-tier Crow skin and always will be. Crow rises from the ashes and bursts into a beautiful orangish yellow. It may not be the flashiest skin, but I think it's stunning. And finally, the best legendary skin in my opinion is Toon Spike. I think it's a super creative skin. He gets an entirely different style of animation, some fun custom sound effects, and the Bloons Tower Defense 6 pop effect. This guy played Brawl Stars for 24 hours straight, and another got 1,000,000 damage in a single game. These are the craziest things players have done in Brawl Stars. The first recorded max mastery was obtained by Physic, where in only 5 days after the update release, he got his title. This was done by grinding in Brawl Ball over and over again, since with Mortis you could easily sweep a game and gain the cap in only a few hours. Along with this, they dropped trophies to 1k every day so games could be easier. This required insane dedication and of course insane skill to pull off. Like, look at this, bro, that is insane. Almost as insane is how long OG Brawl Stars played the game for. Streaming on Twitch, he was able to gain over 2,000 trophies and completely destroyed his mental state. But he wasn't the only one to do this. Ben Tim 1 did the same, but this time around he focused on knockouts. By the end, he got 940 wins, 568 losses, and 0 blades of grass. This user created Brawl Stars inside of Minecraft. You heard me right. Everything from the maps to the game modes to the brawlers themselves, all done in just 1 week. Best of all, it was playable. The Brawl Ball was a slime, heist saves were mobs, and my life is complete. The most trophies on a single account belongs to Hyra, with 84,949 at the time of this recording. That is over 6.5 times the trophy count of the average player. Excusing whatever controversy is in, it is insane the amount of time that it takes. Like, I've been playing since Global and only have 20,000 trophies, and yet the rewards are still terrible. On a similar note, Shaymate holds the near unbeatable record of 190,000 3v3 wins. What's so incredible about this is that they're wins, so it doesn't include any losses. Right below him, Sangwon Lee only has 130,000. That is 60,000 less wins than they have. And with that much time, I could make 190,000 bans. Not only will I have insane racks, Lex does too, since he spent over $9,000 on the game, and that was a year ago. I guarantee you he's spent more in that time, and that others have spent way more, but there's no official documentation of that. So for the time being, I'll stick to being free to play. Or free to pay. That's so stupid. Possibly even cooler is how Mars88 got one of the first self scores in Brawl Ball with Willow only 4 minutes after her release. Along with this, the fastest Ruffs kill before his buff. Surprisingly enough, I found this out through a comment, so comment to help me make more videos. Have you ever wondered who voices Otis? Well, Lex interviewed every voice actor in Brawl Stars, and seeing them in person is just incredible. We never really think of the face behind our favorite characters. On the note of voice acting, I've always thought the Brawler's voice lines were a bit lacking, and so with the help of AET Gaming, we changed that with his incredible voice acting skills.
I hate middle class. I am the top G.
Proven fact, 90% of gambling addicts quit right before they would have hit it big.
Muyo sucks. I love Clash Royale's new update. Like this video and subscribe to Muyo.
For Easter of 2023, Brawl Stars hosted an egg hunt event in every showdown match. Each egg gave a couple of power points and gold, and with this, people got grinding. Sangwon Lee got 69, some people got hundreds, and I got 3.5 billion. I think that's worth subscribing for. The most popular Brawl Stars video has nearly 200 million views, being this animation by the official channel. The top shorts are, of course, rank up videos, but what about gameplay? Well, it was actually by A4, who made a box opening video with 59 million views. I guarantee they made back however much money they spent on the video. It's a shame we'll never see another box opening video again though. Have you ever thought about cosplaying as Lil? Well, OJ has, and did that for a bunch of different brawlers as well. Like, I've seen some impressive cosplays, but this, oh man, this tops it off. My favorite is definitely Trixie Colette. What's the most damage you can deal in Brawl Stars? Well, 6wix answered this question, where he dealt 1 million damage in a single game. Sorta. You see, in Power League, if played correctly, you could tie over and over again, and using this and a lot of dedication, in an hour and a half and 16 ties, he got 1 million damage in a single game. Now, I want to see 10 million damage. How small is your phone? Well, OJ and Chief Pat tested the limits of Brawl Stars on the smallest phone. Bro's got the iPod Molecule. Well, I'd say it's pretty average. It was really hard to play, and well, just see for yourself. But hey, it's not how big it is, it's how you use it. Since they even won games like this, I could never relate to having the size of this thing. Unlike the tiny iPhone, I could relate to the fridge. OJ played Brawl Stars on a massive smart fridge, and it was really quite laggy, but oh my goodness, this is the ideal way to play. Pay to win, I don't think so. Pay to lunch. I don't know. How many crimes do you commit on the daily? I have at least 3 bounties on my head. Z Replays, on the other hand, beat Brawl Stars without breaking any laws. Child abuse? No way. Giant robots? I don't think so. Guns? Well, he didn't use any. Sometimes I get kinda sick of the same Brawl Stars sound effects over and over again. Well, Nubs is here to change that, where he voiced every sound effect in the game, from the music to the brawlers to the attacks themselves. If only I could hear his sweet voice all the time. From brand new Brawl Boxes to exclusive currencies or even predatory monetization tactics, these are a ton of things exclusive to Chinese Brawl Stars. Probably one of the most substantial changes in China Brawl Boxes stay as the staple of aggression. Each one can be purchased in the shop with credits. Oh, this is so cursed. 22 for a Brawl Box and 172 for a Mega Box. Despite this, they have decreased reward chances, like you might just get a handful of power points and a handful of gold in a Mega Box. Along with this, there are 2 special new ones. You can buy them with this shiny new currency, which we'll look at later. This one gives you stuff like gold and power points, aka garbage, while this one has a unique effect, but I'll reveal it later in this video. First, we have to look at how there are no language changes. Who would have guessed? Communist China not supporting other languages than Chinese? Trying to limit outside impact? Suppressing international influence? They would never. Even if you never heard of Chinese Brawl Stars before, you've probably seen hypercharged smoke. For some reason, instead of green shutdown smoke, it's purple. It's really neat looking and actually feels like I'm gonna die of heart failure if I go in it. And if you listen closely enough, you can actually hear the trapped souls of Chinese citizens within. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty cool feature. Updates are behind the global updates by 1 or 2 updates. For example, currently, we're at the beginning of the new Lily season, while China Brawl is about midway through the previous one. I'm guessing both versions don't have much connection with each other, so Chinese Brawl Stars has to play catch up to whatever's going on globally. But that's just my theory. Brawl theory! oh, yes! China Brawl Stars has what all of humanity desires. What we evolved for. The thing that brought communities together. Saved lives. Gambling. Do you want this sick skin? Gamble. Want some gold? Gamble. Need a girlfriend? Yeah, I can't help but. Exclusive skins. There's a handful of skins that you can only find here. They have lots of stuff going on and have some pretty fire effects. There's PC's Piper, something spacesuit, something Spike, Cyclops Stew, Hot M's Galaxy Bow or something, Ugly At Colts, and Shiny Shelly. I don't know what they're called. But what's really cool about them is that they have their own categories. 2 new ones, in fact. There's a purple star one and an angry square one. That's pretty cool. On the topic of skins, China Brawl Stars isn't scared to bring back exclusive skins. Take, for example, Magma Mandy, a Brawl Pass exclusive. That's pretty cool.
Okay, I guess just this once I can do it for nothing. Ew, ew, ew. Okay, I guess I can do one more for nothing.
Trophy Road Brawlers are back, baby! If you didn't know, Brawl Stars used to have Trophy Road Brawlers, which could be obtained by reaching a certain amount of trophies. It's really interesting because I think it works well in China Brawl Stars, but not in global. In the news tab, there's currently an event going on where you can buy skins using these tickets obtained by doing these quests, or whatever. They're not good skins by any means, but it's a really nice way to give free-to-play players some more chances for them. This might just be a temporary thing, but it's there. And it's kind of cool. Free gems! There's a special little tab where you can get some free gems. I don't know what the point of it is, but it's there. Thanks, Pearl. Surprise, surprise. Supercell ID doesn't work in China. Who would have guessed? But what you might not have realized is that as a byproduct, Wizard Barley has been deleted from existence and you can't get a free Barley. This is the first time I think I've ever seen Barley being unlocked from an actual box. There is literally no way to get him anymore. Poor guy. There are backpacks! You can't put anything in them, but they're there if you want, and they look pretty neat. At one point, they actually gave away one for free, this Megabox one, and I think that's pretty cool. Halos are similar to backpacks, but they go on your head. Wings are similar to backpacks as well, but they go on your back. That's pretty cool. Wait a second. Voice chats. Now, I'm not exactly sure if this works or not. It never worked for me, but there are two buttons on the top of the screen. One to turn on and off your microphone, and one to turn on and off other people speaking. Oh, hey, someone's talking right now. That was so mean. In all seriousness, this seems like a pretty shitty feature, but it's neat that it's there and they're experimenting with it. I can totally see some kids yelling in the background, maybe at school, or chatter in the background on the bus, or parents yelling and bottles being thrown at the TV. It's so real. 3D rooms. If you click here on this very yellow button than any of these, you gain access to a special lobby where all the action happens. You can talk to others in a nice and formal manner, view other people's profiles, walk around, and most importantly, show off your sick Chinese skins. When you get hit by an attack, your screen flashes white instead of the usual red. It's a neat little thing, I guess. As I said before, you can't sign in with Supercell ID, so what do you use? Well, you use WeChat or QQ. These are China-owned messaging platforms which are what China uses to let you communicate to others. In our case, log into Brawl Stars. As a foreigner, the whole process to actually make an account is a pain in the butt, and unfortunately, there's no way around this. Actually, there is. You don't have to log in. They generously give you 1 hour of gameplay every 15 days if you don't log in. That's a pretty sweet deal if you ask me. Skin labels. Skins have rarities like normal, like the epics, the legendaries, etc. But some have these labels on them, which is kinda neat, especially this shiny cool one for the China exclusives. Bunny tickets. You can use these bunny tickets in special events that come by every now and then. To get them, you claim them for free when the event is running on a Brawl Pass guest track, or by well, nothing else. You can't get them anywhere else. When these events are around, you can buy the top tier for some more tickets, but they don't really do anything else besides that. You can kill yourself in Showdown Brawl Stars and in Brawl Stars once you get 3rd place or higher in Chinese Brawl Stars. It works in duos as well, it just requires both parties to accept. This is in place to save some Chinese kids some time since they get next to none every weekend. It's a whole nother world over there that forces this version of Brawl Stars to cater towards. On my original China account, the one I made in this video, I got a special 2-week freebie banner. The rewards are a bit different from usual. I'm not really sure. Mortis is free. I know you get that in global. They get a handful of gold, some power points, a couple credits, and Surge with some bling at the end. You have to be at least 12 years old to play according to Cadpa regulations. That means none of you watching can play. That's right. I'm talking to you. Yeah, you right there. You right there. Grow up, bro.
Loser. You wanna suck your thumb? Goo goo gaga. Goo goo gaga. Still got a whole life ahead of you. You're not middle-aged, are you? Not yet. Not yet. Your life is not growing.
Instead of skulls, they use cacti. China Brawl Stars hates showing evil imagery, hence the halos, no red, and especially no skulls. The cacti looks kind of insane though. I wish we had them too. There are some new settings to look at, and they're so cool! Personal privacy information. Setup, wilderness, fighting, and of course, my favorite, shut. In the free rewards banner for new accounts, you get PSG Shelly instead of Bandita Shelly. What? Apparently it was like this for global in the past, but was changed later. And honestly, this version, PSG Shelly is so this shit. When you die, the screen darkens, then lightens back up gradually, where in global, it's not like that. It's a small detail but makes things feel slightly off when transitioning versions. There actually is a creator code option at the end of the shop page, but unfortunately, it doesn't work for any international codes like code OJ or code Wussum, not code Muyo, but whatever. So that begs the question, are there Chinese Brawl Stars creators with codes out there? And if so, can I get a code Muyo on the Chinese version? That would be so cool. The reload color is yellow, like a minion. The blue shiny tickets. These are a bit weird. China has some law or whatever which doesn't let game companies outright sell things or something. It's a bit complicated. So what they do is that they sell these tickets that you can use to buy things like extra tiers in the Bunny Pass or buying special offers like some Mega Box ones or Brawler early access offers. The only thing gems are actually used for are for skins or some gambling things. Big whoop, there's only one server. Who would have guessed? This sucks. If you're in America or anywhere else other than China, your ping will go to Sometimes China Brawl Stars likes to put on little events for the community, which are actually so awesome. For example, there's a 3-time star drop event going on. That's right, 3 times star drops. And there was one where you could collect little pictures of brawlers and put them in a scrapbook. They had little lore bits about them and cute little scenes. Oh, best of all, Spike had this cute little costume. Oh, it's so cute. I absolutely love this and wish Global would do something like this as well. Okay, now what you've all been waiting for, the super mega ultra crazy awesome box thing. This box is unique from the rest. But there's a micro, a pretty average, maybe a bit too big size chance to unlock every brawler in the entire game. I'm not lying, bro. That's so cool. Ding yay. There are currently 80 brawlers inside of Brawl Stars, with each one having a different personality and playstyle. Today we will explain each and every one, from their backstories to what they do and even tips to master each one. Starting with where it all begins, Shelly. Shelly is a tough woman who's a pro at using the shotgun and teaching you how to play the game, though she's a bit jealous of Colt stealing all of the glory. Both her attack and super make use of her shotgun, which deals massive damage at close range, though her super can knock back enemies. Her knockback is incredibly useful when scoring in Brawl Ball. Simply kick the ball into her enemy and then super them immediately after for a free goal, making use of those few frames where the brawler ceases to exist. Nita. Nita is a young girl known for her mischief and being way too loud. Stop screaming! She shoots a shockwave with her main attack and throws her baby bear Bruce with her super, who's tanky but deals moderately low damage. Bruce is mainly used to tank damage or decimate a heist safe with his star power. Interestingly enough, you can shoot around walls with her attack. Colt. Colt is a gunslinger who's absolutely obsessed with how he looks. I mean, I would have a crush on him too if I wasn't committed to El Primo. His attack and super are very straightforward. Literally, just shooting in a straight line, though his super can break walls. Despite this, his kit is extremely solid for long-range encounters and works great paired with other long-range brawlers too. You might have noticed that most of these early brawlers might not have the most complex skill sets, but later on they'll become way more advanced. Bull. Bull is just a big guy, but he has a kind heart. He also owns a diner. Bull's Diner. It's very creative. Just like Shelly, he excels at close range encounters, having one of the highest DPSs in the game. His super is really good for getting up close to actually get those high damage numbers, though it can sometimes prove to be challenging depending on the meta. Just be sure to be mindful when using a super, since it can destroy cover that you might need to stay safe. Brock. Brock is a video game junkie who plays just way too many video games. Brock is strapped up with a massive rocket launcher. He deals huge damage at long range despite being a squishy guy. His super rains down a ton more rockets which break walls and can clear an area really easily. Just like Colt, he's great at long range, but unlike Colt, he can hold his own closer range as well with rocket laces. Primo. El Primo is the cousin of Brawl Stars. Literally, no one's ever seen his face, but it's probably for the better since he's so handsome as is. Primo punches in a line in front of him for his basic attack, while his super lets him throw his massive oily body onto whoever he wants. With suplex supplement, he can throw any brawlers right onto your teammates whether they want it or not. Barley. Barley is a robotic bartender with a delicious mustache who is overly sensitive about how clean his bar is. His basic attack throws a bottle of mysterious liquid or something that leaves a damaging puddle on the ground. His super is just this but 5 times over. That's really it. You can get him for free by adding your Supercell ID, and you get a skin too, but it's kinda garbage. Poco. Poco is a guy who died from playing some fire guitar. His basic attack is this wave of music that somehow deals damage. Either it's so good they die, or it's so garbage they die. His super is the same thing, only bigger, and it heals instead of damages. And my best Poco tip is to use the capo in solo showdown. Trust me. Rosa. Rosa is a plant boxing botanist. For her basic attack, she fires 3 waves of 3 punches similar to Primo or Kit or something. Her super is a very strong shield which can tank a ton of damage. You can use her shield in almost any scenario, but it works really well when walking the ball into Brawl Ball. Jessie. Jessie is a child engineer who loves to build and tinker. Her basic attack is an energy shot that bounces between opponents, up to 3 times, getting weaker each hit. Her super places a turret that shoots little projectiles at opponents at a quick rate. Her second star power and gadget are really good in Heist. The other ones are pretty good all around for other modes. Dynamite. Dynamite is a crazy old man obsessed with explosives with a little canary under his hat. His basic attack throws 2 sticks of dynamite that deal 1600 damage each. The super is one big, like, a really big barrel of TNT and assorted explosives. Use the Dynajump star power to throw attacks at enemies, then jump away to safety. Tick. Tick is a robotic bomb who is also a pirate? That seems safe. His basic attack is a lob shot that splits into 3 bombs that are way too strong and way too annoying. His super is him shooting his head off his body and then it chases you down, never stopping unless you deal with it. Kinda like my rent payment for this month. One more week, please. Use the mines to cut off pathways that your opponents can use for flanks and such. 8-Bit. 8-Bit is a living arcade machine that hates the players that play with him. His basic attack is like Colt, but with more, stronger shots. His super is a turret that buffs your team's damage in the radius. Place your turret behind cover, but still allow it to reach your teammates. Rico. Rico is a gumball machine that hooked up with both a vending machine and Piper. I don't even know. His basic attack is also like Colt's, but with a twist. The balls are bouncy. They can bounce off walls, and after each bounce, they travel further. His super is just his base attack, but it pierces and has more range. It also bounces too, if you couldn't figure it out. Always remember, say it with me, if you like Rico, you like balls. Daryl. Daryl is a barrel robot that is also a pirate, like Tick. His attack is 2 shotgun attacks in relative succession. When he uses his super, he rolls like a little kid down grass into a busy highway, dealing damage and knocking people back. His super automatically charges, so use that to your advantage. Penny. Penny is another pirate, but is more of the leader, the captain you could say. Her basic attack is a bag of money that she shoots that splits into 3 sets of coins. She is so loaded! Her super is a turret that lobs fiery projectiles that leaves a burning area on the ground, kind of like what Brock does. You can take out huge clumps of players with your basic attack if they're all clumped up. Carl. Carl is a nerdy miner with his big goggles. Those are definitely glasses, Carl. You're not fooling anyone. His basic attack is a pickaxe he throws that pierces brawlers, and it comes back to him like a boomerang. His super makes him spin around very fast, increasing his speed. If you get next to people, you deal tons of damage. You can throw your attack, then move behind a wall, and it will still come back through the wall. Jackie. Jackie is a foul-mouthed lady who brutally murders people with her jackhammer. Her basic attack is a radial attack that deals high damage. Her super is a big circle that pulls enemies into 1 point. Make sure you know your matchups. Space Jackie can almost never beat a Shelly or a Primo. Gus. Gus is a little kid who's dead. His basic attack is a balloon that shoots forward, charging his spirit meter. If this is full, his next attack that hits will leave a ghost that heals teammates who pick it up. His super shoots a shield onto him or one of his teammates that knocks people back when it deploys. Similar to Shelly, use the shield knockback to help scoring in Brawl Ball. Bo. Bo is an archer who is one with nature, and yet uses a plastic bow from a gift shop. Interestingly, he also creates his own explosives from toys at the Star Park gift shop. That is wild and definitely not legal. His basic attack shoots 3 explosive arrows, don't forget he made them himself, and his super lobs 3 mines that also explode a bit after someone steps on them. Don't forget he probably made those himself too. Make sure to move to the left of Bo to condense all of your shots, and the right of him to spread them out. Ems. Ems is a social media obsessed mommy who clearly has a crush on Poco. Her basic attack is a spray of toxic hairspray. A hairspray. Her super is a huge circle of damage and slowing. Your attack has more total damage the further away targets are. Stu. Stu is a robot that clearly has no regard for his health and clearly has no mental stability. Like me. Stu's basic attack is 2 fireworks that instantly charge your super, even with just 1 projectile. His super is a small dash that leaves fire damaging fire that also charges your super, for some reason. If you use your super right before an attack hits, you can do a double super, which is doubly cool. Piper. Piper is a baker who somehow makes grenades in an oven. She and Bo are very similar. Her basic attack is just an actual bullet shot out of a pink umbrella that deals more damage the farther it travels. Her super makes her jump in the air and drop grenades onto the ground, which makes it really easy for escaping tight situations. One important tip is always hit your shots. If you don't, you're going to get absolutely flamed by your teammates. Pam. Pam is Jesse's mom and probably neglects her child daily. Her basic attack is a machine gun shooting bolts. Her super is just 8-bit's turret, but instead of damaging buff, it's healing. Her basic attack shoots 5 in the middle and 2 on each side, so it's actually not random. Frank. Frank is a big boy monster with a huge personality. And a huge hammer too, I guess. Frank's basic attack is a hammer that slams down, making a large shockwave after a short delay. His super is the same thing with more delay, but it breaks walls, stuns, and is bigger. Pro tip, don't use him. Make sure to have great positioning when doing any move. BB. BB is a fierce woman with a tough persona, but a nerdy inside. She goes around with her best friend, wait, am I reading this right? Mr. Bat, the baseball bat? I love her anyways. BB's basic attack is a large metal bat that she whacks into the side of people's heads. This has a delay like Frank's, but it's much shorter. If you have all of your ammo and you wait a bit, your next attack will knock back. Her super is a bouncy bubble with a high range that pierces through brawlers. If you knock the enemy back and use her bubble in quick succession, you can hit them twice. B. B is an entomologist who works with Rosa and loves bees. A lot. Her basic attack is a long-range shot, a B, that deals medium damage. But if you hit your basic attack, the next one deals 4,000 damage. That's equivalent to like a Shelly point blank. Her super is a weird shape of beast that slows down opponents and makes shots just a little bit easier to hit. Nani. Nani is a robot made by Pam so that she doesn't have to care for her daughter. Her basic attack is 3 shots that moves in this weird formation and it converges into one spot. Each one dealing medium damage, but all together deal tons of damage. Her super makes you in control of a small kamikaze drone. This thing becomes more slippery to control the farther it moves, and explodes and breaks walls upon contact. You can shoot the outside shots around walls to deal tons of chip damage to enemies, and they're not going to expect it. Edgar. Edgar is an emo boy with an attitude to match who I bet has the legs of an Olympic athlete, because for a super he jumps in the air wherever he wants, kinda like Primo. Interestingly, his main attack heals himself when hitting an enemy. To make up for his absurdly high damage at close range, he's super squishy, which is interesting as he has to get up close to deal damage. He's widely regarded as one of the worst brawlers in the game since he can't really hold his own in battles, only in very specific scenarios. Just be very mindful when using him and just be a good player. Griff. Griff is quite literally a stingy, cheap, good-for-nothing anthropomorphic cash register. I don't know, man. He shoots 3 rounds of counterfeit coins at his enemies, dealing considerable damage at close and mid-range, while his super throws piercing banknotes that fly back to you like Carl's attack. Don't be afraid to hit someone from far away with his super since it deals more damage the farther it travels. Grom. Man, bro, I don't even know what Grom's all about. Grom? Who? He throws his buds at enemies with his main attack, and he throws the Grom bomb for his supers. The Grom bomb? The Grom bomb breaks walls. Grom tip. Don't play him. Bonnie. No, not that Bonnie. As part of the stunt trio, she's the younger sister of Janet and the niece of Stu. She's also incredibly annoying. Bonnie has 2 forms. One is the cannon form, which is long range with a very slow movement speed, and a human form, which is short range with a very fast movement speed. You can swap between the two with her super. For the first time, where she's like freaking launches herself into the air like at 100 miles an hour into the enemy, and the second she morphs into the cannon. Do note that transforming from one form to another heals her slightly, which is a pretty nice feature. Gale. Gale is an old geezer who works for Mr. P's hotel. For his main attack, he blows his snow all over the enemy while his super deals little damage but pushes enemies back a very long distance. Be sure to always blow your enemies into your teammates. They will thank you, especially if it's like a tick. Colette. Colette works for Griff at the Star Park gift shop, where she does something? I don't really know. Her main character trait is that she's obsessed with Spike. Better not be Poop Spike. She is the scariest brawler in the entire game, as her main attack taxes you. That's right, better not commit tax fraud around her. Combo your opponent with 2 main attacks, then a super to guarantee a kill on them. Belle. Belle is an outlaw from the Goldarn gang who gave birth to a massive cookie robot. Don't ask questions. Her main attack is a basic long-range projectile that bounces between enemies, and her super marks them, making them take 35% more damage until they're defeated. Nothing can remove the mark, not even Poco's protective tunes or Frank's sick beats. Ash. Ash is quite literally a Scottish walking trash can who, interestingly enough, is a nod to the designer himself, Pawchaw. His main mechanic is called Rage, which increases the more damage he takes and the more he attacks. Each stage of Rage gives him a boost to speed, damage, and pure awesomeness. His super throws down a bunch of Roombas which deal little damage, but when connecting to the enemy add a ton of rage. If you're using this star power, try to hit 2 shots with full ammo and then unload your attack on the enemy. This will allow your rage to fill up significantly faster. Lola. Lola is a diva who's completely obsessed with herself, kinda like Colt. She's also very attractive. She deals big scatter damage while her super summons a projection of herself which moves as she moves and attacks as she attacks. If it's too close to you, the projection or ego's damage will deal way less damage. If you walk up to a corner, you can freely control her ego while you stay protected behind that wall. Sam. Sam is the husband of Belle. Oh, in this relationship, he's probably the wife. He has a huge vendetta against robots despite having a child who is a robot. Sam is a melee brawler who punches twice in front of him, though he starts with his super which he can throw out. After that, he deals less damage and moves faster until picking up the knuckles again. Unlike other brawlers, only one star power and gadget are actually viable. The rest are incredibly useless. Mandy. Mandy is a dictator who rules with an iron fist. She's sweet on the outside, but on the inside, she has the personality of an absolute monster. Her basic attack is her shooting candy at you. Yum! Her super is more candy, but it deals high damage and practically has the range of the whole map. You can use your super and knock out at choke points at the start to give you an advantage and maybe take out the entire team at once. Maisie. Maisie doesn't have an arm. She has one of the longest delayed attacks in the entire game, though making up for that is quick firing strong projectiles. Her super sends a shockwave all around her, knocking enemies back. Make sure to never auto aim with Maisie unless the enemy is slowed or stunned, maybe by her super. She can only effectively auto aim from 1 tile away without anything else. Hank, aka the Prawn Star, aka the Kriller, aka the Prawn, aka the Milkman, rides around a massive tank while he sits there being all itty bitty and cute. His attack is very unique as it charges a bubble that can attack through walls. Isn't that OP? A fully charged attack can deal minimum 4,200 damage at max level. Isn't that insane? Even better, his super shoots off 5 torpedoes in a set formation around him, each dealing 2,800 damage. That sounds like an S tier brawler to me. Make sure to learn how to snipe with his super. It's really easy to line up once you can get it right, and be honest, no one expects it. Pearl. Pearl is the child of Sam and Belle. How Belle gave birth to a cookie oven? I don't know. Pearl has a cool heat bar gimmick that makes her do more damage the more it charges, but using attacks lowers the charge. Pearl's basic attack is just Pam's, but it's cookies, and Pearl's super is the same as Maisie's, but smaller and breaks walls. You can kick the brawl ball into the wall and then the super will go off and then you'll have the ball. Does that make sense? Larry and Lori. Larry and Lori are brothers? It's hard to tell because they're robots. I think they are. Larry is the ticket manager at Star Park and Lori is the security guard. Larry's basic attack is a lobbed clump of tickets that blows up twice. That's awesome. His super spawns Lori, who has a shotgun that shoots 2 waves of attacks. You can use the switch up gadget thing to get out of bad situations and get the fastest run speed in the entire game. Angelo. Angelo is a mosquito from a swamp of love. Oh, I think he's in a relationship with Willow maybe. But he's also gay, so I don't know. Angelo's attack charges up, like Hank, that shoots forward and deals tons of damage. His super makes a puddle on the ground that hurts opponents and makes your shots deal poison damage. Use your jump gadget to get out of risky situations or put yourself into one to confirm a kill. Mortis. Mortis is a pale, skinny, underfed vampire who'd probably die in the sun, just like Mortis players. His basic attack is a dash forward with his trusty shovel. His super is a large swarm of bats that goes through walls and brawlers. If you hit people with your super, you get HP back. Super cool, eh? Don't try to do trick shots. Never. Tara. Tara is a mystical fortune teller who never shows her face, just like my dad. Her basic attack is 3 cards that pierces through opponents and each one deals its own damage. Her super is a large circle that pulls people in, then explodes with knockback. Make sure to use her support from beyond gadget on the heist safe to deal lots of damage, which is also affected by the pet power gear. Gene. Gene is a purple genie who clearly has something going on with him. His basic attack is like this magic puff of something, I think. But there's more. His basic attack splits at max range like Penny, but if it doesn't hit opponents. His super pulls someone to you, breaking walls on the way back. You can use the split to hit people around walls. Max. Max is a superhero. She's also addicted to energy drinks. Like everyone at my school. Her basic attack is a burst of 4 whatever these are. She also has 4 ammo, which is kind of nice. Her super is a radio burst that makes anyone in the area super fast. Make sure to get all of your teammates in your super for maximum value. Mr. P. Looks can be deceiving. If you flip him around, you can see a zipper on the back of it, meaning there's probably some little dwarf in there. Kind of like the miner in Warcraft Rumble. Mr. P throws a suitcase with his main attack, which bounces upon reaching the end, allowing him to hit people behind walls. His super drops a spawner which summons nearly infinite porters, though they're weak and don't do much except bug the enemy. If you use his porter reinforcement star power, his porter gains all of its health back, so keep an eye out for when it's low to get health maximum value. Sprout. Sprout is a robot whose only job is to be a pot. He moves around with a plant, like a pot, but he can move. His basic attack is a small blob of plant that can slide around after hitting the ground. His super spawns a wall, which you can't go through, just like a wall. Be warned though, your walls can get broken by spawn shields, so you can't spawn trap your teammates. Byron. Byron is a slimy snake oil salesman. He is one of 4 healers, which his attack can do both in one. If he hits an enemy, it'll deal 3 ticks of damage, while hitting an ally will heal for 3 ticks of health. His super is similar, but throws a one-time damage health potion. Byron is incredibly useless at close range. He doesn't deal nearly enough burst damage to hold his own, making it worse with how squishy he is. Squeak. Squeak is a blob of yummy dog slobber that came from Ruffs. He was a complete accident. Sound familiar? His basic attack is a tennis ball covered in dog drool that sticks onto the ground or an opponent. After a couple seconds, it blows up. His super is lobbed, and when it lands, it splits into 5 small attacks and goes boom. You can always use your basic attacks to put opponents where you want them by blocking walkways. Lou. What do you think Lou is? I'll give you some time. If you answered an anthropomorphic snow cone who works for a phony penguin with a stout old man coworker, then congratulations, you win a free subscription to the Muyo channel. Lou has a unique mechanic which freezes enemies with his attack and super. Once the dial fills up, the enemy becomes stunned for a second. His super, on the other hand, makes the radius around it like an ice rink and deal the least amount of super damage in the game. Lou rhymes with poo. Ruffs. Ruffs is a dog who is also a colonel. I don't know, man, but Jimbo likes him. Ruff's basic attack is 2 side-by-side lasers that bounce like Rico. His super is a supply drop that, then the drop comes. If you pick up the buff, it drops and you get more damage and higher max HP. Buzz. Like Mr. P, Buzz is an imposter. Apparently, he's a dinosaur, though the zipper says otherwise. Buzz whistles enemies from left to right. His super shoots himself towards the enemies, stunning them for longer the farther he hits them from. He has a special trait where enemies around him will charge his super. His super stun has a radius of 1.5 tiles, so you can use it to stun behind walls. Fang. Fang is a movie ticket theater worker who wishes to be a famous fighter. His basic attack is a kick that deals high damage and throws a shoe that charges the same amount of his super. His super makes him dash, and if he hits an enemy, it will dash to the next closest enemy within range. No skill. Eve. Eve is a flea who's madly in love with a dog who rides around in a spaceship. I don't even know anymore, bro. Eve is one of 2 brawlers which can walk on water. She shoots 3 flea eggs, 1 small, 1 medium, and 1 large, each dealing a different amount of damage. Her super lets her put down an egg which bursts out 3 fleas to poison enemies, brutally murdering her children. When playing Eve, make use of the water best you can. She is one of 2 brawlers who can make use of the water and walk on it, so use that to your advantage. Janet. Janet is 16. She's also the sister of Bonnie and does sick tricks with her jetpack. It's also good to note that she has a rivalry with Melody, which we'll get to later. She charges her attack like Hank or Angelo, but the longer she charges, the longer and narrower her piercing shot becomes. Her super lets her fly, becoming invulnerable from all damage and drops 7 bombs down onto your enemies. It's a pretty broken ability on paper, but it's super slippery to control. Charging doesn't stop you from healing, so whenever possible, be aiming your attack. Otis. Otis is a cool little guy. He's an octopus who makes fire street art underwater. That's so awesome. Otis's basic attack is 3 blobs of paint that fire forward and have slight spread. His super makes you throw his best friend Syl the starfish. If this lands on an opponent, they take damage every second and can't use abilities for a couple seconds. If you use ink refills, you technically have 33% more total super charge. Buster. Buster is so freaking cool. He runs around with a film projector doing who knows what while screaming random movie voice lines. I wanna be him! He's a tank who deals more damage at close range, which can pierce enemies. Buster has a special trait where if allies are close to him, his super will charge up, kinda like the opposite of Buzz or Lily. For his super, he puts up a shield, blocking nearly all incoming damage and shooting it back to them, though it transforms to a little pepper which deals 1200 damage. What's cool is that his shield isn't visible in bushes, so use that to your advantage in surprising enemies checking bushes. Gray. Gray is a mime who doesn't speak. Wait, then why does he say pew? Gray has a very thin shot that moves pretty slow, so it'll be hard to hit. His super is a portal. On the other hand, that's kind of cool. You and your teammates can use that to get around the map easier. The walking cane gadget can shoot through walls, so use that to break walls and get to your opponents easier. RT. RT is a surveillance robot in Star Park who's kind of a creep. Not like me. His basic attack is a thin but fast siren that leaves a mark that makes you and your teammates' attacks deal more damage. His super splits him apart into two, where then he becomes like Jackie, while both halves of him can take damage and die. Always be sure to look out for where your marks are and how much health your enemies have, because you can use your gadget to finish off kills. Willow originates from the Swamp of Love with Angela, where I don't really know what she does there actually. Her main attack is similar to Brawler, where she lobs a projectile of goo onto the enemy, poisoning for 3 ticks. Her super lets her control the enemy, allowing her to attack as them for a few seconds, though she stays vulnerable herself. Controlling enemies heals them all the way, so please don't control them when they're about to die. Please! Doug. I just love Doug's wiener. It's such a cool super. It makes you revive if you die while it's on you, and you can shoot it through walls onto your teammates. His basic attack is pretty cool too. He just steals Jackie's basic attack and puts a twist on it. If you hit teammates with it, they get healed, and it just deals damage if you hit an enemy. That's Chuck. Once an actual conductor, Chuck is a trained conductor who's probably Mortis's weird cousin or something. He shoots off a puff of steam that deals more damage the closer he is to an enemy. His super allows him to ram into enemies and commit mass vehicular manslaughter by connecting these posts up with one another. He can only have 3 down at a time at base and up to 4 with his star power. It's not visually shown, but he does get a 50% damage reduction when supering. Charlie is a runaway. She joined the circus and got famous. Her main attack is a yo-yo style attack that hits one person then goes back and pierces. Her super puts opponents into a cocoon. In the cocoon, you can't do anything. I hate it. I hate it. If you use her super onto an enemy with like a ton of gems and gem grab, they drop all of them, which is not broken. Trust. Miko is a monkey. Ooh, ah. Why is that in the script? He's that guy with the boom mic in film productions that like does the audio like above the frame. That is his profession. He's very unique in the fact that no one can attack him whilst he's in the air, which allows him to dodge attacks super easily. For his super, he jumps in the air and lands a few seconds later wherever he moves to, dealing big damage and knocking enemies back. You can disable a Hank or Angelo charge with his ammo stealing star power. Melody is a K-pop star who rose to stardom with her beautiful losing voice lines and her hatred against Janet. Her main attack deals little damage, but after each consecutive hit, she gains up to 3 little music notes around her which circle around her and deal considerable damage. After fully charging her super, she gets 3 long dashes. Be sure to walk around enemies counterclockwise to make the best use of her note damage. Lily used to be a normal girl until traveling into the Enchanted Woods, where a firefly and a carnivorous plant would transform her into whatever this is. Her attack is similar to Fang's, except it pierces and has 1 ammo bar. Her super teleports her behind an enemy, and if it hits someone, it deals damage as well. Use her Shadow Realm gadget in a bush to travel from one area to another area to do surprise attacks. Spike is the mascot of Brawl Stars pretty much. He is a living cactus who doesn't talk. Spike shoots a cactus ball that splits into 8 spikes in all directions. Your super throws an area of slowing in overtime damage. You can use curveball to hit opponents around walls to stop them from healing. Crow is based off a famous bird, the blue jay. He throws poison tipped arrows with his main attack, and for his super he throws more poison tipped arrows like the blue jay does. Since he's a bird, he can survive above the showdown smoke. Leon is a kid who is probably insecure of that garbage cut. Leon shoots 4 fidget spinners that work similarly to Bo's arrows. Leon's super makes you invisible. Ooh. If you get too close to people, you can be seen. Use your clones to trick people into wasting their ammo. Sandy is a sleepy boy who's brother to Tara. For his main attack, he throws a bunch of sand which pierces. His super conceals all allies in a massive radius, acting the same as a bush. For example, if you attack, they can see you for a split second, and the vision gear works against the storm. His attack actually has a pattern to it, the leftmost being the shortest, while the rightmost is the longest. Or vice versa, I forget. Amber is a hot AF, see what I did there? Lady who is a fire breather, that's crazy. Now imagine if she messes up. Amber shoots a constant stream of fire at long range that pierces, and the super, that's just straight arson. You throw a bottle of oil that bursts onto the ground, and you shoot it and it sets on fire and breaks bushes and burns people alive. If an opponent gets hit, they get set on fire, like that orphanage. What? Meg is actually like 20 some years old, surprisingly. She's not trusted to work with Max and Surge when it comes to hero work, but she's very intelligent. She has 2 forms. First is the robot Rob, which sprays a ton of low damage lasers. Rob acts the same as a normal brawler, except after he's destroyed, he turns into the base Meg, who fires 2 little lasers with her attack. This form is super weak. Rob's super swings a massive sword similar to BB's attack, and Meg's form super turns her back into Rob after a short delay, which can be interrupted. Meg doesn't really deal that much damage in her mech form, and should primarily be used on control. Surge. Surge is a refurbished beverage machine who shoots energy drinks to kill you. He's also like hundreds of feet tall. Surge's basic attack shoots forward and splits into two when hitting an enemy. Your super makes you jump and land with knockback, but also upgrading you. Your first upgrade makes you faster, the second gives you more range, and the final one makes your basic attack split into 6 shots instead of 2. If you're ever playing Surge in Brawl Ball and the opponent is right in front of the goal, do not jump onto them! Stop! Jester. Jester is a jester who annoys Mandy to the point where she tries to end his life. He has 4 stages to his attack. The first is shooting 1 bell all the way to 3 unless using a star power where it becomes 4. Her super, on the other hand, is randomly selected from an explosion, a stun, a slowing area, a poison cloud, and a heal. There are various different combos Jester can use to get maximum value on an enemy. Cordelius. Cordelius is just a little gardener. Oh, so cute. I bet he isn't planting anything bad. No. For his attack, he shoots 2 mushrooms in quick succession, but his super is where it gets interesting. He throws a big boy mushroom at the enemy, which transports both him and them into the Shadow Realm, which puts both of you in a 1v1 situation that puts Cordelius at a slight advantage unless he's using a star power or hypercharge. Be sure to use his silencing gadget right before you throw someone into the realm, so the effect lingers over. Kit. Kit is a movie star who's never given the respect as an actor he deserves, rather for his kitty cat looks. Aw, meow meow meow. He attacks in a cone shape, dealing moderate damage, while his super allows him to jump onto an enemy to stun them as well for a few seconds, or an ally to heal them and shoot lobbing projectiles. Kit should almost never be used to assassinate brawlers, as it leaves him extremely open and vulnerable when on top of an enemy, usually leading to both of your deaths. Draco. Draco rides around in one of those stupid inflatable Halloween costumes and plays an electric guitar. His attack is similar to Astro Nita, where it shoots in a straight line, piercing enemies. Though if it hits an enemy at the tip of his attack, it deals double damage. Once supering, he transforms and can shoot a large wave of constant damage like Amber, though it doesn't pierce. Supering again brings him back to his cosplaying self. After using his uppercut gadget, Draco has enough time to position himself in a way to deal double damage pretty easily. What's up, everybody? We're gonna be ranking every single mastery icon in Brawl Stars. I don't have the 2 new brawlers. I don't have RT or Willow. I don't have one other one. I don't know who I'm missing. Let me know. I couldn't find it. I'm judging these based on how they look. Personally, these are what I think, if they're cool or not, if they're awesome, not if they're worth getting. If you like a brawler, then and it's in the D tier, go for it. I do not care. Whatever, we're gonna get into it. We have Belle. I think this one's a B tier. Squeak. This one's cool. I like how it goes out of the frame a little bit. Those ones are always gonna be high tier. Squeak, it just looks cool. Who doesn't like a good Squeak one? Mortis, C tier. It's kind of lame, kind of boring. It's just a bat on like a pretty black background. It's a suit, but it's kind of boring. Sandy, same with that. I want to say B because it's brighter, it looks cooler, I like the colors a bit more, and it stands out and it's kind of cool. Who is this? Who even is this? This is Surge, of course. It's okay. Same with Grom here. It's kind of boring, but it looks kind of cool. It's better than Mortis's. Like, I can say that at least. Who is this? Is this Brock? I'm gonna say this is Brock. Brock's, I like how it's a smiley face. That's really cute. It's a rocket launcher, I think. I like that. It's A tier. I love you, BB, but you have the worst icon out of all of them here. They need to redo this one. They did her so dirty. Buster. Buster's to see, kind of boring. It's kind of lame. It's his film. That's cool, but it's like it's just his glasses and he's smiling. Who cares, man? Oh, I don't know who this is. Oh, this is Janet. Janet's is cool. Oh, because it's like a rock. Ah, I see. Brock's is A tier. I like Brock's. It's cool colors. It's a rocket launcher. It's kind of cool. Pam, I'm gonna say this. It's either A or S. It's like that woman, you know, she has the strong arms and stuff. It's Pam. It's kind of cool. I like it. It's really cool. Who is this? This is Edgar? This does not remind me of Edgar. But I like it. I like how he's like dead or something. And there's the Brawl Stars. I kind of like that. It's kind of cool. Who is that? This is Byron, I think. Byron's B. It's kind of cool. It's a snake oil extract or whatever he says. Colette. I love Colette, but this one's kind of creepy, but I think that's the point. That's an A tier. I like it. It's fun. This is Amber, I think. This is Amber. C tier. This is D tier. It's kind of boring. El Primo. I think this is El Primo. Oh, I don't know. It's kind of cool. I kind of like it. It sticks out as well, which is nice. I'm gonna say A, because it can work with like any other brawler. If you like put it on your profile or whatever. I don't know. Bonnie. Bonnie's is really cool. I really like Bonnie's. That's an A. Is that an S tier? No, it's not an S tier. It's Bonnie. I don't care. 8-bit. It's another C. It's just his face on there. It's kind of boring. Who is this? Oh, Ems. Ems is really cool. That's an A tier. I really like that. That's really cute. I like the little bat and the smoke behind it. Next up, we have Penny. Penny's just, it's a bit better than the other ones. I kind of like it. It matches the whole Brawl Stars theme, you know? So B, it's fine. Ruffs, this is a D tier. It looks cool, but it looks just like that one we got for like the Power League reward or something. I don't know. It looks too basic, you know? Better than BB's though. BB's is always going to be at the bottom. Sam is his B. I think it's cool. It looks cool. There's a lot of contrast. I kind of like it. Shelly's is S tier. I know. Shelly's not a good brawler, but I like it enough to put it there because it's just a gun, bro. Grace is B. I like how it's all monochrome and stuff. Matches him. It looks kind of cool, but it's just a cane. I don't know. Griff, that's a D tier. Griff is D tier. All the square ones, like, they're just squares. All these ones are kind of stupid. Nita's, oh, that is S tier. That is so cool. That's so cool. I like that. I like that a lot. Dynamite is A tier. It's a little birdie. That's cute. Bo is a C tier. That's just boring. You could have done something so much cooler for Bo. Whatever. It's fine. I like Gus's. Gus's is fine, but it's just boring. It's just a big grin. I think this is Crow. I wouldn't see why it wouldn't be Crow. It's another high D tier. There you go. High D tier. I got no clue who this is, and I'm not gonna look it up. It's no, it's a button. I really like B's. B's still looks like, or not B. What am I saying? Eve looks like a basic one you get, kind of like you get one of these for free like in Power League, but it's kind of cool. It's high C. I don't know why I'm saying high because it doesn't really matter. Chester, C tier, bad. Spike Sock, A tier. It's Spike. God, come on, it's Spike Sock. That's cool. This is Rico. I like it. It's a big eyeball. That's kind of cool. High A. High B. Yeah. Frank, bad. Horrible. It's really? Still is kind of cool. Low C tier. It's kind of lame. It's really lame. It's super lame. It's going in D tier. Bull. Another one of those that look like a free reward. No. Leon is A tier. He's got his lollipop. Buzz this is cool. It's like a bubble bath. No, what? What is this? Max is kind of lame. C tier. Barley. Same with Frank. Sparky's is B tier. It's who? Wait, what did I say? It's Jesse. What is that thing's name? Sparky? Tix is cute. I think I'll say it's, I don't know. It's A or B. Low A. Gale. C tier. It's kind of lame. Kind of cute though. Same with Lou. These two kind of lame. Actually, I like Lou's a little bit better than Gale's. Mandy, I think this is Mandy. Mandy, C tier, low C tier. It's just a crown, kind of lame. I like the rainbow back here. That might bump it up a little bit for me. B, oh, I love this one. I love this one so much. It's just a square, but it's a little smiley face, and I think that's cute. Bang? Oh, because it's popcorn. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's a B tier. Jackie, A tier. That's really cute. I like that. That's high A tier. That's really cute. How is this one Ash? Oh, it's like a garbage bin? Why is there a smiley face in there? I like it though. It's A tier. Lola, F tier or D tier or whatever. Pretty bad. Nani, it's like these ones, but a little bit better because it's cooler. I'm going to say C tier. I would not put this on my profile. Mr. P is really cute. I love the colors he has. That's really cool. I like that one a lot. He just looks so angry at the world. Rosa. This one's really cute. I like it. High B tier. I think this one's Colt. I could be wrong. I think this one's Colt. I'm going to put this one in B tier. It's fine. Sprout, S tier. That's so cute. I love that one so much. Who is this? Oh. This is Poco? This looks nothing like Poco. I would not know that this is Poco. That's not Poco. That is not Poco. D tier. This one is Daryl's. And it's down there with BB for being one of the worst. These look like the free ones you get. You know what I'm talking about? What are they thinking? I don't like these at all, man. Carl, Carl's B tier. It's fine. It's Carl. Otis, same with Carl. It's fine. Tara, D tier. Looks like it's like all these other ones. They're kind of lame. And that's the tier list. What do you guys think of the tier list, huh? Nah, Grom is not B. Grom is C tier. If you guys want to do this too, I'll probably put the tier list down below if you want to make your own. And see you later.